Chapter 201. How much did you get for New Year's money last year? What are you looking at, Aheng? Du-hung smiled and showed his phone to Hui Yuxuan. Look, Brother Chang paid me back. The matter over there should be settled. Oh, I see. Hui Yuxuan nodded. I really don't understand why that family was so greedy. Now, they not only didn't get the money, they got themselves into trouble. Du-hung shrugged and chuckled. People die for wealth, just as birds die for food. Not everyone has achieved financial freedom. It's normal for those who don't have much money but want to get rich quick to have crooked ideas. Hui Yuxuan seemed thoughtful and nodded. True, but I didn't expect there were still people in this society who would take such risks. The society is a mixed bag. There are all kinds of people. Did you forget the old lady who took your seat on the high-speed train the other day? Hui Yuxuan was taken aback and nodded helplessly, pouting her lips in frustration. I remember. And I also remember the indifferent expressions of the people nearby. It was truly disheartening. Du-hung smiled and put his arm around Hui Yuxuan. What's past is past. Don't be unhappy. It's the same with Brother Chang's matter. As long as it's resolved, that's all that matters. You're going to be a lady of a wealthy family soon. You need to be happy, okay? Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes at Du-hung, her cheeks flushing slightly. She nodded. Okay, I understand. Du-heng's lips curled up into a smile. He leaned closer to Hui Yuxuan's ear and whispered, Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and we haven't prepared anything. This house and your apartment need couplets. Let's go to the supermarket to see if they have any. Okay. Good fortune shines upon a peaceful home. Prosperity and wealth bless a happy family. The banner says, Good luck and prosperity. May the new year bring good fortune, prosperity, and success to all ages. The banner says, Happy New Year. It was New Year's Eve, and it was 10 a.m. Father Du looked at the couplets on the table, very satisfied. He nodded, I wonder when our son will be back today. Mother Du was even more impatient than him. She paced in front of the coffee table. The coffee that Aunt Xue made for her had long gone cold. That child. He used to come home as soon as winter vacation started. Now that he has Yuxuan, he's almost forgotten that he has a mother. Why don't we give him a call and ask? You call. I'm not calling. Father Du rolled his eyes. Fine, I'll call. With that, he picked up his phone and dialed Du-heng's number. The call was quickly answered, and Father Du could hear a lot of noise on Du-heng's end. Hey, Dad. Hey, son. Where are you now? I'm at Yuxuan's place. We're putting up the couplets. What's up? Father Du felt a bit jealous. Du-hung used to put up the couplets at home. He sighed inwardly and then continued, Oh, you're at Yuxuan's place. Well, then, Dad won't bother you. Be polite at Yuxuan's home, okay? Hearing the obvious jealousy in his father's voice, Du-hung couldn't help but find it funny. He handed the fortune character to Hui Yuxuan. The latter gave Du-hung a flying kiss and turned to stick the fortune on the head of her bedroom bed. Dad, Yuxuan and I will go home for New Year's dinner tonight. We don't mean anything by it. We were actually hoping you would give us a big red envelope. Oh, and Grandpa and Grandma are coming to the house tonight as well. Oh, okay. I understand. That's it then. I'm hanging up now. Your mom and I need to start preparing. After hanging up, Father Du looked at Mother Du, who was looking at him expectantly. He scratched his head. Our son said he's bringing Yuxuan home for the new year tonight, and that we need to prepare a big red envelope. He also said that your parents are coming over as well. Ah, our parents are coming too? Why didn't they tell us earlier? It's no big deal. It's just adding a couple of bowls and chopsticks, right? But did our son say how big of a red envelope to prepare for Yuxuan? Father Du shook his head. No, he just said he wanted a big red envelope. Mother Du nodded and started thinking about how big a red envelope would be considered a big red envelope. Yuxuan, we'll celebrate the new year at your house at noon and at my house in the evening. Next year, it'll be at my house at noon and at your house in the evening. Do you have any objections? Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and shook her head. It's the same wherever we celebrate the new year. It's hard to be completely fair with these kinds of things. As long as both families don't mind, I think it's fine. Du-hung nodded and took the double-sided tape that Hui Yuxuan passed him. He turned the fortune character upside down and stuck it on the refrigerator door, patting his hands together in satisfaction. Chin Zaheo came over at this time, grinning. Brother-in-law, take me flying. Du-hung didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can't you see that everyone is busy? How can I take you flying? Wait until the afternoon, after we've eaten the New Year's Eve dinner. Chin Zaheo nodded. Okay. Hee. After my mom gives me New Year's money, I'm going to buy skins. Oh? How much New Year's money do you usually get in a year? Chin Zaheo touched his chin and calculated for a moment. Last year, my mom gave me 500, Grandma gave me 100, Grandpa gave me 500, my aunt gave me 1,000, my aunt-in-law gave me 200, plus a bunch of random relatives, but they didn't give me a single penny. So, in total, I got 2,300 in New Year's money last year. Du-hung nodded. That's quite a lot. Chen Zaheo laughed sheepishly and scratched his head. When I was little, they only gave 10, 50, or 100 yuan for New Year's money. It never exceeded 1,000. That was the old money. It's different now. A yuan could buy 5 steamed buns before, but now you can't even buy one. That's true. Why did brother-in-law ask this? Nothing, just curious. Chen Zaheo nodded, laughing. Yushuan gets tens of thousands of yuan every year. Her grandpa alone gives her 5,000 for New Year's money. Her grandpa will also give her 1,000, not to mention what my aunt and my mom give her. Is that right? Du-hung looked at Hui Yushuan, who was covering her mouth and giggling. She noticed Du-hung looking at her and nodded. Yes. My dad gives me 5,000 every year for New Year's money, and my grandpa gives me 5,000 as well. Your New Year's money is enough to make so many people jealous. Hui Yushuan rolled her eyes. Dare to say how much New Year's money you got last year? Du-hung touched his nose a little awkwardly. Last year, my mom didn't give me New Year's money, she just gave me a bank card. But my grandpa gave me 100 for New Year's money. I'm too lazy to go around wishing people a happy new year, so I only got that bank card and that 100 yuan. So, brother-in-law, how much money is in that card? Not much, not much. Du-hung waved his hand, clearly not wanting to reveal the amount and discouraged Chun Zaheo. Come on, tell us, brother-in-law. Yeah, Heng, tell us. We've all shared our amounts. So I'm going to tell you now? Tell us, tell us. X2. 50 million. We can't afford it, goodbye. Chin Zaheo turned and left without any hesitation. He and Hui Yushuan combined were not even able to reach the tip of his money. It's too embarrassing. Hui Yushuan was also stunned. It was the first time she heard of anyone receiving so much for New Year's money. Annie gave you so much for New Year's money. Why did your grandpa only give you 100 yuan? Du-hung shrugged helplessly. Grandpa knows that my mom will definitely give me a large amount for New Year's money, so what he gives is only a small extra. So he just gives a fixed 100 every year. It's better than nothing. Ha ha ha, yes. Chapter 202. The First New Year's Eve Dinner. Come, try this meatball. See how well it's been fried. Mother Hua was holding a bowl with several golden fried meatballs. They were steaming hot and smelled delicious. Du-hung picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly opening it. Hot. Slow down, they're freshly fried. Eat slowly. Du-hung puffed for a while before he could feel his mouth again. He took a small bite. The aroma of the meat filled his mouth, mixed with the flavor of the scallions, which gave the slightly greasy meatball a fresh touch. Delicious. Du-hung gave a thumbs up, praising it genuinely. When he glanced at Chen Zaheo, this kid's lips were already greasy. He was holding 2 steaming meatballs in his hand, puffing at them while trying to stuff them into his mouth. Mother Hua smiled and nodded, gesturing to Hua Yushuan to take one and try it. The latter didn't refuse. She picked one up, tossing it between her palms to avoid getting burned. The aroma from the kitchen was hard to ignore. Mother Chin and Mother Hua kept busy in the kitchen, while Father Chun and Father Hua were writing couplets. I'm just saying, brother-in-law, wouldn't it be easier to just buy the couplets? Why go through all this trouble with ink, brushes, and red paper? It's not like what you write would be better looking than the ones you buy anyway. Father Hua shook his head. I write them every year. It's a habit. And who says what I write isn't as good as what you buy? Father Hua was clearly unconvinced. He was very confident in his calligraphy, but Father Chin didn't dare to flatter him. He shook his head, not saying anything, and just helped hold up the couplets, preventing them from dragging on the ground. Time passed quickly, and it wasn't until 2 p.m. that they started the New Year's Eve dinner. It couldn't be too early and it couldn't be too late. What kind of New Year's Eve dinner would it be if they ate too early? If they ate too late, They wouldn't have enough time to go to Du Heng's house for the second dinner. The table was filled with delicious dishes, and in the middle was a small hot pot bubbling away. Because he still had to drive in the afternoon, Du Heng's glass was filled with fizzy Sprite. He raised his Sprite to Father Hua several times, and then to Mother Hua and Father and Mother Chen several times, before he stopped drinking. Burp. A long burp came out. Du Heng's nostrils felt sore from the carbonation, which was too cold and stimulating. Don't drink any more. It's cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. Du Heng nodded with a smile, rubbed his nose, and picked out a quail egg from the hot pot, eating it. His stomach finally felt warm. It was fine if they finished all the food in the New Year's Eve meal, and it was also fine if they didn't, because the leftovers signified that there would be abundance year after year. Even the most meticulous of elders wouldn't complain on this day. If a bowl was broken, it meant peace throughout the year. Everything was auspicious today. The neighborhood was also decorated with lanterns. Red lanterns hung from the branches of trees by the roadside. The sky hadn't gotten dark yet, so there was no need to turn on the lights. Down below, several children were playing with firecrackers. Who knows where they bought them? As soon as the meal was over, they put away the dishes, and then Mother Hua and Mother Chun gave them red envelopes. Du Heng didn't refuse the bulging red envelope. He took it with a smile. Thank you, Auntie and Aunt. Don't think it's too little. Mother Hua smiled and nodded. She took out another identical one and handed it to Hua Yuxuan. Here, this is for you. Hua Yuxuan took it with a smile. Mom, why is this bigger than the previous ones? Aheng is your fiancé now. Mom wanted to give him a big red envelope, but I couldn't favor one over the other. So, yours is also just as big. Hua Yuxuan pouted her little mouth, pretending to be unhappy. So, I'm still getting benefits because of Aheng. As soon as she finished talking, a big red envelope appeared in front of her. Du Heng handed her his red envelope and laughed. Take it, both are yours. Then you're not benefiting from me. Hua Yuxuan shook her head. How can that be? This is the New Year's money that my mom gave to you. That's right, Aheng. This is what your aunt gave you. You should keep it. Du Heng scratched his head, stuffed the red envelope into his pocket, which made Chin Zaheo on the side almost drool. Mom, Aunt, what about mine? Mother Chun rolled her eyes. You're already so old. What do you still want New Year's money for? Aren't Sister Yuxuan and brother-in-law older than me? Mother Hua laughed and took out a red envelope from her pocket, passing it over. Here, this is for you. Take it. Mother Chin shook her head, also took out a red envelope from her pocket and gave it to Chin Zaheo. You won't be left out, don't worry. Chin Zaheo beamed and took the red envelope, giving it a kiss. I knew it. Mom is the best. Aunt is also the best. I wish Mom and Aunt good luck in the new year, and that we will be here for the years to come. Du Heng smiled and took out his phone to create a group chat, pulled Chin Zaheo in, and then sent a 1,000 yuan red envelope, tagging him. This is your New Year's money for me. Chin Zaheo took out his phone and looked at it, and then grinned. Thank you, brother-in-law. Mother Chun was a little confused and looked at Chin Zaheo, who was looking excited. What's wrong? Hee, brother-in-law gave me a 1,000 yuan red envelope. He says it's New Year's money for me. Oh my, you haven't even started a family yet. And you're only 2 years older than Xiaohao. Why are you giving him a red envelope? Du Heng waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing. It's good for luck. It's the new year. He called me brother-in-law so affectionately. If I don't give him a red envelope, wouldn't that be letting him down? That's right. Chin Zaheo raised his eyebrows at Mother Chun. Look at my brother-in-law's awareness. Can't say a word. Mother Chun rolled her eyes and didn't say anything more. She and Mother Hua went to the kitchen together to wash the dishes. Chin Zaheo winked at Du Heng and grinned. I'm going to go buy skins. Du Heng nodded, then looked at Hua Yuxuan with a smile. Let's go. My mom and dad are waiting for us at home. My mom prepared a big red envelope for you. Hua Yuxuan covered her mouth and smiled, nodding. Okay, I'll tell my mom, dad, and aunt. With that, Hua Yuxuan looked at Father Hua and Father Chen, who were chatting. Dad, Aheng and I are going to his house. Uncle and aunt are starting to get a little impatient. Father Hua looked at the time. It was 3 p.m., and many families were just starting to eat their New Year's Eve dinner. What? Why were they eating so early? Of course, so that they could go out to play after eating. Mahjong, pai gao, poker, even children were playing fishing games. It's getting late, you guys should go. Don't make Aheng's parents wait too long. Mother Hua also came out, wiping the water from her hands with a towel. She pulled Hui Yuxuan to the side. Have you prepared anything for Aheng's parents? Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Mom. I've prepared them. They're in Aheng's car. That's good. When you get to Aheng's house, you need to be polite, you know? Help with the housework, and be sweet at the dinner table. I know. Okay, go on then. Drive carefully. Chapter 203. I brought Yuxuan home for New Year's. A very real thing is that they were stuck in traffic. You might be curious as to why there would be a traffic jam at 3 p.m. on New Year's Eve. It was because there were quite a few people who had to travel to 2 different places, and even more people were just getting off work at this time. They could only quickly clean up and then drive home for the new year. It was impossible to get a taxi on this day because those drivers were also going home for the new year. Even many stores were closed. The breakfast places were all closed, so they could only cook porridge at home. Du Hong tapped lightly on the steering wheel, watching the flow of traffic in front of him. He couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. We actually ran into traffic. I wonder what's going on ahead. If I had to guess, it's probably an accident. Du Hong was right. They were on the elevated road at the moment, moving extremely slowly. More of the time they were waiting in place. And at the front, there was indeed an accident. 2 cars had crashed, but it wasn't severe. They were waiting for the traffic police to come and handle it. But the traffic police were still on their way and would need a while before they could come to clear the traffic. 1.5 out of the 3 lanes were blocked. With only 1.5 lanes left, everyone was anxious to move forward. So the 3 lanes at the front were crowded with 5 cars. Everyone wanted to go first, resulting in the traffic jam they were in now. Hui Yuxuan was filming Du Hong with her phone. When she heard Du Heng's complaint, she clicked the stop recording button and smiled. Everyone is rushing to go home for the new year. Once we get past this, it should be fine. Du Hong nodded. Hopefully. Since the car wasn't moving, he decided to put it in neutral, pull the handbrake, and take out his phone to have a look. Turns out, there were indeed messages in the dorm 417 group chat. Zhang Yang, preparing to eat New Year's Eve dinner. Below was a picture. The table in the picture was filled with dishes: chicken, duck, fish, vermicelli, braised pork, stir-fried ribs, soup, and fried meatballs. There were also bowls, chopsticks, and disposable cups placed out. Hanlei, so fast? My family just started putting up the couplets. Wang Chong, why are you guys eating New Year's Eve dinner so early? If it's so early, does it even count as New Year's Eve dinner? Zhang Yang, this isn't even considered early at my house. There aren't any restrictions on firecrackers where we live. The sound of firecrackers haven't stopped for an hour now. Hanlei, don't tell me. The reason you guys are eating so early is because you want to finish early and go out to play. Zhang Yang, ha ha ha, that's exactly it. There was even a circle of people standing at our door. My dad didn't have a choice. Wang Chong, why are there a circle of people standing at your door? Zhang Yang, they're all waiting for my family to finish dinner so that they can play cards. Hanlei, they didn't all agree to come and win your family's money, did they? Zhang Yang, damn it. It's actually possible. No wonder they said they had to play with me. They're trying to win my money. Wang Chong, forget it. You want to play with them? They'll eat you alive. Hanlei, I don't think so. Do you guys remember the time our dorm had a power outage and the 3 of us played poker? Wang Chong, yeah, I remember. Why? Hanlei, Yangzi kept winning, never lost once. Wang Chong, that's because he was cheating. Zhang Yang, sigh. Do I really have to defeat them so badly? I clearly only want to quietly be a handsome man. Du Hong, how is Xiangzi's matter going? Wang Chong, Du Gu, you're here. Thanks to you for calling that Captain Zhao last time. Or it would have been hard for my family to have a good new year. Now, although his family is still verbally abusive, they don't dare to do anything. Du Hong, that's good. After sending the message, the brake lights of the car in front lit up and then went off. The car started moving slowly. Du Hong typed rapidly, not going to talk anymore, the traffic's cleared. With the horns of the cars behind them urging him on, he shifted to drive, let go of the handbrake, and slowly followed the car in front of him. The car's speed increased, and they did not stop again. It wasn't until after they had cleared the traffic jam that they saw a motorcycle with flashing lights parked on the emergency lane. The traffic police are so hardworking. Having to work during the new year and not being able to go home. Du-hung nodded. There's nothing to be done about it. This city still needs people to maintain order. If the traffic police also went home, just take this as an example. We probably wouldn't be able to get home until night. The speed of the car reached 80 miles per hour. It was now 4 p.m. Du-hung knew that his parents were probably getting anxious. Just as he was about to call them to let them know, his phone started ringing. He didn't connect to the car's Bluetooth. He looked at Hui Yuxuan. Take it. It should be my parents calling. Hui Yuxuan nodded, picked up Du-heng's phone, and took a look. It's indeed Auntie calling. Answer it, and tell them that we're almost there. Okay. As soon as the call connected, they could hear Mother Du's voice, tinged with some reproach. Son, where are you guys? Why haven't we seen your car yet? Auntie, it's me. We got stuck in traffic on the elevated road just now, so we were delayed a bit. We're almost there. Oh, it's Yuxuan. No rush, no rush. Annie was just worried about you guys, so I called to ask. Aunt Shue's cooked a big meal, just waiting for you. Okay, Auntie. We'll be there soon. Okay, drive carefully on the road. Annie's hanging up now. Okay, see you later, Auntie. See you later. After hanging up, Mother Du looked at Grandpa and Grandma Du, who were watching TV on the sofa. Mom and Dad, Aheng is still on the road. They got caught in traffic. They'll be here in a while. Grandpa Du nodded indifferently. Grandma Du laughed. It's been quite a while since I've seen my grandson. I didn't think he would even have a fiancé. Father Du came out of the bathroom and laughed when he heard this. Mom, Aheng's fiancé is actually a childhood sweetheart. Grandma Du nodded. I know, your dad already told me. I just didn't think that a joke back then would actually come true. They're truly meant to be. Next year, we should invite Yuxuan's family and find a banquet hall, so that we can all celebrate the new year together. It'll save the two kids the trouble of running around. Father Du shrugged. Dad, it's not that we don't want to. We've suggested it before, but Yuxuan's family have relatives coming over to celebrate the new year. They said that only celebrating the new year at home has the New Year's flavor. Eating a meal at the hotel and running off doesn't feel like the new year at all. That's true. Well, let them do as they want. After about 10 minutes, the sound of an engine came from outside. Mother Du jumped up from the sofa and ran to the French windows, taking a look. She immediately beamed. They're here. They're here? Father Du also stood up, smiling. He helped Grandma Du walk to the door, watching as Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan got out of the car, carrying a lot of things. Mom and Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, I brought Yuxuan home for the new year. Chapter 204. A Grateful Uncle Li and Aunt Shui. Come in quickly. Oh, I was so worried. I'm so glad you guys are finally here. Mother Du went forward and grabbed Hui Yuxuan's hand, pulling her inside, leaving Du Hong behind. Father Du supported Grandma Du, going forward, clearing his throat awkwardly. Son, your mother was just getting worried. I know. Du Hong nodded with a smile. He looked at Grandma Du, who had a kind smile, and went forward to support her arm. Grandma, I'm back? Grandma Du nodded. It's good that you're back. Come on, let's go inside. It's cold outside. Aunt Shui carried the things into the house one by one. The group went inside and sat on the sofa. Hui Yuxuan was pulled by Mother Du to sit together. Du Hong sat with Grandma Du. Father Du went to sit with Grandpa Du with a smile, looking at everyone awkwardly. Grandma, how's your health? Is your rheumatism any better? Grandma Du shook her head. Not really, but it's not a big deal. I'm happy to see you. I'm even happier to see you bring back a fiancé. It would be even better if you would bring back a great-grandchild. I'm afraid I won't be able to see that day, though. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Father Du quickly said, You'll definitely get to see a Heng's child. Rheumatism isn't a serious disease. Don't think about it too much. That's right, Grandma. Wait a few more years. After all, I'm still in school. Wait a few more years, and I'll bring a great-grandson or great-granddaughter to see you. The wrinkles on Grandma Du's face seemed to come alive as she smiled, patting Du Heng's hand and nodding. Good, good. Grandma will live a good life, and wait for you to bring your children to visit me. That's right. He turned to Hui Yuxuan. Yuxuan, this is my grandma. Hello, Grandma. My name is Hui Yuxuan. I'm a Heng's fiancé. Hui Yuxuan greeted politely. Grandma Du looked at Hui Yuxuan carefully. After a long while, she nodded with satisfaction. This girl is so beautiful. Aheng has good taste. How is your grandpa's health? Grandma, my grandpa's health is quite good. He even goes for a walk every night. Oh, that's good. Grandma Du nodded. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat first? We're not hungry, Grandma. Du Hong interjected. We ate at Yuxuan's house at 2 o'clock and then rushed back. Oh, okay. Then let's wait a bit. The family sat together chatting, and the sky outside slowly turned dark. Aunt Shui was busy in the kitchen. She had wanted to find a housekeeper to help cook today, but even with high pay, she couldn't find anyone. So Aunt Shui took on the task of cooking for the entire family herself. Mother Du took a moment to go into the kitchen and have a look, then smiled. Sister Shui, go back home. Go home and celebrate the new year. Aunt Shui quickly waved her hand. Madam, there are still a few dishes that aren't done yet. I'll wait until after I serve you dinner and wash the dishes before going home. Oh, you won't be able to eat when you get home that way. It's okay. I'll do a few dishes here myself. It's been a while since I've cooked. I'll show off my skills today, since the whole family is here. You should quickly go home and take Oldly with you. Your 2 children are waiting for you at home. This? Aunt Shui hesitated. Mother Du had already put on an apron, taking the spatula from her hand and pushing her to the side. You can go back on the Rolls-Royce. You can't even get a taxi outside at this time. How can that be, madam? If it doesn't work, I can just bike back with him. Oh, it's freezing cold outside. Don't be stubborn. Listen to me. Quickly call Oldly. He's still at the company. Aunt Shui hesitated for a long time before nodding. She gave Mother Du a deep bow. Then I'll go home first. I wish the madam and the family a happy new year. Happy New Year. Go on. Aunt Shui came out of the kitchen, went into a side room, and then came out a long while later after changing her clothes. Father Du winked at Du Hong. The latter understood. He stood up and followed Aunt Shui to the entrance. After Aunt Shui opened the door, he called out to her. Aunt Shui. Young master, is something the matter? Du Hong smiled and turned around to go back to the entrance, picking up 2 cases of wine and 2 boxes of supplements, handing them over. Take these. Take good care of yourselves with Uncle Lee. Thank you both for everything these years. Oh, I can't take these. We're already so happy to be able to go home for the new year. Take them, Aunt Shui. Don't refuse. Hurry and go home to enjoy the new year. Next year, I'm still hoping to be able to try your cooking again. Aunt Shui's eyes were red. She took the things in Du Heng's hands and nodded heavily. Thank you, thank you. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom more than 9 meters long pulled up behind the Night 15. Uncle Lee got out of the car and hurried to the door, nodding at Du Hong. Young master. Okay, Uncle Lee, you guys should hurry home. The children are waiting for you. Uncle Lee didn't say any more words of thanks. He just nodded heavily. Seeing that Aunt Shui had something in her hand, he took it from her. After greeting Du Hong, he got into the car with Aunt Shui and left. Only after the two had left did Du Hong close the door and return to the sofa inside. Did you give them the money? Father Du leaned over and asked in a low voice. Du Hong nodded. I put it in the gift box. I was afraid they wouldn't want to take it if I gave it to them directly. You should send them a message to let them know. Otherwise, if they give away the gift box without opening it, wouldn't they be giving the money to someone else? Oh, right. Thinking that, Du Hong took out his phone and sent a message to Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee and Aunt Shui, who were driving, were chatting happily. After receiving the text, Uncle Lee passed the phone to Aunt Shui. See what the young master sent. Aunt Shui clicked on the text and was stunned. She opened the gift box and saw a total of 4 large red envelopes. Each one was bulging. Uncle Lee, there are several red envelopes in the gift box. 2 are for you and Aunt Shui, and the other 2 are for your children to buy clothes, backpacks, and shoes. Don't give the gift box to someone else, okay? Lastly, Happy New Year. Smiley face. What's wrong? Uncle Lee didn't know what happened. He could only see Aunt Shui opening the gift box from the rearview mirror. There are 4 red envelopes in the gift box. The young master left them for us and the children. Ah, again? Uncle Lee almost lost control of the steering wheel from excitement. Cold sweat broke out. We didn't take the cash last year. Now they're giving it to us like this? Aunt Shui nodded with a bitter smile. The young master means well. He said he wants us to buy some new clothes, new shoes, and new backpacks for the children. Uncle Lee, a grown man, was moved beyond words. Aunt Shui was already crying. The young master's family are all such good people. It's our blessing to be able to work in their home. Let's hurry home. We still need to cook. Oh, okay. Okay. Chapter 205. One child is too lonely, so we'll have two. How is it? I've sent the message. They haven't replied yet. They must be driving. Just as he finished speaking, his phone received a text message. After looking at it, Du-hung smiled happily. They replied, said Happy New Year to us, and that they'll hurry back to work after the new year. Father Du nodded with a smile. That's good. I'll go to the kitchen to see if there's anything I can help your mother with. I'll help too. Du-hong had just stood up when he noticed Hui Yuxuan had also stood up. They smiled at each other, but were rejected by Father Du. All right? You two should take a good stroll around the neighborhood, and also see if you see any houses that you like. If you do, we'll buy it. Du-hong shrugged, took Hui Yuxuan's hand, and headed outside. Then, we'll go for a walk. We'll be right back. Taking Hui Yuxuan's small hand, they went outside. It was a bit cold, so Du-hong put his arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer. Hui Yuxuan looked curiously at the villas on both sides of the road. She noticed that many of them weren't lit. The sky was already dark, and if they still weren't lit, it was obvious that no one was home. Why does it feel like the occupancy rate in this neighborhood is so low? Du-hong nodded. It's pretty low. Those who don't have money can't afford to buy them. Many of those who have money have more than one property. Of course, there's also the fact that it's the new year. The rich have homes too. Hui Yuxuan nodded thoughtfully. The two walked slowly along the quiet neighborhood road. The dim street lights turned on, adding a bit of atmosphere. They walked in front of a villa, seeing a child playing with fireworks on the lawn in front of the door. The nanny was with her. The child's face was full of loneliness, without any joy from playing. Hui Yuxuan felt a pang of emotion. She noticed Du-hong was staring intently at the little girl. His eyes were flashing with some unknown emotion. A hang? Du-hong was startled before realizing he was spacing out. He shook his head and continued walking with Hui Yuxuan. A hang is also an only child. Were you also lonely like that in the past? Du-hong nodded. Yeah, when I was little, I didn't even have a playmate. Although Wang Ba and I were close, his house wasn't here. So I often snuck out to play with him. Hui Yuxuan looked intently at Du-heng's face. She could see the loneliness, but not the desolation. But I'm different from that little girl. She only has her nanny with her for the new year. She doesn't even know where her family is. Your aunt and uncle love you very much? Yes. Du-hong nodded with a smile. My parents have always been by my side. Whenever it was my birthday or parent-teacher conference, my mom would definitely be there. And my dad would push aside even important meetings to attend. Hui Yuxuan leaned into Du-heng's arms, feeling his warmth. She said softly, I don't want our children to feel lonely in the future. Du-heng's lips curled up, and he gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's shoulder. That won't happen. Look, I'm an only child, and the girl just now was an only child. The reason they're lonely is because they don't have another child to play with. So, as long as we have a set of twins, our children will have each other, won't they? Surprisingly, Hui Yuxuan didn't roll her eyes at Du-hong. She didn't even refute him. She leaned in his arms and nodded slightly, agreeing with a soft hum. I'll try my best. They walked further and further away. The shadows of the two people intertwined under the streetlights, becoming longer and more blurry until they disappeared from sight. After strolling for a while, Du-hong noticed that Hui Yuxuan's hands were cold, so he led her back to building A-17. And it was just the time they were about to start the meal. You're back? Come and sit at the table. We're about to eat. I'll help bring the dishes. Me too. All the dishes were placed on the table. Aunt Shue's cooking skills were really amazing. The dishes looked great, and they smelled delicious. However, there were a few dishes that didn't look so great. The cabbage with braised pork was a bit dark in color. One look was enough to tell it had too much soy sauce. The fish was over-steamed. The taste was yet to be determined, but the presentation was not good. Du-hong raised his eyebrows and looked at Father Du. The latter grumbled unhappily. Why are you looking at me? Your mom cooked it, not me. Ow. What did you say? Mother Du pinched Father Du's ear. Today, you're only allowed to eat these dishes. You have to finish them. Wife, it's New Year's. Mom, Dad, our son, and Yuxuan are all here. Save me some face. Are you going to eat them or not? Yes, yes, I'll eat them. Humph. Mother Do finally let go, looking at Hui Yuxuan a little awkwardly. I don't use the spatula often, so I've forgotten how to cook. Yuxuan, don't mind it, just eat the other dishes. It's okay, Auntie. I think Annie cooks very well, much better than I do. I can only make scrambled eggs with tomatoes and tomato egg soup. Aheng always tells me to just hire a nanny, and I know he's just criticizing my cooking. Du Hong touched his nose a little awkwardly. He and Father Du exchanged a look, feeling a bit like fellow sufferers. Son, it's been a while since you've tasted your mom's cooking, right? Have a good try? Dad, compared to me, you're the one who hasn't tasted it in a while, right? Don't be polite to Mom. Eat more. There are so many dishes on the table. If I don't eat them, they'll never get finished. Good son, let's all eat together. Father Du winked at Du Hong. For heaven's sake, Mother Du had made 4 dishes, and he had to eat them all alone. How could he finish them? Dad, are your eyes uncomfortable? Father Du was about to cry. He winked at Du Hong again, gesturing towards the dishes on the table. The latter pretended not to understand. Grandpa Du frowned and gently scolded. What are you doing? Quickly sit down and eat. Okay. Father Du's miserable state successfully made Hui Yuxuan laugh. Mother Du pulled Hui Yuxuan to sit on one side. Grandpa and Grandma Du sat together, and the remaining Du Hong blinked innocently, looking at Father Du, who looked rather gleeful. Son, look, the dishes your mom made are right here on our side. Come on, quickly sit down and eat together, or they'll get cold. The family sat down together. Father Du was still thinking about having a couple of drinks with Grandpa Du, but the latter waved his hand and refused. No alcohol. I'll drink juice. I still need to watch the Spring Festival Gala and write a report. I can't get drunk. Facts prove that Mother Du's cooking was actually not bad. After all, she watched Aunt Shue cook every day, so she had learned a few things. Although the presentation wasn't great, you could tell from Father Du's delighted expression that it tasted good. Of course, it could also be that he was pretending. The Spring Festival Gala on TV had already started. Grandpa Du said he wanted to watch it, but he was actually too lazy to watch it. There really wasn't anything good to watch. The meal took nearly an hour. Hui Yuxuan's bowl was never empty. Mother Du kept giving her food. She was very fond of her. Du Hong, feeling jealous, drank 2 large bowls of chicken soup and ate several large pieces of braised pork, his mouth full of grease. After dinner, of course, it was time to distribute the red envelopes. Grandpa Du, as always, took out 2 red envelopes, one for Du Hong and one for Hui Yuxuan. When they opened them, it was indeed 100 yuan each. Thank you, Grandpa. Wishing Grandpa and Grandma a Happy New Year. Chapter 206, 6 yuan New Year's Money. Grandpa Du's red envelope had been given out, and the remaining red envelopes were from Mother Du. Mother Du walked over with a smile, took Hui Yuxuan's hand, and placed a bank card in her palm with a slap. Here, this is the red envelope from Auntie. It's all in here. Mom, what about mine? Du Hong was dumbfounded. Mother Du seemed to have forgotten about him. You? Yours is with Yuxuan's, so I gave it all to her. You go ask your dad for it. Du Hong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't refuse. She was planning to give the card back to Du Hong that night. She felt very uncomfortable having so much money. Father Du walked over with a smile and gave Du Hong a red envelope. Here, don't say that Dad doesn't love you. This is all the pocket money that I've saved up this year. It's all here, for you. Really? Du Hong obviously didn't believe it. He opened the red envelope and looked at it, then was speechless. He poured out all the money from the red envelope into his hand, both laughing and crying. 6 coins? Yes, I said it was pocket money. I found them under the bed yesterday while doing the cleaning. Looking at Father Du, who was acting up, Du Hong decisively stuffed the coins into his pocket. Just kidding. Money is money no matter how much. 6 yuan could buy 3 bottles of Nongfu spring water, a fortune. Now that the New Year's money was distributed, there wasn't much else to do. Grandpa Du and Grandma Du sat on the sofa watching the Spring Festival Gala, occasionally talking about who they recognized, making Grandma Du laugh so hard that the wrinkles on her face seemed to come alive. Du Hong sat down on the sofa next to Hui Yuxuan. The latter secretly put the card into his hand, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Aheng, take this card. I feel uneasy having so much money. Oh, do you know how much money is in it? Hui Yuxuan nodded. I just checked. As she spoke, she held up the index finger of her right hand. 1 million. Hui Yuxuan shook her head. 10 million? 100 million. Okay. Du Heng looked at the bank card in his hand, feeling a little hot. It seems a bit too much. Yeah, this New Year's money is just too scary. You don't want it? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. No, it's best for the money to be with a Heng. If I want anything, you'll buy it for me. If it's with me, it'll make me feel uneasy. So it's better to give it to you. Is that right? Du Heng's lips curled up. Hui Yuxuan could still remain rational even when faced with such a huge sum of money, and she still gave the money to him. It could be said that very few people could do this. In that case, I'll keep it for you. Putting the card in his pocket, he took out his phone and opened Hui Yuxuan's Taobao account. He sent her a red envelope. After hearing the phone's notification, she opened it and laughed before she was stunned. 131-4520? Yes, I love you forever. A Heng is so silly. I just gave you the money and you send me back such a big red envelope. I've told you that I feel uneasy with so much money. Du Heng was a little embarrassed. Isn't it the new year? It's normal for me as your boyfriend to give you a red envelope, right? But this is too much. Hui Yuxuan lowered her head and started operating her phone. Soon Du Heng received a notification that Hui Yuxuan had also sent him a red envelope. He opened it and laughed. 131-4521? I love you, and only you, forever. Du Heng was charmed by Hui Yuxuan. His heart was pounding. Looking at Hui Yuxuan, he felt that their gazes were about to solidify into physical forms of love. Just at this moment, a light cough from Grandpa Du called back Du Heng's thoughts. Xiaohong, can you help Grandpa pour me a glass of water? Okay, Grandpa. After pouring a glass of water for Grandpa Du and Grandma Du, he returned to sit next to Hui Yuxuan and wrapped an arm around her shoulders with a smile. The 5 blessings game should have finished. Let's see how much we got. Okay. As expected, Du Heng wasn't disappointed. He received 1 yuan and 68 cents, while Hui Yuxuan received 1 yuan and 86 cents. At that moment, the 417 dorm group chat became lively. Wang Chong, the game's finished. The game's finished. I got 1 yuan and 2 cents. Is there anyone less than me? Hanlei, I got 2 yuan. Zhang Yang, I got 2 cents. Wang Chong, no way, so little? Zhang Yang, Lingling got even less than me. She didn't even get 1 cent because she didn't collect them all, ha 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 ha. Hanlei, the pot calling the kettle black. What's the big deal with your 2 cents? Zhang Yang, well, at least I got something. Wang Chong, how much New Year's money did your parents give you? My mom gave me 200. My grandma gave me 100, but I didn't take it. I plan to save some money for her before I go back to school. Hanlei, my mom gave me 100. Zhang Yang, my mom said I earned so much money, she didn't give me any New Year's money. Now there's a bunch of kids at my house asking Lingling for New Year's money. Wang Chong, why don't they ask you for it? Why are they asking her? After explaining the cause and effect, Zhang Yang laughed gloatingly. Her 1,000 yuan red envelope that my mom gave her is almost all gone, ha ha ha. Hanlei, idiot. The playful insults in the group chat continued. Hui Yuxuan had already received complaints from Hu Ling. My God, this is the first time I felt that children could be so annoying. What's wrong? I don't recognize a single one of these children, yet they all come running to me to ask for New Year's money. Because I don't recognize them, I'm too embarrassed not to give them something. And then, it just got out of control. A bunch of kids surrounded me, asking for New Year's money. And the worst part is I can't remember who I gave to and who I haven't. Hui Yuxuan was amused. Why are you giving them New Year's money? You're not married, and it's hard to even say if those people are actually Zhang Yang's relatives. What should I do? You already gave them the money. If you don't give it, people will definitely start talking. Just ask Zhang Yang for ideas. That's right, it's all his fault. Now I'm acting like the rich one, but it's actually him who's rich. Hu Ling was awakened by Hui Yuxuan. She squeezed out of the circle of children and ran angrily to Zhang Yang. Can't you do something about your relatives' kids? Zhang Yang looked around innocently. Those aren't my relatives' kids. I don't know any of them. Then who are they? Why are they asking me for New Year's money? Zhang Yang squinted at the dozen children in front of him. Aren't you the kid from the family next door? Instead of asking your family for New Year's money, why are you running to my house? The child ran away upon being recognized. All the children dispersed, leaving Hu Ling dumbfounded. I just gave New Year's money to the children of some random stranger? And I even thought that maybe your relatives would like me. Come on, it's the new year, big sister. You saw my relatives the day before yesterday, right? Only 2 came back. There are a total of 4 children, and they're not even here yet. Chapter 207. The 417 Red Envelope Group. Lingling had been giving out red envelopes for a long time, but it turned out that the children weren't all Zhang Yang's relatives. She said she was having an existential crisis now. All the red envelopes she gave went to people she didn't know. Hearing Hui Yuxuan's teasing, Du Heng shook his head with a smile. Those 2 are a pair of happy enemies. It's no big deal. It's just red envelopes. Yangzi won't treat her poorly. I know. Hui Yuxuan nodded. I just think it's a little funny. I'm sure Lingling's expression right now must be very interesting. It was indeed interesting. Now, she thought that everyone she saw was trying to ask her for New Year's money, with a look of a wronged woman sitting across from Zhang Yang. Yangzi was starting to get a headache looking at her. He scratched his head and tentatively asked, Lingling, are you still angry? Of course. Why shouldn't I be angry? Oh, those are just children. It's just like giving out candy. If they know you have candy, they'll definitely come running to you. Do you think I'm stupid? Children don't know anything. It must be their parents telling them to come. Of course, that's not why I'm angry. Then why? Because you didn't react at all. You didn't even think about giving me a red envelope. All the red envelopes that I gave out went to kids that I thought were your relatives. Is that all? He scratched his head, picked up his phone and transferred money to Hu Ling. The limit for red envelopes was only 200 yuan, too small. Too shabby for Yangzi in his current state. Hearing her phone's notification, Hu Ling looked down and beamed. Yangzi had sent her 3 red envelopes. One was 1314, one was 520, and the last one was 999. Although these weren't much for Yangzi right now, Hu Ling was very satisfied. Yangzi was still pulled to play cards. There was no way for him to avoid it. Hu Ling sat next to him and watched. Then, she saw Zhang Yang winning until the other 3 were doubting their lives. They were no match for him at poker. Then they started playing bullfighting, but he was still losing more than winning. It wasn't until they changed to the game of poker, a game that purely relied on luck, that Yangzi started losing money. But he only lost a little over 200 yuan. Compared to the several thousand yuan he had won, it was nothing. The group of neighbors who were originally thinking of winning money were all dumbfounded. Then they looked at Yangzi's innocent face and Hu Ling, who was watching beside him with shining eyes. Wow, were they the suckers? Back at Du Heng's house, it was still more than 2 hours until 12 a.m. Grandma Du was tired and went asleep. Grandpa Du was still watching the Spring Festival Gala. Father Du and Mother Du were bored, so they suggested playing mahjong. And so, a mahjong table was formed. Hui Yuxuan didn't know how to play at first. After Du Heng told her what kind of cards made a winning hand, she went unstoppable. Her luck was so good that she kept winning. Father and Mother Du could do nothing. Although they weren't playing for money, losing all the time was too embarrassing. Du Heng was just someone who was pulled in to make up the numbers. He didn't care about winning or losing. It was enough as long as Hui Yuxuan was happy. In the family, Grandpa Du's phone was the busiest. Although he was watching the Spring Festival Gala, the phone wouldn't stop ringing. As soon as he hung up one call, another one would ring, all wishing him a happy new year. Father Du was similar, but he had directly turned on airplane mode so no one could find him. He didn't want to either. Mother Du told him to turn on airplane mode because she didn't want him to keep picking up the phone, not even grabbing cards for the game. Du Heng's phone kept vibrating, once every so often. They were messages from old classmates and messages from their class monitor. Even a girl in his class found him through the class group chat, sent him a message, and left a message on his space. There was nothing that Du Heng could do about it. If Hui Yuxuan were to check his message board, there was a high probability she'd get jealous, because there were hundreds of thousands of messages on it, all with various hidden expressions of love. At first, he would delete them to prevent someone from pretending to be his girlfriend and scamming people for money, but he got too lazy later. The main reason was that the speed he was deleting was not as fast as people were posting. Of course, the main reason was that with so many messages, one specific message wouldn't be noticeable. And now, Q was basically not used anymore. Only the class group chat would be used occasionally to prevent any notifications from the teachers. Playing mahjong gradually became boring. It was mainly because Hui Yuxuan kept winning, and because they weren't playing for money, it didn't feel like anything. Taking Hui Yuxuan back to the sofa, he noticed that the class group chat was urging people to send red envelopes. There was also a new group invitation. It was sent by Yangzi. Without hesitation, he joined the group. Do Gu, bring your sister-in-law in. We're giving out red envelopes. Okay. There was nothing more to say. This could be said to be an indispensable part of celebrating the new year now. One of the reasons Mother Du didn't want Father Du to look at his phone was that the family group chat kept asking them to send red envelopes. It's not about having too little, but about having unevenness. There were so many relatives. If you send 100 yuan, they'll think you're stingy. After all, you're so rich. If you send more, people wouldn't be satisfied because some people might not get anything. The 417 red envelope group consisted of the entire 417 dorm and their 3 girlfriends. Wang Miao, who is going to send a red envelope? Wang Chong, anyone can send. Who's going first? Han Lei, don't look at me. I'm the poorest one here. Wang Chong, lying. You get a lot of money each month. And you don't even have a girlfriend. Am I not poorer than you? Wang Miao, that's right. Han Lei didn't send any more messages, obviously not wanting to continue arguing. At this time, the class group chat was quite lively with red envelopes. The class counselor sent a red envelope for 200 yuan. It was all snatched up in 2 seconds. There were only 20 red envelopes. The one who received the most got 21 yuan. Looking at it, it was Han Lei. Some students who liked joining in on the fun also started sending red envelopes, but the amounts were much smaller. Some sent as little as 1 cent, and only one person could receive it. Du Hong tried to snatch a few times, but he couldn't snatch it away from these people, so he simply stopped looking at that group. He went to the 417 red envelope group and looked at it before shaking his head, sending a red envelope. Zhang Yang received your red envelope. Han Lei received your red envelope. Your red envelope was all snatched within 1 second. The best luck recipient was Han Lei. His red envelope had 5 slots, with a total of 200 yuan. After looking at how much everyone received, Han Lei received the most, receiving 101 yuan. Yangzi only got 2 yuan. Hui Yuxuan didn't receive anything. Zhang Yang, damn, really? I only got 2 yuan, and Lei got 101 yuan. Han Lei, keep going. Tonight I'm the red envelope prince. If you count it, I've snatched almost 300 yuan tonight alone. Yangzi didn't believe it. He sent a red envelope with only 1 spot. It was snatched up instantly. He didn't even have a chance to click on it. Looking at it, it was still Han Lei who received it. That's too much, Lei. How are you cheating and snatching red envelopes? Chapter 208, End of Break. Snatching red envelopes, there would always be people who were happy and people who were worried. Hui Yuxuan didn't receive a single red envelope. That Du Hong sent. She received a few yuan from the red envelopes that Zhang Yang sent. This made Du Hong, who was sitting next to her, curious. Why don't you snatch the red envelopes that I sent? Hui Yuxuan blinked her watery eyes, tilting her head and laughing. Because I'm your fiancé. If I don't snatch them, I'll be unhappy. If I do, snatch them, but don't receive as much as they do, I'll still be unhappy. So it's better not to snatch them at all, so I won't be unhappy. Du Hong never would have thought that that would be the reason. He thought Hui Yuxuan was just too slow to receive them. He gently scratched her nose and picked up his phone, sending her a series of red envelopes of 99.99. This time, she didn't refuse. After receiving them one by one, she leaned close to Du Heng's face and kissed him, happily running off to snatch the red envelopes that Hu Ling sent. Sending so many red envelopes only for a kiss on the face wasn't enough. He nudged her arm, pointing at his lips, and raised an eyebrow at her. Hui Yuxuan lowered her head and said shyly, "Grandpa is still here." Just as she finished speaking, Grandpa Du coughed lightly and stood up from the sofa. He patted his back and walked away, muttering to himself, "I'm getting old. If I don't sleep early, I won't be able to keep up." "Grandpa, are you going to sleep?" "Yes, your grandma is probably already asleep. If I sleep now, I won't snore and bother her. Otherwise, she'll complain about me again in the morning." Du Hong watched Grandpa Du walk into the first-floor bedroom, before he turned to Hui Yuxuan, raised his eyebrow, not saying anything, and just pointed at his lips. Everything was understood without words. Mom and Dad are still here. Just as she finished speaking, Mother Du slapped Father Du's thigh. I'm sleepy. I'm going upstairs to sleep. But I still want to watch TV for a while. I'm going now. I'm going now. Wife, do you want me to warm the bed for you first? I'll warm it with you. Okay. With the light bulbs all gone, Du Hong raised his eyebrow at Hui Yuxuan again. If you're afraid of getting interrupted, why don't we go back to our room first? Hui Yuxuan's face turned slightly red. She gave Du Hong an angry glare, leaned forward and gave him a light kiss, then stood up and ran upstairs, slipping into Du Hong's room. Du Hong shook his head. His lips curled up. He straightened up from the sofa, adjusted his clothes, before slowly walking upstairs, entering the room and closing the door. After some time of cuddling with Hui Yuxuan, they continued to snatch red envelopes in the 417 red envelope group. They also played a game of charades, where whoever couldn't answer would send a red envelope, but they weren't allowed to snatch it themselves. The time got closer and closer to midnight. Many people had already written their messages and were ready to send them to their desired recipients as soon as the clock struck 12. And that was the time when the internet speed was the slowest and the signals were the worst. Sending messages was slow enough, but they could also fail. Because of the slow internet speed, the red envelope group gradually quieted down. Du Hong had already started playing a two-person game with Hui Yuxuan. Yangzi and Hu Ling were doing the same. Wang Chong was among the large group of people waiting. He wanted to send a message to Wang Miao at midnight. For this, he didn't even try to snatch the red envelopes in other groups. As soon as it hit 12 o'clock, he clicked send, but a circle kept spinning. It just wouldn't send. When he finally sent it, he looked at the time and it was already 3 minutes past. Damn! Helpless, he could only express this heartfelt praise. Fortunately, Wang Miao sent a reply. She hadn't slept yet. The two chatted for a while and expressed their longing for each other through the screen, before going to sleep. Many people fell asleep while waiting on New Year's Eve. When they woke up the next day, they were filled with regret and wouldn't come out from under their blankets until they were pulled out by their families to go wish people a happy new year. The first day to the third day of the new year were the busiest days, going everywhere to wish people happy new year. Du Heng's family was fine. It was Hui Yuxuan's family that he had to follow as they wished people happy new year. His family members would just come to their home, so they didn't have to go out at all. They were done wishing happy new year on the first day. On the sixth day of the new year, Du Hong returned to the dorm. The weather was nice that day. He came early to take all of the dorm members' blankets out to be aired. Otherwise, not having been used for half a month, the blankets and sheets would be a little damp. It was 9 a.m. Not many people had come back to school yet. Du Hong took all the blankets directly to the racks used for airing blankets and clothes next to the dorm building. It took him several trips to carry all the blankets and sheets out. When he returned to the dorm, Han Lei had already arrived. He was stuffing clothes into his wardrobe. The school bag on his desk was bulging. It was unknown what kind of good things he brought back. Oh, Du-gu, you came so early? Did you take the blankets out to air? Du Hong nodded with a smile. I just took all the blankets and sheets out. Thanks. Han Lei smiled, pulling open the bag on his desk and taking out several red plastic convenience bags. He opened them and placed them on the table. Here, try some of the things my family fried this year. Du Hong took a look. There were peanuts, fried dough twists, deep-fried thin twists, and lotus root slices. They were coated with a lot of crushed peanuts, and the outside was covered with a layer of flour. He picked up a piece of lotus root and took a bite. It was surprisingly delicious. He couldn't help giving it a thumbs up. This tastes good. Did your family make this? Han Lei nodded proudly. My grandma made it. She's getting old, and her legs haven't been very good these last 2 years. I don't know how many more times I'll be able to eat them. I've been eating these since I was little. They're my favorite. Du Hong finished eating a few bites and took 2 more out of his pocket. Some things can't be bought in the city even if you have money. And when the older generation passes away, these things will no longer be available. Yeah, so I brought some for you guys to try as well. Han Lei pushed up his glasses, smiling. What about your sister-in-law? She's preparing for her teacher qualification exam in the library's study hall. I'd just be bothering her if I were next to her. Han Lei revealed a smile that all men understood. raising his eyebrows at Du Hong. The latter's lips twitched, and he immediately felt that the snacks in his hand weren't so delicious anymore. He went back to his seat, sat down, and opened his computer. He had created a lot of game content at home during the winter break. He planned to work hard and get out an episode today. Actually, the main reason was that he hadn't released an episode during the break. Luckily, he didn't look at his private messages. Otherwise, he'd be touched to tears by his fans. Wang Chung arrived at 10 a.m., similar to Han Lei. He was carrying a bulging bag and dragging a small suitcase. The difference was that his chin seemed to have gotten rounder. But since he was wearing a padded jacket, you couldn't tell if he had gained weight. When Zhang Yang arrived, it truly shocked everyone in the dorm. "Who are you? You came to the wrong dorm, right?" "I'm Zhang Yang." "Liar. Yangzi is as thin as a ghost." "You're not. You're just jealous of my beauty." Chapter 209. Love Me Every Moment. The others actually knew it was Yangzi. They were just teasing him. "You must have gained at least 10 pounds after going home for the new year, right?" Faced with Han Lei's question, Zhang Yang chuckled and nodded. The dorm had turned on the air conditioning. He took off his coat, revealing a thermal underlayer. He rolled up his sleeve, showing off his arm. At home, every meal is chicken soup with rice. Every meal has meat. It's hard not to gain weight. The other's lips twitched. This guy was good at pretending. "If I remember correctly, Hu Ling was at your house the entire winter break, right?" "Yeah, why?" "You ate chicken soup with rice every meal. What about her? Did she also gain 10 pounds? Mentioning this, Yangzi was even more excited. He shook his head, held up his right index finger, and chuckled. Not only did Ling Ling not gain weight, she actually lost 3 pounds. Really? Eating chicken soup with rice every meal and still lose weight? Is that chicken soup just water? If it's only water, then why did I gain weight? How would I know? Tisk, you're just jealous." Han Lei was left speechless by what he said. He shook his head and went back to his seat, picking up a lotus root slice to eat. "Huh? Where are my blankets? Damn, even my sheets are gone. Yours are too. Did someone break into the dorm?" "Silly child. Du-gu took our blankets and sheets out to air." Du-gu is awesome. Besides the social practice report, universities don't have winter or summer vacation homework. So students would continue their daily habits as soon as they returned to school. In other words, they'd play games, watch videos, read novels, or go out with friends to eat, drink, and have fun. The weather was great today. Many people went out to play with their friends after returning to school. However, when the next morning came and they had to get up to go to their major classes, many people were either late or skipped class. The classes were chosen during the winter break. Other than some elective classes that were changed, the other major classes and public basic classes didn't change. These were classes that were taken together within the same major. They were already inputted into the schedule when they were selected. Of course, if the times conflicted, they could drop the class and select another class, as long as they completed the credits. The basketball class they selected last semester, they obviously couldn't choose again this semester. Du Hong and Hua Yuxuan selected a badminton class together, and the class location was right outside the basketball class's court. Du Hong, who was used to getting up early, obviously wouldn't be late. Before he left, he pushed Yangzi, who wasn't even woken up by Little Apple, which was playing loudly. The latter didn't move at all. He was sound asleep. Who knows how late he was reading his novels last night. Anyways, Du Hong noticed that his phone was still on when he got up to use the bathroom at midnight. By then, it was already past 3 a.m. After 2 major classes were over, because it was the first day, the teacher would definitely call roll, but Yangzi didn't come. It wasn't just him. There were several others in the class who didn't come. A few people asked for a leave of absence, but without an absence slip. They just asked a roommate to tell the teacher. The strict major class teacher wouldn't accept that and marked those students as absent. However, next to Yangzi's name, there was a checkmark, indicating that he was there. After class, the 3 walked out of the classroom, heading towards their next class. Why didn't Yangzi come to class? What time did he go to sleep last night? At least after 3 a.m. He'll have to ask for his own blessings. He went too far. But, did the teacher not call his name during roll call? Did he not call his name? I wasn't paying attention. He called it, right? I don't remember. Oh well, why should we care? He has recommendations for graduate school. The teacher likes him so much. He wouldn't let him fail. That's true. That's true. What class do you guys have next? I have a film class. Huh? What's a film class? This elective class is called film art. I saw on the campus forum that everyone said the class was just watching movies. It's only 8 weeks long. You just need to write a 1,000-word essay at week 8 to pass. Damn, why didn't you tell us about such an easy class? We all choose our classes individually, and I only managed to snatch the last slot. There are only 40 people in this class. Okay, my next class is English. I have to rush over to the South Teaching Building. I'm leaving first. After he finished speaking, Wang Chong ran off. I'm going too. Do you guys want to eat together at noon? Do go? My next class is the badminton class with Yuxuan. I should eat with her. Okay, I'm leaving first. After separating from Han Lei, Du Heng arrived at the badminton class location. There were already a lot of people gathering there in the North Gymnasium. Du Heng noticed some people who had brought their own badminton rackets. He was only carrying a book with him. Other than that, he didn't have anything else. Oh, and a phone. After looking around and not seeing Hui Yuxuan, he hesitated for a moment before going to the corner and taking out his phone to send her a message. Where are you? Hui Yuxuan replied with a voice message. After listening to it, he found out she was still on the way. Her first 2 classes were in the South Teaching Building, which was very far from the North Gymnasium. Don't run too fast. It's okay if you're a little late. I'm almost there. He could clearly hear that Hui Yuxuan was panting. She must have been running all the way here. The bell rang for class. The teacher was a woman wearing a knee-length down jacket. She blew a whistle and yelled, "Gather." The students in the field all walked to in front of the teacher and formed a line. Du Heng looked toward the entrance. Just at this time, a beautiful figure appeared. She had one hand on her waist, and white mist was coming out of her mouth and nose. She looked inside, and then ran over, going straight to Du Heng and standing next to him. Don't talk yet. Let me catch my breath. Hui Yuxuan swallowed hard, nodding. Her breathing was still a little rough. The physical education teacher took out a list and started calling names. Soon, Du Heng heard his name. After saying that he was here, he looked at Hui Yuxuan, who, after catching her breath a few times, was already doing much better. If it doesn't work, then just drop this class and change to another one. If you tell Principal Huar, he should be able to talk to the other physical education teachers. Otherwise, you'll have to run so far every time. Hui Yuxuan shook her head, her eyes very bright. There aren't many opportunities to take classes with a Heng. Other than physical education class, there's only English class. Next semester, when I'm a junior, there won't even be any English classes. And running can help me exercise. That was clearly just making excuses, but Hui Yuxuan's feelings touched Du Heng, and he couldn't bear it. Or, you can talk to the teacher about the situation. You can come a little later next time. Just walk here. There's no need to run. I won't. Hui Yuxuan shook her head again. Coming late by a minute means spending a minute less in class with a Heng. I want to come earlier. Why do you have to do this? Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly. Because I want a Heng to love me every moment. Du Heng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gently scratched her nose. I already love you every moment. Then love me even more. Okay. More love, more love. Chapter 210. The Bored Couple. On Saturday morning, Yangzi finished his makeup exam, returned to the dorm, and started bragging. When the scores came out, they didn't disappoint him either. Because it was a makeup exam, regardless of how many points you got, you'd only get 60 points. But for him, as long as he passed, it was fine. Hui Yuxuan had gone to get her teacher qualification confirmed, and she had gone with Hu Ling. Du Heng and Zhang Yang rarely had nothing to do on the weekend, and were still in the dorm. Han Lei had gone to study in the library a long time ago. The final exam last semester was a big blow to him. Only when compared to Yangzi and Wang Chong did he still have a bit of confidence. But he didn't know how he got the class GPA ranking and found that he was only in the middle. Du Heng was in the top 10 of the class. That kind of grade was far from enough to apply for graduate school. So, as soon as the semester started, he strictly demanded of himself, strictly following all of his plans. He had ridden his little electric scooter to the library very early in the morning. The bored Yangzi went to the forum. Then, he saw a post that had been pinned. Huh? There's someone this impressive? What's wrong? Du Heng, who was playing zombies, didn't turn around. He asked casually, who's impressive? An anonymous post on the campus forum exposed a female student. It even came with a video, but they don't know if this student is even from our school. What happened? She's pregnant. She doesn't have money for an abortion. Her boyfriend dumped her. She went to the hospital, begging the doctors to give her a free abortion. Otherwise, her whole life would be ruined. The doctor didn't want to at first, but he later helped her perform the abortion. Then guess what? She regretted it? No, it's even more ridiculous. She actually blamed the doctor for taking away her child. She wanted the doctor to compensate her, and she even threatened him with a knife. It's so funny. Du-hong was also speechless. Why are there still people like this? It's a real-life version of the farmer and the snake. Yeah, the doctor kindly helped her perform the operation for free, but she turned around and bit him, demanding compensation. If it weren't for the fact that they had surveillance cameras the entire time, the doctor would be in big trouble. It's normal for medical disputes to happen, but if it's because of this reason, then that female student is just too cunning. She's really scary. Is she from our school? I don't know. It didn't say here. The video is also pixelated. You can't see what the girl looks like. Du-hong nodded and didn't continue asking. News like this was just something you'd listen to for fun, and you'd forget about it soon after. There's also another post that said his family wanted him to join the army, but he didn't want to go. He's asking us to give him ideas. Why do they want him to join the army? And why doesn't he want to go? They didn't say. Then what's there to talk about? If you don't know the cause and effect, how can you give ideas? If it really doesn't work, then just break your leg with a stick. That way you can't join the army. One and done. How great. Brilliant. The two chatted without much thought, and time passed quickly. The sky gradually darkened. Du-hong felt like his eyes were terribly dry. Yangzi closed the forum, opened his computer, logged into a game, and took out his phone to read novels. It had been like that for the entire afternoon. He quit the game, stretched, and stood up. After doing a few stretches, he saw Yangzi staring at his phone without moving, occasionally clicking on the screen. His lips were also curling up every now and then. It was unknown what novel he was reading. He walked over and took a look. Yangzi felt someone behind him and turned around. What's wrong? What are you looking at so seriously? Online novel. Cultivation? System? Neither. The protagonist in this one is a super tycoon like you. He has a roommate also named Zhongyang, same as my name. It's an urban story without a system. Really? What's the name of the book? I'll take a look too. The Sweet Daily Life of Me and the Hidden Campus Belle by September. Okay, I'll take a look. You can read it on Tomato Novels. It's free. You can pay to remove ads. Okay. They ordered 2 takeout meals. He ordered a pizza and 2 cups of original milk tea for Hua Yuxuan. She and Hu Ling wouldn't be able to come back tonight. Time passed quickly while reading novels. Before long, the takeout was delivered. It wasn't very convenient to read a novel while eating, so Du-hong started watching a live stream instead. His favorite League of Legends player, The Shy, was streaming today. He entered the stream, listened to his broken Chinese, and watched his sharp and smooth gameplay. With a swipe of his hand, he sent 100 super rockets. September Carp sent a super rocket X100. Oh, Carp Boss is here? Damn, the Carp Boss has appeared. The #1 fan is here. Actually, there were already on-screen notifications when Du-hong entered, because his level in the stream was level 40. He didn't remember how much money he'd spent on gifts. He was also too lazy to calculate anything. He just knew that this player was someone he liked, and that was enough. Thank you. Thank you for Carp's gifts, thank you. When the #1 fan appeared, The Shy, no matter how aloof he was, still greeted him with a smile. He then continued to focus on his match. Soon, he had forced the enemy Rengar to camp under the second turret, not daring to come out. It was the kind of show your face and die situation. Oh, you not coming? If you don't come, the turret is going down. You really not coming? Did he AFK? Did he leave the game? Okay, he successfully forced the Rengar to quit the game. The enemy's mentality had exploded. The Fiora, leading his team, quickly secured the victory with crushing advantages. After the match was over, he started playing Fall Guys. Du-hong took a few glances and then turned off the live stream. He was done eating. He turned back and noticed that Zhongyang was holding his lunchbox and standing behind him. When he saw that he turned off the stream, he called out, Don't turn it off. Just keep watching for a little longer. I haven't finished eating yet. Can't you watch on your own computer? Your computer is better. Unable to resist Yangzi, Du Hong turned on the shy stream again. At the moment, he was still playing Fall Guys, with his mouth happily crooked. Do Gu also like Shy Gu? Yeah. Du Hong nodded. He's the most courageous and capable professional player in my eyes. When did Du Gu start following him? I started following him when he joined Wii. He was amazing at playing Riven. I also really liked Riven before. Zhang Yang nodded. I started liking this player after IG won the S8 finals in 2018. The Godly Descent and the Angelic Descent. It has to be said, very few dare to play like that. The Aatrox was nerfed because of him. Callista was also nerfed because of him. The reason was that he rampaged the top lane. What's funny is, before him, no one used Callista in the top lane. This nerf is a blatant attack on him. This goes to show how strong he was. Then Du Gu, you're so rich. Do you have a chance to take us to play a few games with him? You want to play games with him? He's my idol. Aren't you afraid that you'll cause him a brain hemorrhage with your gameplay? Chapter 211, Class Team Building Activity. Hui Yuxuan finally received her teaching certificate. At the end of February, the results for the English Band 4 exam came out. Du Hong glanced at his, then tossed it aside. Nothing to see there. It was a guaranteed pass anyway. Damn it. Yang Zi cursed loudly after checking his score, drawing a curious look from Han Lei. He leaned in to peek at the phone and burst out laughing. The passing score is 425, and you got 424? Ha 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 ha, that's brutal. What's so funny? What did you get? I got 510. At that moment, Wang Chong weakly raised his hand and said, I got 425. I barely passed, but I passed, ha ha. Yang Zi, grumbling and cursing, went off to complain to Hu Ling. Han Lei pushed up his glasses. He hadn't heard Du Hong report his score, so he asked, curious, Hey Du Ji, what did you get? Passed. 425 is passing, and 500 is passing. What exactly did you get? 600 plus. Whoa, really? That high? 600 plus could be 601 or 699. How much exactly? Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't wanted to brag, so why were they forcing him to? 691. Unreachable. Goodbye. That score was terrifying. The full score was only 710, and he got 691. Although it didn't mean much, the achievement was just too exaggerated. Du Ji. Han Lei leaned close to Du Hong, who was focused on editing a video, and said seriously, Be honest, were you burning the midnight oil when we didn't know? No, I wasn't. Du Hong shook his head. I don't have time to burn the midnight oil. Besides, a degree isn't worth that to me. Then how are your grades so good? Your final exam scores last semester were also high. We never see you study. So how did you get in the top 10 of the class? If your English hadn't dragged you down, you could have gotten in the top 3. Are you talking about the GPA? That stuff is meaningless to me. I don't care about it. As for why my grades are good. He stroked his chin, thinking. After a long while, unable to figure it out, he could only shrug helplessly and say, Maybe it's because my brain works better? High IQ. Unreachable. Goodbye. There's a type of academic overachiever that is simply unreasonable. Others spend hours in the library, stay up late studying, and get their scores through hard work. Meanwhile, he sleeps in class, plays games after school, hangs out with his girlfriend, yet his grades are better. How infuriating. Han Lei felt like he was the most affected in dorm 417. He even began to doubt whether something was wrong with his brain, whether he was just plain stupid. Du Ji, did you have a lot of private tutors in middle and high school? I had tutors for piano, violin, and dance. What about academics? You didn't have any private one-on-one academic tutors? That was like his last straw. He desperately wanted to hear Du Hong say yes, so he could feel a little better. But his wish wasn't granted. Du Hong shook his head. No. My grades in middle and high school were always top-notch in class. My parents didn't care about my studies either. It didn't matter if I didn't do homework. He was defeated. Completely defeated. He was just short of kneeling and shouting 3 times, Big boss, you're awesome. Du Ji got into Jean City University on his own merit. He must be really good. I know. Han Lei was on the verge of tears. I just didn't expect him to be this amazing. Winter slowly passed, and spring quietly arrived. Grass grew and birds soared. In the city, it was mostly evergreen trees, so there wasn't much visible change, but the increasing number of insects in the air and the gradually lighter clothing were all signs of the arrival of spring. University life was colorful, but also boring. If it had been novel in the beginning, after a semester plus 2 months of university life, more and more people were staying in their dorms, and there were more and more people skipping classes and arriving late. Han Lei was still going to the study hall. Whether he was constantly being discouraged was one thing. Whether he persisted in his own beliefs was another. It was now Friday evening. The class monitor had announced on Monday that there would be a class team-building activity this week at a very secluded scenic spot in Jean City, where they could enjoy the scenery and have a picnic. Can we bring family members? Class monitor Wu Lixiang shook his head. This is a class activity. If you bring family members, you won't get to know the other classmates. Can I not go then? It's meant to be an opportunity to get to know your classmates better. It's been more than a semester. How many people in the class do you know? Zhang Yang shook his head. Besides my dorm mates and you, the class monitor. Oh, and the female class monitor. I don't know anyone. That's outrageous. Can't you make a little social progress? Stop staying in your dorm. I know the teacher has already given you the graduate school recommendation, but even graduate students need to socialize. Then, how do we get there? There will be a bus picking us up at the West Gate tomorrow morning. Can I drive myself? Theoretically, you can, but it's tiring. The drive is an hour and a half long. Wang Chong couldn't take it anymore. He walked over and glared at Yang Zi. Why do you have so many questions? Look at Du Ji. He hasn't said a word. Yang Zi pursed his lips and didn't say anything more. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Du Hong, who was about to text Hui Yuxuan to say he wouldn't go to the team-building activity and would take her to the park tomorrow, looked at the message he had already written. After hesitating for a few seconds, he deleted it and sent a different message. There's a class team-building activity tomorrow, so I can't take you to the park. Hui Yuxuan replied quickly, It's okay. We also have a team-building event tomorrow. Where will you guys be? It's somewhere in the suburbs. I didn't pay attention. I just know we're going by bus. Okay, then have fun tomorrow. Don't run around. Stay with Hu Ling, and be careful. Okay, you too. After sending the message, he put down his phone, turned to Wu Lixiang, and asked, What time will we be back tomorrow? In the afternoon. What are we eating for lunch? We're having a picnic there. We can either do barbecue or cook our own food. It's a bit expensive, though, and we don't know if anyone can cook. Du Hong nodded. They had paid 100 yuan in class fees before. There had not been any collective activities until now. This team-building event didn't ask for additional money, so the class fee was likely covering the cost. What time do we leave tomorrow morning? The bus will leave at 7, so be there before 7. That was a bit early, but not a problem for Du Hong, who was used to getting up early. Yang Zi, on the other hand, began to complain again. So early. It's so cold in the morning. Why can't we leave at 9? It's an hour and a half drive from the school to there. If we leave at 9, we won't have time in the morning. Then why can't we just not go? How do we get back to the beginning again? Chapter 212, A Classmate Confesses. The next morning, a reluctant Yang Zi was dragged out of bed, washed up, ate breakfast, and went straight to the West Gate. When they arrived at the West Gate, they found that there were a full 10 buses parked outside the gate on the square. There were also a few more parked on the roadside. It was clear that there were more than 2 classes going on outings today. So many buses. Which one is ours? Yeah, and I don't see anyone from our class. Did we get here too early? Du Hong checked the time. It was 6:30. It was indeed a bit early. The bus doors were all closed, and he didn't see Wu Lixiang anywhere. Just then, the sharp-eyed Han Lei spotted a small whiteboard on the windshield of a bus in the middle that said, Computer Science Class 1. That must be our bus over there. Which one? That one. The one with the sign that says Computer Science Class 1. They went to the bus and found someone in the driver's seat, who was presumably the driver. Seeing them approach, the driver opened the bus door and let them on. Yang Zi raised his foot to go up, but Han Lei stopped him. Wait, this might not be the right one. Let's check the license plate and ask the class monitor. With that, he walked to the front of the bus, took a photo of the license plate, and sent it to the class group, tagging the class monitor and asking, "Is this the right bus?" "Yes, the license plate matches." "You guys are here?" "Yes. I'll be there soon. You guys get on first." The few of them got on the bus and waited for a few minutes before a stream of students got on, and the bus became noisy. Du-hong put on his Bluetooth headphones, listened to music, and leaned back in his seat, idly looking out the window. There were quite a few girls in the bus next to them, all dressed to the nines. After all, it was a class activity. Even if they didn't usually wear makeup, they would put on lipstick and eyeliner today. Just then, near the back, two girls took their seats. One sitting by the window caught Du-hong's attention. She looked out, and when she noticed someone looking at her, she looked over. Their eyes met, and the girl waved to Du-hong, blew a kiss, and smiled beautifully. Du-hong didn't expect the bus next door to be Hua Yuxuan's class. He smiled back at Hua Yuxuan and quickly typed a message on his phone. "Your hair clip is really pretty. When did you buy it?" Hua Yuxuan had been looking in his direction. When her phone lit up, she picked it up and saw the message. Her face lit up with an absolutely beautiful smile. She had just gotten her nails done in a semi-transparent water droplet style. "I bought it online. It just arrived yesterday. Is it pretty?" "It is. Your hairstyle is great today, too. It's good as long as Ahung likes it. The bus is about to leave. See you tonight." "See you tonight." When he raised his head, Hua Yuxuan was waving at him, and her bus was slowly backing up. Du-hong raised his hand, waved back at her, and used his right thumb and index finger to make a heart shape. She giggled, blew a kiss, and the reflection on the glass obscured her later actions. That bus left. Wu Lixiang ran from the front to the back, counted the number of people, and after confirming that everyone was on board, told the driver. The driver slowly backed out of the school gates and headed towards their destination. Zhang Yang was sitting next to him. This guy had been very excited before they left, but as soon as the bus started moving, he fell asleep with his head lolled back. If you were close enough, you could even hear his light snore. Du-hong had his headphones on, and since he was already looking out the window, he didn't notice the two girls sitting in the row behind them. One of them was winking and nudging her friend. "Dodo, isn't this a great opportunity for you to make a move? Zhang Yang is sleeping, and no one else is paying attention." The girl called Dodo was only a little over 5 feet tall, with a petite and cute appearance, a round face, big eyes, and a particularly noticeable area. Her face was flushed red, and her heart was beating fast. Her friend's encouragement had given her courage for a moment, but when she leaned forward and saw Du-hong looking out the window with his head tilted, she lost her nerve and sat back down. I can't say it." "Oh, come on. How can you do that? You left a message on his social media, but he didn't even read it. He's tall and handsome, and I heard that he's a rich second generation. Many girls in the class are interested in him, but they think too highly of themselves to chase him." Dodo lowered her head, her mind in a mess. Her face was already bright red, and her ears were burning, even though she hadn't said or done anything. "But I heard he has a girlfriend, and she's very beautiful." "That's not the point. So what if he has a girlfriend? So what if she's beautiful? Girlfriends can be changed, and you're beautiful too. Now, guys all like petite, lowly types like you, and you're so big yet lack confidence. Then what am I supposed to do?" Dodo's face turned redder. She lowered her head and gripped the edges of her clothes, looking very conflicted. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. I think Qianfei has also fallen for Du-hong. Her roommates are all encouraging her to confess. Today, she will likely use the class activity to get close to Du-hong, and then you'll have even fewer chances." "Ah, the class monitor likes Du-hong too? Then, do I not have a chance?" "Oh, but now is your chance. You need to seize it. If you confess earlier than the class monitor, you'll have a greater chance. Believe in yourself." Dodo nodded, raised her head, took a few deep breaths, stood up, leaned on the back of the seat in front, and gently nudged Du-hong on the shoulder. Du-hong turned his head around. When he saw a girl smiling at him, her face a little red, he took off his headphones and asked, smiling, "What's up?" Dodo stuttered again. She was too shy and couldn't bring herself to say it. Her friend stood up in frustration, glaring at her and then turning to Du-hong with a smile. "Dodo likes you." This confession was too sudden. Du-hong wasn't prepared at all. He scratched his head awkwardly, while Dodo lowered her head, blushing, and didn't dare look at him. I have a girlfriend. Dodo gave a soft and then flopped back into her seat. Her hands were clutching at her clothes again. Her heart was beating fast, and her thoughts were all over the place. Her friend shook her head in exasperation and also sat back down. Why don't you say anything else? This way, he won't understand your feelings. Dodo shook her head without saying anything. At that moment, Wu Lixiang ran to the front with a microphone in his hand and started speaking. Hello, everyone. It was quiet. Almost no one responded except a few girls at the front who smiled at him, which kept him from being too embarrassed. It's so boring just sitting on the bus to the scenic spot. How about we have some activities? Still, no one paid him any attention, but he didn't seem embarrassed. He continued, I have a small pillow here. Later, it will be passed from the front to the back. When I say stop, whoever has the pillow has to perform. How's that? No. Damn it. Why weren't you saying anything earlier? Chapter 213, Truth or Dare. Many people hadn't even figured out what was happening when a pillow was tossed into their hands. These students were all wearing headphones and had the volume turned up high. Wu Lixiang, facing away from them, was counting. Anyone who took off their headphones and thought about it for a moment would realize what was happening. So the game continued. Wu Lixiang kept counting and didn't stop until the pillow reached the middle. Suddenly, he said, Stop. The girl who had caught the pillow raised it, about to pass it back. She hadn't even moved when she was told to stop. However, she was an outgoing girl who had even danced in front of the class during military training. The class monitor handed her the microphone and said, smiling, sing a song, dance, tell a joke, or imitate an animal. Anything is fine. The girl thought for a few seconds and then said, It's too cramped to dance. I'll tell a joke. Okay, please begin your performance. One day, a girlfriend was complaining to her boyfriend. So-and-so's boyfriend bought her a diamond necklace. We've been dating for so many years. What have you bought me? The boyfriend smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Soon, I'll buy you a luxury beach villa, a sports car, and jewelry. The girlfriend smiled and shook her head. Silly, robbing a bank is illegal. I'm done. But the bus was completely silent. The girl sitting next to her reached over and tugged at her clothes, signaling her to sit down. The girl was a little embarrassed. She thought her joke wasn't funny, but that wasn't the case. The main reason was that everyone's attention was not on her at all. They didn't care for her joke, which was why it was so quiet now. Wu Lixiang chuckled awkwardly and continued the game. This time he learned his lesson. He stopped the passing right after it began. He turned around and realized that the girl who had just told a joke was looking at him with resentment. She was still holding the pillow, about to pass it back. Why is it still with you? How should I know you would stop so quickly? Well, there's no helping that. Perform. Woof woof woof, done. Such were the rules. Wu Lixiang couldn't say anything, and she had already performed twice. The game continued, and this time Wu Lixiang stopped for a long time. The pillow was passed quickly from the left side of the bus to the right, and soon it reached Dodo's friend. Her friend, as if she wanted to tease her, held the pillow in her hand and refused to give it to her. Just then, Wu Lixiang suddenly yelled, Stop! Her friend immediately tossed the pillow to her hands. Wu Lixiang had just turned around. Dodo immediately stood up, wanting to toss the pillow forward, but seeing Du Heng looking out the window with his head tilted, she hesitated. She was caught. Come on, begin your performance. Her face was as red as an apple. Her figure was petite, and she lowered her head, stammering and unsure what to say. Luckily, her seat was blocking her from view, so others couldn't see her. Imitate an animal, tell a joke, sing a song, or dance. If you can't do any of those, then truth or dare. I'll ask, you answer. Dodo was still silent. Wu Lixiang smiled, then I'll choose for you. Truth or dare it is. Just answer my question. Dodo hesitated and nodded. Ask away. I'll ask a simple one. Do you have a boyfriend? Dodo shook her head, blushing. Wu Lixiang chuckled and said, Guys, don't blame me for not reminding you. I've helped you find a single girl here. Whether you can seize the chance is up to you. You should ask her what kind of guy she likes, so we can take our places. That's true. Wu Lixiang nodded. Then I'll add another question. What kind of guy do you like? Hey, why does she have to answer two questions? Her friend was displeased. Dodo already answered one question, and her punishment is done. You can't ask anymore. Okay, then I won't ask anymore. Wu Lixiang shook his head and turned back to the front. So, the game continues. 1. Stop. It was that move again. Dodo hadn't even figured out how to gently pass the pillow to Du Hong before she was caught again. She stood there, face bright red. Haha, it's you again. Can you answer now? That's unfair. You're clearly doing this on purpose. Her friend was unhappy. She tugged at Dodo's sleeve, signaling her to sit down and ignore him. But Dodo shook her head. A bet's a bet. I like guys who are sunny and cheerful, tall, handsome, and gentle. Oh, interestingly, the girls were mostly sitting in the front, while the guys were mostly in the back. Dodo and her friend were sitting there in order to get close to Du Hong. After hearing Dodo's answer, the guys all cheered, making Dodo blush and sit back down. Wu Lixiang scratched his hair and laughed, tapping his chest. Oh, why do you have to be so indirect? You can say you like guys like me. Yeah, right. Wu Lixiang was just teasing. He was trying hard to liven up the atmosphere in the bus. When a cute, lowly-type girl shared her honest thoughts, there were still many guys in the class who were willing to play along. Okay, the game continues. Wu Lixiang returned to the front, faced away from the class, and began counting 1, 2, 3. Dodo stood up, nudged Du Heng's shoulder, and when he turned to look at her, she smiled and handed the pillow to him. Then, she pointed to the still sleeping Yang Zi and said, "Keep passing it on." Du Heng nodded, took off one headphone, took the pillow, listened to Wu Lixiang count, glanced at the still sleeping Yang Zi. Mischief took over. He wanted to mess with him. So he held the pillow in his hand, waiting for Wu Lixiang to say stop. As Wu Lixiang continued to count, Du Heng's mouth slowly curved into a smile. People in front waited for a long time without the pillow moving forward. They glanced back and chuckled. It seemed that he wasn't the only one feeling this way. Stop. When Du Heng heard Wu Lixiang say stop, he immediately stuffed the pillow into Yang Zi's arms, and then turned his head to look out the window. However, what he didn't see was that Yang Zi didn't wake up. He subconsciously pushed away the thing on his body, and the pillow fell to the ground, coincidentally at Du Heng's feet. Wu Lixiang came over and nudged Du Heng, who was pretending to look out the window. He pointed to the pillow at his feet, grinning. Du Ji, you got caught. Damn it. Singing, dancing, telling a joke, or imitating an animal. None of that for you. You can go straight to truth or dare. I'll ask, you answer. Are you even human? If, and I mean if, your girlfriend was in our class, who would you choose to be your girlfriend? Chapter 2:14. I choose Yang Zi. This was a question designed to lead to disaster. Setting aside the consequences of his answer, just by looking at the bright eyes staring at him, he knew that if he chose a certain girl, she would most likely be willing to start an unforgettable relationship with him. Can I not answer? No, I said if. Don't worry, I'll make sure it gets around. As if sensing Du Heng's hesitation, Wu Lixiang leaned closer to the microphone and whispered, I'll give you a few options. Qian Fei, Dodo, Qian Fei. Why are there two of the same choice? Is there? It's not important. Just choose one from these two. Who do you choose? Well, if he were to say this wasn't planned, he definitely wouldn't believe it. The female class monitor had probably instructed something, and Wu Lixiang was here to help her. Stroking his chin, he looked at Dodo in the back, then looked at Qian Fei, who was standing in the front and smiling at him. He compared them for a moment and then said with a wry smile, How can I choose? Both are great, but if you had to choose one, then I choose Yang Zi. With that, he slapped the sleeping Yang Zi on the shoulder. Yang Zi was so startled that he jumped up from his seat. What happened? I choose Yang Zi. Huh. Yang Zi pointed at his own nose in disbelief. Du Ji, have you lost it? What about your girlfriend? Stop talking nonsense, sit down. Okay. He slumped back into his seat, his mind still a bit unclear. Wu Lixiang was also confused by Du Heng's answer. He glanced back at Qian Fei's bitter smile and shrugged helplessly. He could only help up to this point. Then, I wish you both happiness. With that, he went back to the front and continued the game. Yang Zi was awake, so messing with him was obviously impossible. The pillow was passed to the front, and a male classmate was chosen. He did a live confession and was severely rejected. The person he confessed to was Qian Fei. The latter was a straightforward and outspoken person. She had no interest in him and refused him without hesitation. The game of chance ended, and Wu Lixiang didn't start any other games. People weren't very enthusiastic, and since they had gotten up early, many were now asleep. The bus was driving smoothly. There was still an hour to go to their destination. Du Hong put on his headphones and leaned back in his seat. He closed his eyes and fell asleep soon after. In his dream, all the girls in the class were looking at him with malicious intent. Qian Fei and Dodo were leading the group of girls. They surrounded him, and he subconsciously tried to run, but he couldn't move. Just when the girls came to encircle him, they all turned into rotting zombies with gaping bloody mouths and bit at him. Startled, he woke up, his forehead sweating. He looked at the front seats, and his brain spun rapidly to figure out that he had just had a nightmare. He shook his head with a wry smile, and then looked out the car window. It was now 8:30, the sky was bright, the sun was shining, and it was noisy in the bus again. Everyone, pay attention. If you're still sleeping, please have the person next to you wake you up. We're almost there. When we get off, please don't run around. Everyone go in together. After 2 hours of free time, we will gather to prepare lunch. Everyone casually agreed. After a few more minutes, the bus stopped a good distance from the entrance to the scenic spot. Several buses were parked in front. There was no more parking space. When they got off the bus, although there was a breeze, it wasn't cold due to the warm sun. Stretching, Du Hong took off his headphones and followed the crowd forward. He looked at the open space around him and the buses and private cars parked on the roadside. It was too remote. There wasn't even a proper parking lot. He wondered how Wu Lixiang had found this place. There was a gate, but there was no admission fee. After entering, there was a very steep concrete road. On both sides were lawns. Many people had already gathered in small groups for their team-building activities. He followed the crowd to the side of a grassy area. Wu Lixiang didn't know where he got a large loudspeaker, and he yelled, "Everyone, pay attention. Listen to me. This is our temporary meeting point. After 2 hours, meet here. The scenic area is large, so don't go too far. Otherwise, you won't be able to get back." After speaking, everyone dispersed, but they generally moved toward the scenic area. A few people were too lazy to move and sat down on the lawn, taking out cards to play. Zhang Yang didn't want to walk and found a spot with no sun. He sat down and played games on his phone. Han Lei and Wang Chong rented a tandem bike and rode off, leaving Du Hong standing there, looking around. From time to time, couples could be seen riding tandem bikes rapidly into the area. Du Hong felt a bit despondent. He thought he saw a glimpse of Hui Yuxuan, not far away. She was holding a cotton candy. Huh, Hui Yuxuan? Du Hong was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked again carefully. It was indeed her. Hu Ling was beside her, fiddling with what appeared to be a grill. Hui Yuxuan wanted to help several times, but Hu Ling stopped her. His lips curled into a smile. Hui Yuxuan hadn't noticed him yet. Not only that, but she turned away, looking with envy at those riding tandem bicycles, imagining how it would feel to ride with Du Hong. As she was thinking, someone gently tapped her left shoulder. She turned her head, but saw no one. Only Hu Ling, who was still squatting there, tinkering with the grill. No one was to her left, so she turned her head to her right. Then a familiar figure hugged her waist, and a deep kiss made her legs go weak. She slumped into Du Heng's arms. After a long while, they broke apart. Hui Yuxuan looked at the person who had kissed her without a word. Her eyes glazed over. She softly called out, "Heng." "Oh, Du Hong? What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be doing team-building activities with your class?" Du Hong, under Hui Yuxuan's adoring gaze, gently scratched her nose and then said to Hu Ling, "Yes, but interestingly enough, we also had our team-building event here." "Ah, then where is Yang Zi?" "Him." Du Hong motioned toward the entrance. "He's over there playing on his phone. I'm going to find him." After speaking, she didn't care about the grill and ran off, huffing and puffing, uphill to look for Yang Zi. Du Hong looked at the hair clip on Hui Yuxuan's head and smiled. "You are so beautiful today. This hair clip looks great on you." Hui Yuxuan felt like her heart was melting. She never expected to meet him here. Her lips curled up into a smile. She affectionately grabbed Du Heng's arm, snuggling against it like a spoiled little girl. "Heng, I want to ride a tandem bicycle." "Okay, You wait for me. I'll go rent one. Okay, I'll wait for you. Chapter 215, Tandem Bicycle. Hey, who's going to look after the grill? Hui Yuxuan's classmates were still yelling, but she and Du Hong had already left on their tandem bike. Their male class monitor pouted, seeing that Hui Yuxuan hadn't even looked back. Then he turned and saw another tandem bike pass by. It was wobbling back and forth, and he had the feeling it was about to crash. The girl in the back was scolding, "Can't you hold the handlebars steady?" "I want to, but I said I didn't know how to ride." "You're the one who wanted to ride." The two of them wobbled past the male class monitor. He recognized the girl in the back. It was none other than their female class monitor, Hu Ling. Hu Ling, the grill. "You handle it. I'm going to have some fun." Damn it. Neither Du Hong nor Hui Yuxuan had ever ridden a tandem bike before, but thankfully, they had good coordination. After all, one had practiced yoga and the other had learned dance. They were not about to fall. Du Hong gently applied the brakes. If he didn't brake on the downhill slope, they would gain too much speed. In an emergency, they wouldn't be able to stop, and the inertia of both of them would be considerable. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, combined with the warm sunlight and the fresh scent of the earth in the air. Du Hong, who had been feeling down just a moment ago, now felt at peace. His mood was wonderful. Behind him, Hui Yuxuan wore a bright smile. She felt happy just riding a tandem bike, and she was completely infatuated with Du Hong. "So, the scenic spot in the Jin City suburbs that you mentioned is here. I thought I wouldn't get to see you today." "Yeah, I didn't expect it either." Hu Ling probably knew about this place in advance, right? Did she not tell Yangzi? I don't know. Maybe she did? She had told him. Yangzi had been incredibly happy because he could finally stay in the dorm for the day. So, he hadn't paid attention to where Hu Ling was going. Forget it. Why think so much? Being able to meet here, what does that show? It shows that our fate is truly wonderful. Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded. They didn't even need to pedal on the downhill slope. She looked at the scenery and the people they were passing, and she couldn't hide her smile. They passed one tandem bike after another. Du Hong felt like he was getting the hang of it, so he released the brakes slightly. The bike sped up, but the slope was gradually leveling out. This was probably their fastest speed now. Dodo and her friend were also riding a tandem bike. Her friend was controlling the direction, while Dodo was idly looking at the scenery, replaying in her mind the confession on the bus and being rejected. "Do you think Du Hong doesn't like people like me?" "Hard to say, but you know the way those boys look at you. They're practically drooling. There's no reason why a sunny and kind person like Du Hong wouldn't like someone like you. Maybe his girlfriend is better than me." That was the only way she could console herself. Just then, a tandem bike whizzed past, gradually moving further away. A familiar profile made her pause, and she stared blankly at the tandem bike. "Hey, Dodo, did you see that bike that just passed us?" "Yes, I saw it." "Do you think that guy looked like Du Hong?" "It was him." "Really? So he does have a girlfriend." He wasn't lying. "Yes. I just wonder what his girlfriend looks like." Her back looked okay, but she was wearing so many clothes that you couldn't see her figure. Her hairstyle is nice though, and she was wearing a sky blue hair clip. Dodo didn't say anything. She just stared blankly at the bike that was growing more and more distant. She shook her head with a wry smile. "I think she must be a very good girl." "Aren't you going to try again? So many people have chased you, but you refused them all because you're set on Du Hong. Aren't you going to try again?" "No, I'm not." Dodo gathered her thoughts. If you love someone, you should hope for their happiness. He has someone he loves, so I sincerely wish him well. But I won't just give up like this. "What do you mean?" "I'll wait. If they break up, I'll be there. I'll work hard to make him fall for me. Until then, I won't bother him." "Is it worth it? A girl's youth is only a few years. There's no need to give it up for an uncertainty. I think you can agree to the senior from the third year. He's about to start his internship, and it's more fun to date when you have a financial base." Dodo shook her head. "You said he's about to start his internship? Whether he'll stay in Jin City is unknown. If I agree to be his girlfriend, there's a good chance we'll end up in a long-distance relationship, and he'll be in society while I'll be on campus. What's the problem?" "There is. It's not that I don't trust him, but I don't trust this fickle world." "Okay." Her friend shrugged. "If you're not considering that third-year senior, Then at least consider the guy from the economics department. He looks like he has a lot of money. Dodo shook her head again. My love isn't about money. I just care about the person. That's a nice thought, but a poor couple will suffer. If you don't have money, there can be no romance. If you don't have money, you can't buy clothes, bags, or cosmetics. Later, you won't even be able to buy a house or raise kids. What's the point of dating a guy like that? No, now in this society, as long as you're willing to work and have ambition, your income won't be that bad. If I can't buy expensive clothes or bags, I can buy fast fashion. If I can't have Dior, I can buy Mac. It's not like everything has to be expensive. What about a house and a car? If we can't afford a house, we can rent one. Isn't being loving with each other most important? Then what about kids? Let's find someone to date first before we worry about kids. I'm still single now. You do know you're single, right? Her friend was completely defeated. She was starting to wonder how she had become friends with someone like Dodo, who had completely different views than her. Maybe it's because our personalities complement each other? I'm too assertive, so I need someone gentler. Huh? What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, didn't you say you could cook? Why don't you show off your skills to Do-hung at noon? They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Maybe he'll fall for your cooking and change his mind? What if everyone else likes my cooking too? Then we'll have a martial arts competition to find him a wife? Chapter 216. The idea of being a tutor. Going downhill was great, but going uphill was not so fun, especially since this tandem bike couldn't adjust gears like a mountain bike. Hui Yuxuan didn't have much strength, and Du-hong, even with his explosive leg power, couldn't keep going for long. They had been riding for a while, so the two of them returned their bikes at the nearest drop-off point and continued walking. Hui Yuxuan was like a happy and lively sprite, especially with her hairstyle today that made her look even more beautiful. Her watery eyes would meet Du-heng's from time to time. Then she'd give him a playful wink before giggling and running forward. The further they went, the fewer people they encountered. When they arrived at a pond, Du-hong glanced at the time and led Hui Yuxuan to a bench. Hui Yuxuan immediately lay down, her head in his lap, and held her palm up to shield her eyes from the sun. The sunlight shone through her fingers onto her face, making her look immaculate. Du-hong couldn't help but lower his head and gently touch her red lips. For some reason, he was finding himself inexplicably attracted to Hui Yuxuan today. He was doing things that were more intimate than he usually did. From returning the bike to sitting down, he had kissed Hui Yuxuan several times and playfully tapped her nose several times. Hui Yuxuan didn't feel annoyed at all. On the contrary, she felt delighted. Her smile was sweet. She loved Du-heng's little intimate gestures. "Hung, do you think I should do some tutoring to experience what it's like to be a teacher?" Du-hong hesitated, then laughed. "Sure, but you're only allowed to teach girls, no boys." Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. She nodded. "I know. I'm not silly. What grade do you plan to teach? What subject? Where will you teach, and how will you charge?" Hui Yuxuan stopped blocking the sunlight. She rested her right index finger on her chin and began thinking. After a while, she said, I don't know. I don't know what grade level I could teach." "I see." Du-hong nodded. "Then we can check out the tutoring information that others have posted online." With that, he took out his phone and opened a job board site. He typed in tutor, and a lot of information appeared. Most of it was from training institutions, and it nearly filled the entire screen, with a few tutoring posts appearing sparsely. He clicked on one at random and found that it was a senior from Jean City University. This person didn't say which subject he tutors. He just says he can help kids with their homework, and that he promises to improve their grades. Below that is a bunch of qualifications, and he charges 200 per hour? That's so high. Hui Yuxuan was also stunned. That hourly rate was exaggerated. 2 hours a day would be 400 yuan. This was just for helping kids with homework and not doing anything else. If this person takes on several students, let's say he helps 2 at 2 different times, he could make 800 yuan a day and more than 20,000 a month. That income would be paid directly to the tutor. No taxes, just pure profit. For a senior, that income was much more than what they could earn at a regular job. There would be no need to work 9 to 5, or even 996 or 997. 4 hours a day would be wonderful. Let's see what others are charging. Okay. He clicked on one and found out that this person only taught math from elementary school to high school. He was also a senior and charged 200 yuan per hour. Another one said he could teach everything, but he charged 300 yuan an hour. Looking at the popularity, this guy seemed quite sought after. After looking at the information, he realized this guy was the top student in his county on the college entrance exam. He could even lend his notes to the students, so it wasn't surprising he was charging so much. Why don't you learn from them? Don't specify what subject you'll teach. Just say you can help with homework, then post your teaching certificate and all the awards you've won. Then you can set your price at 300 yuan and try it. That's so high. I'm not the top scorer on the college entrance exam, and I don't have any notes to give to the students. That's true, but you'll only tutor girls. There are fewer female teachers, and even fewer as beautiful as you. I'm not comfortable with you going out to tutor anyway. I'd rather spend the money to keep you at home. Hui Yuxuan laughed and shook her head. This won't be my job. I just want to experience what it's like to be a teacher. Then I'll know how to teach my own kids in the future. Okay. Du Heng shrugged. How about 250 yuan an hour? 250 is hard to hear. How about 200? I'm not in it for the money, and 200 is already a lot. Okay. Du Heng didn't try to convince her any further. After discussing it with Hui Yuxuan for a while, he looked at the time and said, "Let's go back. It's almost time for lunch." Okay. They got up from the bench, hand in hand. They were walking on the flat concrete road when Hui Yuxuan suddenly thought of something. She looked at Du Heng and asked, Heng, will you be having barbecue and do-it-yourself food for lunch too? Yes. I don't know if anyone can cook. To be honest, I don't trust their skills, whether it's cooking or grilling. Then what will you do? There's nowhere to eat here. It's too remote. Du Heng shrugged. If they are bad at cooking, I'll cook a dish myself to eat. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and laughed. What if they take it from you? Then I'll just have to cook another dish. That was unavoidable. He knew that if Yang Zi and others tried someone else's cooking, they would want to try Du Heng's, and if it was delicious, they would definitely be fighting to eat it. What he didn't know was that if the girls found out he could cook, quite a few of them would want to taste it. Whether he would get any or not was unknown, but his plate would surely be snatched. When they returned to the meeting area, Hui Yuxuan's group was closer. Hu Ling was already calling for the girls to help cut vegetables. The boys were fiddling with the grill, applying sauces and seasonings. Surprisingly, they all seemed to be doing a decent job. However, when Du Heng returned to the computer science class one's meeting point, he found that the boys were lazy and the girls were very clumsy. It was an understatement to say they were a mess. Wu Lixiang was sweating profusely, trying to manage both sides. He didn't know where he had found some fish. The girls were afraid to kill them or clean them, so he had to help. After finishing, he put 2 on the grill. You could add a little oil and some seasoning to that, and even if it wasn't delicious, it would be edible. But on the girls' side, the grilled fish was unlikely to be edible. Wu Lixiang saw Du Heng. His eyes lit up, and he waved, calling out, Du Ji, come over here and help. There are enough people on the boys' side. We don't have enough people here. Du Heng glanced at a few boys who were secretly slacking off in the shade. He sighed and nodded as he walked over. Looking at the girls awkwardly picking, washing, and cutting vegetables, he thought that, other than one girl, who seemed to be doing it properly and skillfully, the others were just incredibly clumsy. Let me do it. You know how. I know a little. Chapter 217. A girl is looking over here. Chop, chop, chop. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Du Heng's skilled movements while cutting and stir-frying stunned the group of girls. Some of the girls were even blushing. Wow, he's so good. His skills seem better than my mom's. Yeah, it smells so good. I'm already drooling. As expected, men are the most handsome when they are serious. Although he was already handsome, he's explosive now. If I didn't have a boyfriend, I'd confess to him right now. Save it. He has a girlfriend. I saw her earlier. She's so pretty, and she has a great figure and is tall, like a model. Okay, I can't do things like breaking up other people to fulfill my own wants, but I'll try his cooking today. Me too. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, he took the tomato and scrambled eggs off the stove, rinsed the wok with water, and then continued to stir-fry the garlic chives with eggs. Meanwhile, Dodo was also cooking. She was frying fish, but the only people watching were her friend and Wu Lixiang. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Look at those girls in the class. Their eyes are all sparkling. They just want to throw themselves at Du Hong. It's too bad. He has a girlfriend. Her contradictory statement showed how sour she was feeling. On the one hand, she was envious because she didn't have such a good boyfriend, and on the other hand, she felt sorry for Dodo. It's normal that good people are popular. It means they are not silly. Wu Lixiang desperately wanted to draw attention to himself. Then, without paying attention, he threw the shelled edamame into the trash can and the shells into the plate. Ah, you idiot. Why did you put the shells on the plate and throw the beans in the trash can? Ah, yes, I like Dodo, but I've never had the chance to confess. Times 3. The scene was silent for a moment. Wu Lixiang was on the verge of an embarrassing moment. He seemed to have suddenly blurted out something nonsensical, and he had confessed along the way. Dodo, I've liked you for a long time. I just haven't had the chance to formally confess. Now that I've said it, I may as well take this opportunity to confess. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? You're a good person. Was that good person card too short? He deserved at least some of his good points before getting rejected. Wu Lixiang began to question himself. An hour later, dish after dish was placed on the table. The dishes Du Hong made were all vegetables, and Dodo's were all meat. Fish, braised chicken with edamame, and fried pork. But there were so many people in the class that the amount of food was definitely not enough. Du Hong just filled his bowl with rice, wanting to grab some food. Then he saw that the table was completely surrounded. There wasn't a single gap, and there was no way to grab any food. Just then, Yang Zi appeared out of nowhere and, with a grin, grabbed a big bowl of food, wanting to run to the side to eat. Du Heng's eyes lit up. He followed him and grabbed some food from the large bowl before eating contentedly. When people are hungry, everything tastes delicious, especially when he made the dish himself. He was a good cook, and it tasted especially good to him. He glanced at the direction of Hua Yuxuan's class, but didn't see her. However, they had started eating earlier than they had. The main reason was that there were quite a few girls in their class who knew how to cook. There were more people to help. Second-year girls were much more mature than first-year girls, and this was evident. After taking a few bites of rice, he felt less hungry. He took out his phone and sent a message to Hua Yuxuan. Have you eaten? I'm eating. I didn't see you. We're hiding behind a tree. Lingling brought a large bowl of food over, so we can't let the others see us. Otherwise, they'll complain. Du Hong shook his head and laughed wryly. What was that? Yang Zi and Hu Ling were made for each other. They really were two of a kind. No wonder the two of them were so good together, and they hadn't had any relationship problems. They even rarely argued. In contrast, Wang Chong and Wang Miao were not as loving. They would have small fights every 3 days and big fights every week. Wang Chong would always have to go to her school to resolve their problems. But that was normal. That's what the beginning of a relationship is like. Who hadn't argued until 2 or 3 in the morning? They would either argue until they were exhausted and fell asleep, and then the next day, they would either break up or sheepishly go to apologize. Of course, there were those who went into a cold war. I won't look for you, and you won't look for me. We'll just keep waiting and see who apologizes first. Then eat more. There's not much food here. I don't know when we'll go back this afternoon. You'll feel terrible if you're hungry. Okay, Hong, you eat more too. He put his phone back in his pocket, took a few more bites of rice, and when he wanted to get more food, he found that the bowl was already empty. And Yang Zi burped and rubbed his stomach, grinning. It smelled so good. I accidentally ate it all. Tell me how you did that accidentally. He shook his head. He still had some food left in his bowl. Although he wasn't full, he wasn't hungry anymore. He took a couple more bites of rice. He cleaned his bowl and chopsticks and placed them on the stove. He went to the grill and took a bite of a grilled skewer. He thought it was okay, so he ate a little more and finally felt full. After the meal, the mess was left to be cleaned up by the staff. After all, they had paid a lot of money for this, so cleaning up was part of their job. Wu Lixiang clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He said loudly, "Classmates, come over here, listen to me. After you eat, take some time to digest, and you can find a place to rest. We'll meet here again in an hour for the next activity." Now that they were dismissed, they would certainly go look for Hua Yuxuan. She was walking slowly in his direction. When their eyes met, they both smiled. They held hands and went to a grassy area. There was a large tree nearby, and it was shady. They stayed at the edge of the shade, so it wouldn't be too cold. Do you want to take a nap? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. No. If Ahung is sleepy, then you should sleep. Du Hong hesitated and then lay down, resting his head on Hui Yuxuan's lap. He looked up at the lush foliage overhead and slowly closed his eyes. Hui Yuxuan's gaze was gentle. Her right hand lightly stroked Du Heng's face. His eyelids trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes to look at her. What's wrong? It's nothing. Hui Yuxuan gently shook her head. There's a girl over there who's been looking this way several times. Really? He turned his head to look in the direction Hui Yuxuan was pointing. There, a petite girl was looking in their direction from time to time. When she noticed that Du Hong was looking at her, she quickly turned her head away. Maybe she thinks you're beautiful. Chapter 2:18. Willing to let the cold wind blow for you. Hui Yuxuan nodded, not suspecting anything. Being as smart as she was, she knew what that girl was looking at. It was normal for her boyfriend to be so sought after. She was also desired by many pursuers. There was no reason for her to be angry. Of course, the main thing was that Du Hong hadn't done anything out of line. He was always devoted to her. Very few wealthy people like him could do that, so why would she get angry about some vague possibility? Ahung. Your head is so heavy. My legs are numb. Hearing this, Du Hong quickly lifted his head and sat up. He looked at Hui Yuxuan rubbing her legs and asked quietly, Are you okay? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. I'm fine, just a little numb. Let me rub them for you. Hui Yuxuan blushed and lowered her head. She nodded gently. Du Hong earnestly kneaded Hui Yuxuan's calves, and then he massaged her thighs. The latter's face was completely red, but she didn't stop him. Is that better? Hui Yuxuan nodded gently. Much better. The numbing sensation felt like there were countless ants crawling all over my legs. That's good. There were more and more kites in the sky, and more people in the scenic area. Du Hong was finding it noisy, maybe because they hadn't taken a nap after lunch. As if noticing Du Heng's impatience, Hui Yuxuan said softly, Does Ahung find it a little noisy? Yes. Du Hong shrugged helplessly. More and more people are coming in, and I just wanted to rest a bit after lunch. It's like wanting to sleep in on a weekend morning, but the people upstairs start renovating. It's annoying. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. Think of it in a positive way. See, you can't rest, but you can chat with me. Du Hong smiled and nodded, gently flicking Hui Yuxuan's cheek. I know. I'm not getting mad. He looked up at the kites in the sky. Soon after, he felt someone lean on his shoulder. He turned his head slightly and found that Hui Yuxuan had fallen asleep on his shoulder. He didn't wake her up, but he was worried that she might fall over if she slept too deeply. After hesitating for a moment, he supported her shoulder. He moved backward and let her lie down, her head in his lap. He placed his right hand on her arm, providing a little warmth for her. As it turned out, Hui Yuxuan wasn't joking before. His legs were also numb now, but Hui Yuxuan was sleeping soundly, so he didn't have the heart to wake her. He moved his legs slightly, found a more comfortable position, and felt a little better. Looking down at her face, with her small nose twitching slightly, he couldn't help but smile. He took out his phone and took a picture of the sleeping Hui Yuxuan. Looking at the picture on his phone, he nodded with satisfaction and put it back in his pocket. He continued looking up at the kites in the sky. Soon, an hour had passed. Hui Yuxuan suddenly woke up as if she had a timer. She opened her eyes groggily and looked around. She sat up from Du Heng's lap, met his smiling eyes, and smiled knowingly. How did I fall asleep? You were sleepy. You woke up at just the right time. The people in your class have already started gathering. Hui Yuxuan looked in the direction that Du Hong was pointing. Sure enough, the people in their class were gathering. Hu Ling and the male class monitor were counting the number of people. Let's go over quickly. Our class is gathered too. Okay. Hui Yuxuan got up from the ground and looked at Du Hong. The latter was frowning. He wanted to move his legs, but he found that they seemed to have lost sensation. He tried to use his hands to stand up, but he nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Ahung, what's wrong? Hui Yuxuan hurried forward to support him and asked, her face filled with concern. Du Hong shook his head. It's nothing, just my legs are a bit numb. I'll be fine in a moment. Hui Yuxuan's eyes instantly turned red. Did I make them numb? Why didn't you tell me? If you compress blood vessels for too long, it can lead to disability. Du-hung forced himself to stand steadily. He patted his legs and said, smiling, "Look, I'm standing, aren't I? It's nothing, don't worry. Let's go back and gather." Hui Yuxuan looked seriously into Du-heng's eyes. Du-hung was a little guilty and wanted to avoid her gaze, but how could he hide anything from the smart Hui Yuxuan? "Hung, you can't do that again. Otherwise, I'll blame myself." Du-hung laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. "You looked so peaceful when you were sleeping that I didn't want to wake you. And I'm your fiancé, so don't worry. I'm very healthy, you know that." Hui Yuxuan smiled through her tears. "Really? You're still joking with me at a time like this?" "I'm really fine, look." Du-hung jumped a couple of times and kicked his legs. "Am I fine? Okay, I know. Let's go back. Let's go." They each returned to their class meeting point. Since it was a class team-building activity, it was a group activity. The next activity for Computer Science Class 1 was to sit in a big circle and play a game. There wasn't much to say. All the girls in the class who had taken a liking to Du-hong had seen his intimacy with Hui Yuxuan. Even though they said that it was okay to have a girlfriend if they weren't married, very few were actually capable of breaking up other people to fulfill their own desires. Wu Lixiang actually wanted them to play the most traditional game of drop the handkerchief, which made a group of big guys extremely dissatisfied. "Class monitor, we're all so old. Won't playing drop the handkerchief make us look like fools? There are so many parents here camping with their kids. It would be too embarrassing to be seen by kids much younger than us." "Yeah, class monitor, can we change the game? If not, then just draw lots, like we did on the bus. Whoever is chosen will have to perform something. This space is small, so we can sing, dance, tell a joke, or imitate animals. I don't want to play anything. Why don't we just sit for a while and then go back? This isn't fun." "Yeah, I'd rather go back to the dorm and play games." Okay, there were quite a few people with social anxiety in the class, and almost half were homebodies like Yang Zi. Wu Lixiang used the loudspeaker and said loudly, "Okay, then let's draw lots. The rules are the same as they were on the bus. When I say stop, whoever is holding the pillow has to come up and perform something." The game was then set into motion. But since there were several dozen people in the class, Du-hung was never chosen to perform. Unknowingly, the sky had turned dark and the surrounding temperature had dropped by nearly 10 degrees. There were no tall buildings here, and the trees were sparse, so they didn't block much wind. Sitting on the ground for too long would make them feel cold. Fortunately, that was the end of their team-building activities. They got on the bus, took out their phones, and saw that it was already almost 5 o'clock. Going back to school at this time was just right for dinner, and then another happy, free weekend would begin. Chapter 219. The Tutor's Student Lives in Vank Phase 1. Hui Yuxuan registered an account, filled out her information, uploaded a bunch of photos, using a close-up of her face for the profile picture, and then her phone started ringing off the hook. "Hello. Hello, is this Ms. Hua? I'm calling because I want to find a tutor for my son to give him one-on-one after-school tutoring. He's in middle school, and we can negotiate the price." "I'm sorry, I only teach girls, not boys." "Oh, we can negotiate. You want 200 yuan an hour. I'll pay 300. How about it?" "Sorry, I'm not considering male students. Please look for someone else. Goodbye." Ms. Hua. Ms. He. As soon as she hung up, the next call came in. This one was also a parent looking for a tutor for their son and also willing to pay more, but the eager tone of their voice made Hui Yuxuan feel a chill. After hanging up the phone, her phone rang again. This time, she didn't answer. She looked helplessly at Du-hong, who was playing an online game of PUBG with Chin Zaheo. "Hung, what should I do? They're all looking for me for male students." Du-hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the voice chat, he said, "Wait, I'll go around the circle," then took off his Bluetooth headphones, picked up Hui Yuxuan's phone, which was still ringing, and glanced at it. "Maybe this one is for a female student. Won't you answer it?" Hui Yuxuan shook her head, feeling a little depressed. "I don't want to answer. I'm afraid it's another male student, and those parents' tones make me uncomfortable." "Is that so?" Du-hong nodded. Looking at the still ringing phone, he hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll answer it." With that, he tapped the answer button and turned on the speakerphone. "Hello." "Ugh, what's going on? Isn't it supposed to be a beautiful lady? Why is it a man? Crap. Using photos to scam people. You trash. Beep beep beep. Du Hong had only said 2 words before the other side hung up. He looked at the call log speechlessly. He shook his head and added the previous few numbers to his blacklist. Then another call came in. He hesitated, but clicked to answer it again. He had prepared himself that if the other person's tone wasn't good from the beginning, he wouldn't give them the chance to hang up. He would hang up first. Hello. The other side didn't speak immediately. They were probably stunned. If you don't speak, I'm hanging up. Wait. Is this Ms. Hua? Isn't Ms. Hua supposed to be a female teacher? Du Hong was stunned. The other side was a young girl's voice, and it sounded rather immature. She must have been quite young. He coughed lightly, glanced at Hua Yuxuan, and then said, I'm her boyfriend. What do you need her for? Hello, Ms. Hua's boyfriend. I want to ask Ms. Hua to help me with my studies. Is that okay? Du Hong was just about to speak, when Hua Yuxuan leaned over with a smile and said softly, let me handle this. Okay, you two can talk. Hua Yuxuan nodded and took the phone, her voice very gentle. Hello. Is this Ms. Hua? It is. Hello, teacher. Your voice is so lovely. Hua Yuxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thank you. Your voice is also very lovely. Hee, thank you, Ms. Hua. Teacher, I'd like to ask you to help me with my studies. I also want to get into Jean City University. Sure. What grade are you in this year? I'm a senior. Hua Yuxuan was dumbfounded. How could a senior have such a childlike voice? Then that meant the person was a petite girl, because girls like that usually had more tender and clear voices. Where do you live? I live not far from the south gate of Jean City University. Is that so? Hua Yuxuan nodded. Such a short distance was the best possible choice. Does your parents know you're looking for a tutor? My mom knows. My dad divorced my mom a few years ago. Now I'm living with my mom, and she supports me getting a tutor. Hua Yuxuan looked at Du Hong. After thinking for a moment, she said softly, Okay, I understand. Give me your address, and I'll come to your house and talk face to face. I'll bring some of my certifications for you to see. Okay, teacher. I live in Vank Phase 1, Building 2, 102. Are you coming over now? Yes, I'll head over now. You don't mind if my boyfriend comes with me, do you? Hee, I know that, teacher. You're worried about running into danger. It's okay. My mom and I don't mind. Hua Yuxuan was seen through. She was a little embarrassed and met eyes with Du Hong. The latter shrugged. After they smiled at each other, she asked, Then we'll head over now. Is that convenient? It's convenient, teacher. Come over. Okay. She hung up the phone and looked at Du Hong. The latter had already stood up from the sofa. He sent a message to Chin Zaheo and told him to play on his own. Then he went to the entrance to put on his shoes. They were in Vank Phase 1. It was just a short walk. It was fated. When they arrived at the door of Building 2, 102, it was another password lock. Du Hong sighed. He went forward and knocked on the door. He couldn't find where the doorbell was. He knocked on the door for a while before it was opened. A petite girl peeked out and was stunned. Then she unlatched the chain on the door. Only then was the door fully opened. Are you Ms. Hua? Hua Yuxuan nodded with a smile. The girl got incredibly excited, jumping up and down. She grabbed Hua Yuxuan's hand and said happily, Oh my God, you're so beautiful. You're much prettier than in your ID photo. I thought the photo was photoshopped, but you're even more beautiful in person. Hua Yuxuan was a little embarrassed, but she didn't pull her hand back. She looked up and saw the girl's mother, who was also a petite woman, standing behind the door and smiling at them. She nodded to her and was pulled into the house by the girl. Do you need to change shoes? No, you can come in directly. She nodded and stepped into the house, looking at the decorations. It was low-key but luxurious. The sofa was made of leather, and the floor was probably covered with special carpets. But the overall home decor was dark, which made them feel a bit depressed. They sat on the sofa. Ms. Liao went to pour them tea. Liao, the girl's name, was looking curiously at Hua Yuxuan. She glanced at Du Hong, who was sitting upright from time to time. Du Hong saw a white bag on the sofa. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a real LV, which meant Ms. Liao was rich. He thought so. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to buy a house in Vank. Sister, how did you come so fast? I thought you would take 10 minutes, but you arrived in 5. Hua Yuxuan nodded with a smile. We also live in Vank, in Building 9. Ah, teacher also lives in Vank? We're in the same neighborhood? Just then, Ms. Liao brought over 2 cups of herbal tea. Since there were no men in the house, there was only herbal tea. Ms. Huar, do you also live in Vank? Yes. That's so great. Chapter 220, First Tutoring Experience. Hui Yuxuan gave her teaching certificate and a lot of her award certificates to Ms. Liao, who only glanced at them before returning them. I'm a businesswoman, and I can assess people. You don't seem like a bad person, and neither does your boyfriend. Your family must be quite wealthy. You have a boyfriend like that, yet you still want to be a tutor. You must want to experience what it's like to be a teacher. Am I right? After hearing Ms. Liao's words, Hui Yuxuan widened her eyes, feeling disbelief. The other person had figured out the correct answer just by looking at these things. She was too amazing. Yes, Auntie, I do want to experience what it's like to be a teacher, but I will teach properly and won't do it carelessly. Ms. Liao smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I trust you. Besides, we live in the same neighborhood. If you deceive me, I can find you. Mom, please don't say that. Don't scare the teacher away. I want Ms. Hua to teach me, not anyone else. Ms. Liao smiled with doting fondness and nodded. After divorcing Liao Liao's father, Liao Liao became her only concern. She doted on her immensely, but Liao Liao didn't develop spoiled, arrogant, or overbearing habits. She was instead very considerate, just like her. After talking for a while, Ms. Liao suggested that Hui Yuxuan try helping Liao Liao with her homework. That would give her an idea of Hui Yuxuan's skills. Doting on Liao Liao was one thing, but wanting her to succeed was another. She was in business. She didn't lack money, but she wouldn't foolishly give it away. If Hui Yuxuan's skills weren't good, she would contact Hui Yuxuan privately and stop her from coming to tutor. Hui Yuxuan and Liao Liao went into a room. Du Heng sat on the sofa, bored and looking at his phone. Ms. Liao sat on the other side. She wanted to learn more about Hui Yuxuan, about her personal life. Did your parents help you buy the house here? I bought it, and I put it in Yuxuan's name. Ms. Liao nodded. That was normal for a rich person who had a very beautiful girlfriend. How did you two meet? We met at the beginning of the semester. It was during military training. It was love at first sight, I guess. Oh. It wasn't strange that Ms. Liao was surprised. Her failed relationship had made her keep her distance from men. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she loathed them. In her opinion, rich people were just looking for novelty when they dated. They would get tired of it soon after they started. But Du Heng's words refreshed her perspective. It had been more than half a year since the start of the semester. They should have gotten bored of each other by now. Perhaps noticing Ms. Liao's surprise, Du Heng smiled and pointed to the ring on his left middle finger. I'm engaged to Yuxuan. She's my fiancée now. Ms. Liao was surprised again. She asked curiously, Ms. Hua's resume says she's a sophomore. Are you also a sophomore? Du Heng shook his head. I'm a freshman. She's my senior. Then why get engaged so early? Because I love her, and I want to make her happy. I want to spoil her for life, so I want to give her a promise. Ms. Liao fell silent. Once, a man had said that to her, too, but that turned out to be a joke. He was only after her money. After they got married, he began to spend the family's money recklessly. He had even picked up a gambling habit. After trying to reason with him, he started to hit her. She was already pregnant at the time. After the man apologized, she forgave him because she didn't want her child to grow up without a father. But not only did he not repent, he went from bad to worse. He started hanging out and had a mistress and a few other women, and all that money was what she had earned. She turned a blind eye until Liao Liao finished middle school. During that summer vacation, his mistress and the other women came to her house and caused a scene. It was at that time that she divorced him. So she was completely disappointed in men. She thought all men were bad and none of them were any good. But the sincerity in the eyes of the young man before her made her feel a bit dazed. After a long silence, she nodded gently, her voice becoming a little lonely. I hope you two will stay together until you grow old. Thank you. Du Heng sincerely expressed his gratitude. He would accept blessings from others, whether they were genuine or not. May I ask, what kind of business are you in? Our family has a jewelry business. It's not a big deal. A jewelry business, that's pretty good. Thank you. For some reason, Du Heng felt uncomfortable chatting with Ms. Liao. He felt a little oppressed. It was like the serious tension he felt when the teachers asked him questions in middle and high school. As they chatted, they both fell silent. Ms. Liao couldn't find any topics, and Du-hung found the atmosphere a little serious and didn't want to continue. So he just lowered his head and continued looking at his phone. Although there wasn't anything interesting to see. The conversation in the living room ended there, but the conversation inside the room was still going on. Sister, how did you and Big Brother meet? Liao Liao's eyes were still on her homework. She asked without looking up. We met at school. He's so handsome. Sister has really good taste. Hui Yuxuan nodded generously. She admitted that. Does sister feel happy? Of course I do. If I wasn't happy, then why would I be with him? Liao Liao nodded. She moved her homework in front of Hui Yuxuan and pointed to a problem on the page. Sister, how do I do this problem? I can never seem to find the trick to these kinds of geometry problems. I always don't know how to draw auxiliary lines. Is there any trick? Hui Yuxuan smiled when she glanced at it. She took a pen and paper and then took a ruler. She pointed to the diagram on the homework. For these kinds of problems, you need to first understand what conditions you need. Can you be more specific? It's very simple. Some of the conditions in the question are directly given, like this angle is 30 degrees. Some are hidden, like this angle that we can derive to be 45 degrees. So, the remaining angle can only be 105 degrees. Then how should I draw the auxiliary lines? Break down the 105 degrees into degrees, like 45 degrees and 60 degrees. So you can start drawing the auxiliary line like this, then combine it with the other conditions to calculate the length of those two sides. Finally, draw another auxiliary line to make a height to calculate the area of this triangle. Looking at the two dotted lines in the complex figure, Liao Liao nodded thoughtfully. She took the pen and paper and calculated, then quickly got the answer. Her foundation was good. It wasn't like she knew nothing, which would be the most difficult to teach. Wow, sister, you're so amazing. I really solved it. Hui Yuxuan shook her head with a smile. No, I just gave you the tips. It was you who solved it. You're the one who's amazing. Hee, we're all amazing. Chapter 221. The Arrogant Audi Owner. 2 hours later, it was mealtime. Liao's mother was already in the kitchen preparing, but Du-hung didn't smell any meat, suggesting she was making vegetarian dishes. He didn't intend to stay for dinner, though. Liao's mother's personality was hard to pin down. She could be both assertive and gentle. It was contradictory. Du-hung attributed this conflicting nature to her divorce, assuming the experience had hit her hard. Click. The door to the spare bedroom opened, and Hui Yuxuan and Liao Miao emerged. Liao Miao was happily holding Hui Yuxuan's hand, a pair of dimples adorning her smiling face, making her look utterly adorable. Mom, I want teacher Hui to teach me from now on. She's amazing. Liao's mother opened the kitchen door, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. She smiled and nodded, then turned to Hui Yuxuan and Du-hung. Why don't you two stay for lunch? No, thanks. We'll eat back home. We have things to do this afternoon, Du-hung replied. Liao's mother nodded. In that case, I won't insist. Let me transfer the money to you. I don't have you on WeChat yet, so let's add each other. Sure. After adding each other on WeChat, Liao's mother glanced at Hui Yuxuan's profile picture, a photo of her and Du-hung, both smiling sweetly. Having received the 400 yuan payment, they said goodbye to Liao's mother and left. After closing the door, Liao's mother turned to look at the cheerful Liao Miao, then hesitantly asked, Liao Miao, do you really like this teacher Hua? Liao Miao nodded emphatically. She's so amazing. I couldn't understand geometry at all, but she showed me a trick and now I get it. I tried it with a few problems, and it really works. What about math? How is she with other subjects? They're great too. Her English is so fluent. She even taught me phonics, so I can pretty much pronounce words correctly now just by looking at them. Liao's mother, rarely showing a smile, revealed a few crow's feet around her eyes. Despite her regular self-care routine, raising a child alone while managing all the household chores had taken its toll. She had considered finding someone new, and with her qualities, she could find a great partner. However, she was afraid to take the risk, not for herself but for Liao Miao. She worried that a stepfather might be indifferent or even dislike her daughter. Ultimately, it was a deep-seated distrust of men that prevented her from opening up to any man. That's good. The meal's ready. Go wash your hands and let's eat. Okay, Mom. Are you taking me to the mall for clothes this afternoon? Liao's mother nodded with a smile. Yes, so hurry and finish your food. We'll go after that. Okay. Later, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Liao's mother drove her pink BMW with Liao Miao, ready to go out. At the entrance of the complex, they had to queue up behind a gray Porsche 911. Liao Miao exclaimed in admiration, "Mom, look, that car in front is so beautiful." Liao's mother nodded. A Porsche 911, probably the latest model, costing around 3 million. There are quite a few wealthy people in our complex. Then why don't we get a new one? Is it that we don't have enough money? Liao's mother shook her head with a smile. There's no need. This car is perfectly fine. We don't need to prove anything to anyone. We don't have to compete with others. After a few minutes, the car ahead still hadn't moved. Liao's mother leaned forward to get a better look, but she couldn't see what was going on. The barrier was still down, and the Porsche hadn't moved either. What's happening? Stay in the car. I'll go take a look. She unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door, got out, and walked a few steps forward, stopping at the Porsche to see what was blocking the entrance. A car with no license plates was trying to leave. It was unclear how it had gotten in, and the driver refused to pay the fee demanded by the security guard. The complex didn't allow vehicles from outside the premises, and this person was clearly exploiting the fact that he had no plates to try and escape payment. The security guard asked which block and unit he belonged to, but the man refused to answer. He swaggered, lit a cigarette, leaned his arm on the car window, sporting a Pichio bracelet, indicating he wasn't short on cash. I'm a resident here. I haven't gotten a license plate yet, so I can't get a parking space. Can't you understand what I'm saying? There are other cars waiting behind me. Let's see who has more time. The security guards exchanged glances, their expressions grim. The man was driving a black Audi and, judging from his clothes, demeanor, and tone, he was wealthy. But here he was, being unreasonable, refusing to say which block and unit he lived in, simply insisting that he was a resident and did not want to pay the parking fee. If you are a resident, please provide your block and apartment number so we can register it. Please don't make our job difficult. Tisi. He was unfazed, blew out cigarette smoke from his nostrils, and tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. Spotting a beautiful woman walking towards them in the rearview mirror, he chuckled and pointed towards the back of his car. See? The cars behind me are getting impatient. Do you want to get a complaint from a resident? Open the gate now. If my business is delayed, can you afford to compensate me? Uncle Wong, what's going on? Liao's mother approached, asking one of the elderly security guards. She was quite familiar with him and knew he was a good man. This man says he's a resident, but he refuses to tell us which unit he lives in. He says he just bought the car and hasn't got a plate yet, or even a temporary one. Liao's mother nodded and looked at the Audi driver, calmly stating, "Sir, if you are a resident here, please inform the security guards. If not, please pay the fee and leave. Don't waste everyone's time." The Audi driver narrowed his eyes, taking her in. He took a puff of his cigarette and chuckled. Do you think I, someone who can afford an Audi, would care about a parking fee? I told you I'm a resident. Why are you still questioning me? Do you think I'm lying? If you don't provide your apartment number, how can we confirm that you are a resident? Just look at my car. Do you think I can't afford a house here? Huh. Stop being unreasonable, you idiot who can't even afford a few yuan for parking. What did you say? The Audi driver glared, unfastened his seatbelt, and got out of the car, standing in front of Liao's mother, towering over her and staring down fiercely. Say that again. Liao's mother, almost nauseated by the smell of smoke, waved her hand in front of her face, took a step back, and looked up at the 1.7-meter tall man. You heard me. I'll repeat it. Don't waste everyone's time, or we'll have to call the police. Try calling the police. Fine, I will. You wouldn't dare. Seeing that Liao's mother was actually taking out her phone, preparing to call the police, the Audi driver immediately tried to snatch it from her, but found his hand being grabbed. Turning his head, he saw a young man, a full head taller than himself, looking at him with disdain. Beside him stood a girl who made his heart flutter, looking worriedly at Liao's mother. Trash. Chapter 222. Are all men bad? The Audi driver was a classic example of a bully who was afraid of the strong. Seeing the Porsche 911 behind him, he knew how much it was worth. Added to that, Du Heng's 1.85-meter height crushed him both physically and mentally. The Audi driver, who had originally wanted to lose his temper, didn't dare to use his tough tone anymore. He was just a nouveau riche, without any experience or a strong background. If he were to argue with old money, he would definitely lose. You. What do you want? Apologize, pay up, and get lost. You. Du-hung didn't say anything. He just narrowed his eyes at the man, increasing the pressure on his hand. The latter's face turned red. He gritted his teeth for a long time, and then suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted like that. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Liao's mother shook her head. You don't need to apologize to me. Just give your apartment number to Uncle Wong so that he can register it, and then you can leave. Well, actually, I'm not a resident here. My house is in the neighboring community. He felt his face burning. He was so embarrassed. The arrogance he had shown before now felt like a joke. The security guard held up a QR code. Scan the code to pay. Your car has no license plate, so we don't know when you came in. This is our mistake. We will not let cars like yours in again. How much? Let's say you were here for a full day, so 15? The Audi driver scanned the code, paid the money, got into his car, and left in a hurry. He didn't want to stay there for even a moment longer. He had lost all face. Thank you, Liao's mother said to Du-hong. You're welcome. He was blocking our way. We were the ones who should have stepped in to say something. They exchanged a few more words, then returned to their respective cars. Liao's mother saw Du-hong get into the passenger seat of the Porsche, with Hui Yuxuan in the driver's seat. She frowned, shook her head, got back in her BMW, started the car, and followed the Porsche out of the complex. Mom, were those teacher Hua and her boyfriend? Yes. Wow, the teacher drives a Porsche? Is she so rich? Liao's mother hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She must be pretty well off. Just by looking at her skin, her presence, and her clothes, you can tell she comes from a good family. Her family probably bought her the car. Actually, she wanted to say that Hui Yuxuan was a rich woman, and Du-hong was just a man who had latched onto her wealth. The house he bought for her was just to show his commitment, and the engagement was simply to tie them together. It wasn't that she thought that way out of malice. Like she said earlier, she was just deeply disappointed in men and didn't hesitate to judge them with the worst intentions. However, Liao Miao said dreamily, the teacher is so lucky. She has a super rich boyfriend who buys her houses, cars, clothes, everything. And he's even engaged to her so that she doesn't have to think too much. Liao's mother was taken aback, glancing at the slow-moving Porsche in front of her. She said softly, a super rich boyfriend? Yeah, I asked the teacher, and she didn't want to tell me at first, but I kept asking, and she told me. What did your teacher tell you? The teacher said her boyfriend's house is a huge villa, and his parents wanted to buy them one too, but she doesn't want to live in a villa right now. So her boyfriend bought her an apartment at Vank, and he also bought her the Porsche and a Mini. His garage is full of luxury cars, and she showed me the pictures. As she spoke, Liao Miao lowered her head, took out a photo from her phone, and showed it to Liao's mother. Just one glance was enough to leave her speechless. My goodness, is that a Rolls-Royce? And a Bentley? Ferrari? Lamborghini? Right? I asked the teacher how much money her boyfriend's family had, and guess what she said? What did she say? She said their family has assets worth trillions of yuan, and it's a massive international trade group. Liao's mother fell silent, just like she had when she assumed that Du-hong was a gigolo. This time, however, she felt a mix of emotions. Recalling her sharp tone and questions when she had previously talked to Du-hong, and how he had patiently answered, she felt a little embarrassed. So rich, yet so loving to his girlfriend. Maybe not all men in this world are bad. Maybe I just haven't met the right one. Mom, what are you mumbling about? Nothing. Liao's mother gathered her thoughts, shook her head with a smile, and said, since her boyfriend is so rich and she's still so hardworking, Liao Miao, you must learn from the teacher. You must be excellent like her, understand? Okay. Liao Miao covered her mouth and smiled, looking at the Porsche ahead. After a while, she suddenly realized, Mom, why are we still following the teacher's car? Liao's mother was taken aback as well. Indeed, why had she been following their car all this time? Wasn't she going to the mall? However, looking at the route, there was nothing wrong. That was the way to the mall. She smiled, slightly helpless. Maybe they're going to the mall too. Wow, so can I go shopping with the teacher? They're on a date. Won't you be a third wheel? Huh? Will I? I just want to go shopping with the teacher and take some photos. I want to tell my classmates that I found a tutor. She's beautiful, gentle, and rich. And most importantly, she's a super scholar. Liao's mother couldn't help but laugh. She shook her head, didn't say anything more, and continued driving her car. Meanwhile, Hui Yuxuan, who had been seeing the pink BMW follow them in her rearview mirror, raised her eyes, took another look to confirm, and then smiled. Liao Miao and her mom have been following us. I wonder if they're going to the mall too. Oh. Du Heng glanced in the rearview mirror and only saw the pink BMW. He couldn't see the people inside. How do you know that's Liao Miao's car? That car has been following us all the way. They have been behind us since we left the complex. They must be curious why we are all going in the same direction. Should we say hi to them when we park the car? Let's see how it goes. It would be awkward if we said hello. That's true. Fortunately, when they went into the mall's underground parking lot, the two cars separated while they were looking for parking spaces. So there was no need for them to say hello or agree to shop together. They did not run into Liao Miao and her mom. It seemed that they had gone up from another elevator. Holding hands, Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan entered the elevator, arriving on the first floor, where they browsed through the women's clothing section. Today, I made 400 yuan. This is the first time in my life I've earned money from my own effort. I'm going to treat a Heng to a big meal. What would a Heng like to have for dinner? Grapes. Chapter 223, The Store Manager. My cousin hates men. Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes and said with a soft scold, A Heng. Be serious. Du Heng grinned and nodded, putting his hand on his chin as he thought. He saw a restaurant across the way and hesitated before pointing at it. Let's go to Pizza Hut then. A Heng wants to have pizza? Sort of. You like the butterfly shrimp, don't you? We can order a few more of those. Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile. Okay, let's go to Pizza Hut tonight. Of course, they were not just here for dinner at Pizza Hut. Shopping was the main event, and Du Heng was just accompanying her. When they passed by a jewelry store, they went inside. It was like visiting old friends. The store manager greeted them warmly, inviting them to sit down on the sofa. She asked the staff to get them some milk tea, and they also brought out some desserts. It's been a long time since I've seen you. It's great to see you two so close. You make me envious, the manager said. Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan looked at each other and laughed. Thanks to the necklace you gave us, Yuxuan really likes it. She's wearing it today. Oh, really? The manager's eyes lit up. Hui Yuxuan sweetly showed the necklace she was wearing, and the manager nodded, her eyes almost disappearing in delight. Since we're here, we'll support your business as old friends, Du Heng said, patting Hui Yuxuan's back and motioning towards the display case. Go pick out some jewelry. You made a lot of money today. Hui Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh. 400 yuan is barely enough for a small earring here, let alone for dinner at Pizza Hut. It's okay. Pizza Hut is on you. And I'm buying you the jewelry to celebrate your first ever earning. Hui Yuxuan didn't object. She hesitated for a moment, then stood up and, accompanied by a staff member, walked to the display case. She listened to the staff member's introduction of the store's latest products, occasionally picking up an item to try on. The manager didn't follow her. She smiled at Hui Yuxuan as she picked out jewelry, then turned to Du Heng, who was also smiling. She said softly, I really envy you too. Du Heng shrugged. I think if you wanted to, you could find a partner and be just like us. The manager shrugged helplessly. As my cousin says, no men in this world are any good. If a woman has her own financial independence, she shouldn't even bother with having a partner. Du Heng touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. The manager had just said something that was disparaging to all men, including him. The manager clearly realized her mistake and quickly waved her hand, explaining, Of course, that's what my cousin says. I used to agree, but ever since I met you, I've changed my mind. Du Heng nodded with a smile. It's normal that you think that way. As a man, I agree with that, but I think there's something missing. What? The difference between humans and animals is that humans can control their desires. Men are bad, but if he can control his bad side, and not have wandering eyes for other women, and be wholeheartedly bad only to one woman, then I think that man is quite all right. The manager nodded thoughtfully. You're right. I think I'll tell my cousin that. She's been hurt by men, and because of it, she hates all men. I hope that will help her. Don't isolate yourself. Try and reach out to others. Maybe the most wonderful love is waiting for you on your way. The manager laughed. Your words are worth more than 10 years of study. After hearing you say that, I wish I could go out and find a man immediately. Don't. Du-hung shrugged. I'm just talking nonsense. I don't know if what I'm saying makes any sense. I still have a lack of life experience and haven't gone through enough. If you believe me and someone deceives you, I'd have to take the blame. I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. No wonder you stick to your principles and treat that girl so well. If someone starts off with bad intentions, it won't be long before they hurt others. Du-hung nodded wryly. He was just here to accompany Hua Yuxuan shopping and visit an old friend, not to discuss life or philosophy. The staff members came back with the milk tea and put it on the coffee table. Du-hung didn't hold back and grabbed one cup. Oh yeah, I heard you say that your girlfriend, oh, sorry, I mean your fiancée, earned her first real money today? Du-hung swallowed the milk tea and nodded with a smile. Yeah, she is now a proper teacher. She found a tutoring job in our neighborhood this morning and made 400 yuan. That's impressive. 400 yuan in the morning? If she worked for a full day, she'd make about 1,000 yuan. Sigh. If I had known that, I wouldn't have opened a jewelry store. I should have been a tutor instead. It was obvious she was joking, so Du-hung didn't take it seriously. He chuckled, then said, speaking of which, the single mother from today also runs a jewelry store. Oh. The manager didn't think much of it. Average families wouldn't hire a tutor this expensive, and anyone living in the same complex as Du-hong was clearly quite well off. That's interesting. Ahong. Does this look good on me? Hua Yuxuan walked up to Du-hong, wearing a gold bangle, smiling and waiting for his opinion. You have excellent taste. This design came in yesterday. I really like it too, but I'm in the business of selling it, after all. Listening to the manager's introduction, Hua Yuxuan's expression remained unchanged. She looked at Du-hong, waiting for him to say something. Du-hong didn't disappoint her. He nodded with a smile, giving her a thumbs up. Nice, it looks good. Buy it. After picking out a pair of pearl earrings, Du-hong and Hua Yuxuan left the jewelry store with the attention of the manager and all of the staff, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Just a minute after they left, a petite mother and daughter entered the jewelry store. Auntie, we're here. As soon as she entered the jewelry store, Liao Miao shouted happily and ran to embrace the store manager, who was just about to return to the counter and turned to see who was calling. Cousin Liao Miao, why are you here? Liao's mother walked over with a smile and put her LV handbag down on the sofa before saying, I brought Liao Miao to buy some clothes. We were passing by and thought we would drop in. Business looks good. Oh, it's okay. I'm just managing. If it weren't for some old customers showing their support, my store would be crushed by these high rental fees. Should we change places then? No way. I like it here. And if I left, what would happen to my old customers? And the rent in Intai is even more extravagant. Only you could afford that. Chapter 224. The manager and Liao's mother are cousins. How are Liao Miao's grades lately? Have you thought about which college you want to apply to? I've thought about it, Annie. I plan to apply to Jincheng University, which is close to home, so I can stay at home with my mother and she won't be lonely. Liao Miao cares so much about you. Your mother must be really happy. The manager smiled and patted Liao Miao's head. But Jincheng University has quite a high admission score. Do you think you can get in? I think it's no problem. Annie knows 2 students at Jincheng University. Do you want Annie to ask them if they know any tutors? Oh, that's right, one of them is working as a tutor. So should I help you ask them? No need, Auntie. I already found a tutor. She's really pretty, and she came to my house this morning. They live in Vank. Oh. The manager was a little stunned. She had a vague feeling that something wasn't right. After thinking for a few seconds, her eyes suddenly lit up. This wouldn't be too much of a coincidence, right? Liao Miao was puzzled, not knowing what the manager meant. Auntie, what's a coincidence? You said the tutor you hired is also from Vank, right? Yes, it only takes a few minutes to get to my place. The manager nodded and said with a smile, the 2 people I know also live in Vank. Auntie, how do you know? I saw the rich young man last time when I was at a gym nearby. That's when I found out about it. And then? And then, just now, the 2 of them came to my shop, saying that they earned their first money as a tutor this morning, and they also said they were having Pizza Hut tonight. The rich guy's fiancée is also very pretty. It wasn't just Liao Miao that was stunned. Even Liao's mother was astonished. It was too much of a coincidence. Could it just be a coincidence? Liao's mother didn't really believe it. Maybe they're just both living in Vank? The two people I know are called Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan. They bought matching rings at my store and also an engagement ring. Liao's mother smiled wryly. So, it's really them. They're engaged. So it's not a coincidence that they live in Vank or have the same name. This is interesting. I didn't expect her tutor student to be Liao Miao. The manager asked the staff to buy 2 more cups of milk tea. Then she led Liao's mother and Liao Miao to sit down on the sofa. You're saying Teacher Hua and her boyfriend just left your shop? Fiancé. The manager corrected. They left just a minute before you came in. They bought a gold bracelet and a pair of pearl earrings. Liao's mother nodded. Liao Miao had told her the fact that Du Hong was a super rich man, so she no longer looked at everything he did for Hui Yuxuan with a malicious eye. She only felt envy. Hating Min was one thing, but wanting happiness for herself was another thing. Oh yeah, he said something that I thought was interesting. I think it's very fitting for you. Would you like to hear it? What is it? Go on. I'm listening. He said that he admits that men are bad, but if a man can control his own desires and wholeheartedly be bad only to one person, then that man is not bad. Liao's mother fell silent. This statement had clearly made quite an impact on her current beliefs. She then shook her head wryly. It's not easy to find a person like that. He said you shouldn't isolate yourself. You should go out and meet the world. Maybe a beautiful relationship is waiting for you. Liao's mother couldn't help but laugh, feeling as though she had been lectured by a young man almost 20 years younger than her. What's more, she couldn't refute his points, which was quite a strange feeling. I'll think about it. That's more like it. After listening to what he said, I want to find a boyfriend myself. It's not that there are no men like him, but they're basically extinct. You and I know very well that men get corrupted once they become rich. The manager shrugged. How would you know if you didn't try? Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Liao Miao is here. What are we doing talking about such things in front of her? It's setting a bad example for a child. You actually know. Luckily, Liao Miao has a cheerful personality. Otherwise, if you are around for too long, she would become a recluse and she will be scared of love and marriage. Wouldn't she end up alone for the rest of her life? Before that, why don't you think about yourself? You still don't have a boyfriend, and you're not young either. You're almost 40, and you're still single. Don't tell me you're trying to be like me? The manager smiled scornfully. It's not like I don't want to find someone. It's just that the men around me are all bad. I think with my great figure and financial security, I just need to find someone honest to spend my days with. Please, you're almost 40 and you're still thinking about those random things. You are so rich. How could those honest people possibly approach you? That's true. Maybe I should dress in rags one day and go on the street to see if anyone is kind enough to give me some money, and then I'll go home with him. They were getting more and more outrageous. Liao's mother shook her head, not wanting to continue the topic. It was fine for her to talk about it with the manager, but Liao Miao was still there. If she learned anything from this, it would be terrible. Auntie, did the teacher say that they were going to Pizza Hut tonight? Yes, how do you know? Do you want to eat as well? How about Auntie treat you? Okay. Hee, I want to take photos with the teacher. They are going on a date. Why would you want to take photos? Wouldn't that make you a third wheel? Liao Miao stuck out her little tongue and said with a giggle, I just want to take some photos. My classmates have all hired tutors. I want to tell them that I hired one too, and that she's really pretty. I want them to be so jealous. You. The manager shook her head with a smile, not saying anything. Women were like that. It was normal. When they were little, they compared the number of toys and who had a prettier dress. When they grew up and had no boyfriend, they would compare whose teacher was gentler, whose teacher was prettier. And later, they would compare whose boyfriend was handsome, whose boyfriend was kinder, whose boyfriend was richer. And then after that, they would compare whose child was more adorable, whose child was more well-behaved and sensible. Auntie will treat you and your mom to Pizza Hut tonight. Why don't you two go shopping first, and when it's time for dinner, I'll call you. Okay, Auntie is the best. You know it. At 5 o'clock, because it was Sunday, there were more and more people in the shopping mall. If Du Hong went down to the underground parking lot at this time, he would find that it was already full. The entrance to the parking lot was closed to incoming vehicles, which shows how heavy the traffic flow was. Hong, I'm hungry. let's go to Pizza Hut. Sure, let's go. Chapter 225. What would they be doing if not for each other? They found a two-person table near the window at Pizza Hut and settled in. After scanning the code to order a two-person set meal and adding 2 portions of butterfly shrimp, they asked the server for 2 glasses of water and started chatting. How's your aunt doing now? Do-hung asked. She's much better. She was discharged last week and doesn't need IVs anymore. She can eat and walk on her own. Is she still vomiting? Not anymore. That's good to hear. Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded. Yeah, my aunt and uncle are really grateful to you. After moving the hospital room, my aunt was able to rest properly without being disturbed. She has a full-time caregiver who looks after her diet and helps her walk around in the hallway, so she's recovered very quickly. Du-hung waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to thank me. I only helped because they are your family. Now, as long as they get along peacefully and don't cause any trouble. My uncle said he would pay you back for the caregiver, especially since he got a new construction project, a big one, which should bring in a good amount of money. No need. Let them use that money to buy some tonics for your aunt. Getting better as soon as possible is the most important thing. Hui Yuxuan smiled warmly. She loved how Du-hong was always willing to help without expecting anything in return. She knew Du-hong was only helping her aunt's family because of her. Although her aunt and uncle's family were unreliable before, they were now trying to change. After her aunt's surgery and hospital stay, their family seemed to have become closer, and their future felt more promising. Unbeknownst to the couple, 3 people had entered the restaurant. One, the youngest of them, a petite girl, scanned the room, and after spotting them, her eyes lit up as she hurried towards their table. The 2 women behind her wore helpless smiles. Teacher. Hui Yuxuan was startled and turned to where the voice had come from, seeing Liao Miao running towards her, grinning from ear to ear. Liao Miao, what are you doing here? My auntie is treating me to pizza. Hui Yuxuan glanced at the manager in the distance and quickly understood. So the manager is your aunt? Yes, teacher. It's such a coincidence. Hui Yuxuan and Du-hung exchanged amused glances. Du-hung nodded to the manager but didn't get up. The manager and Liao's mother also had the good sense not to approach their table. They let a server guide them to another table that was separated by a wall. This was Liao's mother's idea, to avoid making Du-hung and Hui Yuxuan's date awkward. Teacher, can I take some photos with you? I was too shy to ask you at home. Hui Yuxuan looked at Du-hung helplessly, who simply shrugged and leaned back in his chair, taking out his phone. Sure, Hui Yuxuan agreed. Liao Miao was delighted, took out her phone, and started snapping pictures of Hui Yuxuan. 3 minutes later, Liao Miao stopped, put her phone away, smiled, and waved to Hui Yuxuan. Teacher, I won't take up any more of your time. I'm going back to my mom and aunt. Hui Yuxuan's face was stiff from smiling. She nodded and said, Okay, go ahead. Once Liao Miao had left, Hui Yuxuan shook her head helplessly. Liao Miao is so energetic. I was her exact opposite when I was in my senior year. Oh. Du-hung placed his phone on the table, leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, and looked at Hui Yuxuan with intense interest. He smiled and said, I've never heard you talk about your high school days before. There's nothing much to say. I just focused on studying so that my parents and grandpa wouldn't be disappointed. Although I took some extracurricular classes, by senior year, there was no time for them because of the college entrance exam. I was different. In my senior year, I often went out with Wangba to go to internet cafes, play games in arcades, and on the Saturday night before the exam, I even went on an all-nighter with him. Hui Yuxuan giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. So you got into Jincheng University, while Wangba didn't even go to college. Du-hung shrugged. It seems that way, but you shouldn't assume he hasn't completed his studies. He has a degree from a top university. Then why didn't you follow his lead? Because of you. Hui Yuxuan was stunned. She had thought of many possibilities, but she didn't expect that answer. Something deep inside her was touched, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Du-hung. Noticing her gaze, Du-heng's lips curled into a smile. He raised his left hand, revealing the ring on his middle finger. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have continued studying this semester. Why? Isn't Du-hung doing well in school? Du-hung shrugged. It has nothing to do with how well I'm doing. I just wanted to experience college life. I pretty much got the experience I wanted last semester. Like now, most of the time, I'm with you or just staying in my dorm. So if a Hung hadn't met me and wasn't in school, what would you be doing now? I don't know. Maybe I'd be traveling around the world? Or maybe I would have already inherited billions in assets and be navigating the business world, having a battle of wits with established capital? Who knows? Hui Yuxuan nodded thoughtfully. Just like Du Hong said from the beginning, he had no plans for his future because he was rich and financially free, and he didn't need to strive to make a living. If you weren't my girlfriend now, what would you be doing? Me. Hui Yuxuan looked around and started thinking. I think I'd probably be in the library right now, studying hard with Ling Ling. Studying so hard? Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes. Why do you think my grades are good? Isn't it because you're smart? Who says they are smart? Don't they usually say that they studied hard? Du Hong grinned, pointed at himself, and said, I'll say it. I'm smart. Hui Yuxuan laughed, her smile blooming like a flower, making her feel cheerful. Let's not talk about this anymore. We are engaged now, so why are we wondering what we'd be doing if we weren't together? We should be thinking about what we're going to do when we get home tonight. As he said this, Du Hong raised an eyebrow, making her blush and lower her head. Then she nodded softly, her voice as quiet as a whisper. Whatever a Hong wants. At that moment, the server brought over a small appetizer platter, 2 portions of butterfly shrimp, 2 drinks, and a fruit salad. Du Hong took a sip of his drink, pointed to the butterfly shrimp, and smiled. Eat more, so you'll have the energy tonight. Hui Yuxuan blushed and nodded again. Okay. Chapter 226. Is being pretty just being a vase? Building 9, Apartment 1601. Listening to the sounds coming from upstairs for over an hour, the couple felt uncomfortable, especially the man. Even though he really wanted to, his girlfriend had just started her period the day before. Are they taking medicine or something upstairs? Their stamina is incredible. It's driving me crazy. Why don't you just go to the toilet and take care of it yourself? I can see how much it's bothering you. The man reluctantly went to the bathroom, only to return a few minutes later looking refreshed. Did you wash your hands? Of course I did. I can't neglect my left and right wives. However, the sounds from upstairs continued. A few minutes later, the man couldn't take it anymore and went back to the bathroom again. After going back and forth 3 times, the man could no longer bear it. Why, let's move, honey. The complex that my mom mentioned before sounds pretty good. Are you giving up? Whether the man was willing to admit it or not, the sounds continued from apartment 1701 upstairs. When the couple finally fell asleep, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. The next morning, they woke up early and headed to their respective classes, one in the South Teaching Building and the other in the North. Just like them, Liao Miao went back to high school, but during her free time after class, she excitedly chatted with a few of her closest female classmates. My tutor didn't come last night either. She wouldn't answer the phone, and she didn't reply to any messages. Seriously, if she doesn't want to teach, she should just say so. It's irresponsible to just not show up for no reason. Oh, that's terrible. My teacher isn't like that at all. She has a really gentle voice and explains everything in great detail. I feel like my grades will improve a lot in the second mock exam. I also hired a tutor, Liao Miao said with a smile. She's so beautiful and she's a sophomore at Jincheng University, and her figure is amazing. College girls all wear makeup. Isn't it normal to be pretty? What's so special about that? Yeah, my tutor is pretty too. She has long black hair and a great presence. Girls all look beautiful with makeup. Liao Miao showed a mysterious smile. She glanced outside the classroom and, after not seeing the teacher, quietly took out her phone and showed a group photo she took with Hui Yuxuan last night. Here, look at it for yourselves. Wow, is that really her? Are you using filters? Why don't you look at my face to see if I'm using filters? Your skin is so good, and your eyes are big and bright, and your hands are gorgeous. Did you get something wrong with this photo, Liao Miao? Is your teacher really that tall? She looks taller than my boyfriend. Liao Miao was very pleased with everyone's reactions and explained with a giggle. Teacher Hua is 1.75 meters tall and weighs 57.5 kilos. Her legs are super long, and her figure is amazing. Are you sure you didn't just hire a model? Is she really your tutor? And why were you guys taking photos in Pizza Hut? We met the teacher and her boyfriend at the mall yesterday, and I asked to take a picture with her. What's the use of being pretty? She probably just uses her looks to trick men out of their money. Who knows if her teaching skills are any good? Yeah, pretty girls like that probably don't have good grades. Have you ever seen any pretty girls at school with good grades? Liao Miao pouted, feeling displeased. She's a student at Jincheng University. Jincheng University is a 211 university. Do you think her grades are bad? She also has a teaching certificate and explains things very thoroughly. And most importantly, her voice is nice to listen to. When she teaches me, I pay extra attention. That's how it was with girls' cliques. Once they started comparing, nobody would admit they were second best. Liao Miao was the shortest among this group, so her words didn't seem as credible, making her feel a bit helpless. In the evening, Hui Yuxuan had no classes, but Du Heng did. Since Liao Miao didn't have self-study classes in the evening, Hui Yuxuan went to her home to help her with her studies. Teacher, why don't my classmates believe that you have good grades and can teach me well after I showed them your pictures? Hui Yuxuan was startled, then laughed. Why are you suddenly asking this? My classmates all say that pretty girls don't have good grades. They think you're just a vase. Hui Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh. Is there a connection between the two? There are also very beautiful girls at top universities. That's just an excuse for pretty girls with bad grades. Does the teacher mean that they're just jealous? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. I wouldn't say that. Girls at your age like to compete, and I was the same when I was younger. But what I pursued was self-improvement, to make my grades better and become more outstanding, not trying to make others like me more. So, does the teacher mean that those pretty girls with bad grades are satisfied with where they are and don't want to improve, so they enjoy the attention they're getting? That's basically it, but not entirely. Some have health reasons, and some have family issues. We can't generalize. Liao Miao was thoughtful, nodded, and bit her pen as she pondered. After a while, she relaxed, but she still had a defiant look on her face. Teacher, how can I make them believe me? Hui Yuxuan smiled and shook her head. There's no need to prove anything to them. Even if they don't believe it, you and I know the truth, and that's enough. But if you really want to prove it, it's not impossible. Teacher, what should I do? It's simple. Your grades. They don't believe that I can teach you well, but if your grades improve in exams, then even if they don't believe it, they can only accept it. Liao Miao's eyes lit up, and she nodded emphatically. Teacher, I will work hard. Because she finished tutoring Liao Miao at 9:30 p.m., Hui Yuxuan didn't go back to school. She stayed at 1701 in Building 9. After class, Du Heng rode his motorcycle to keep her company. After showering, she was lying on the bed. Du Heng looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was sitting at her desk reading a book, and smiled. Why are you so focused? Did something happen? Hui Yuxuan raised her book, revealing the cover. I'm reviewing high school knowledge. When I was tutoring Liao Miao today, I realized that some points weren't clear in my head, so I thought I would review it. Du Heng got out of bed, walked behind her, hugged her neck from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, and watched as she wrote on her textbook. He said softly, Is 200 an hour too little for such a dedicated tutor? I want to prove that I'm not just a vase. I'm not only pretty, but also a scholar. And the students I teach are not only pretty, but also outstanding. This was the first time Du Heng had ever heard Hui Yuxuan's voice so serious. He nodded subconsciously and let go of his arms around her, but she grabbed his hand. So, I need more of a Heng's love and support. I support you. Go for it. You're the best. Chapter 227. 3 sevens are 21. Right? University life was repetitive as always. Class, after class, eating, playing games, and sleeping. Those with girlfriends would spend their free time with them, arguing, dating, shopping, staying a night at the Fenglin Inn, then arguing again, in a repetitive cycle. Whenever Hui Yuxuan didn't have classes in the evening, she went to tutor Liao Miao. On Saturday and Sunday mornings, she also went to tutor for 2 hours, which earned her about 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. Because of this, Du Heng received a lot of packages. They were all gifts from fans that Hui Yuxuan had snagged while watching live streams online. There were water bottles, umbrellas, backpacks, sunglasses, and of course, also underwear and socks. The staff at the community's courier station all knew him. After all, how could they not remember such a handsome guy who came to pick up packages every day? Today was the day when Liao Miao's second mock exam scores were to be released. Hui Yuxuan was slightly nervous. After all, this was the first big exam she had helped prepare Liao Miao for. In high school, there were small tests every 3 days and big tests every 5 days. But there was only one second mock exam throughout their entire high school career. Although her scores had been improving steadily in the smaller tests, those didn't mean much without the real test. So, Hui Yuxuan was a bit unsure of herself. It was Monday, and while she was playing badminton with Du Hong, Hui Yuxuan was a little distracted, missing several easy shots. Du Hong simply led her to sit down on the side and watch the others play. Are you still thinking about Liao Miao's exam? Hui Yuxuan nodded gently. I didn't think I would care so much. It's normal. You're also like half of her teacher now, so it's normal to want to prove yourself. Yeah, I wonder how she did on the test. How would she react if she did badly, and how am I supposed to face her? Don't think too much. I think she will be fine. Why? Because of her attitude. Attitude? Yes. Du Hong smiled and raised his right index finger. Attitude is key for success, especially in learning. The impact is the most obvious. Liao Miao has a strong mindset. Although she's small, her courage is not something that everyone can compare to. Hui Yuxuan was thoughtful and nodded. That's true. She has a great personality, and she's a quick learner. With the same study intensity, if they are all sponges, then her absorption ability is the strongest. You can tell that from her regular exams. So you are saying that she will do really well on this exam? Yes. When your attitude is good, you won't have any on-the-spot errors. And didn't you say that she had a good foundation, but lacked the right guidance? I think she will do really well on the exam. She should have no problem getting into Jinsheng University. I hope so. Although Du Hong was trying to reassure her, Hui Yuxuan still couldn't seem to relax. And just like that, it was 5:30 p.m., the time when Liao Miao got off school. Hui Yuxuan received a phone call from Liao Miao. Teacher, are you free tonight? Can you come help me with my homework? Sure, same time. Go home and eat first. Okay. Neither of them mentioned the exam results. Hui Yuxuan was feeling a little anxious. Logically, if Liao Miao had done well, she would have immediately told her as soon as the call was connected to make her happy. But she kept silent about the results on the phone and only asked her to go to her house that night to help her with her homework. Ahong, do you think Liao Miao did badly, so she doesn't want to tell me? Don't think too much about it. That's not the case. From my many years of experience, I think she just wants to give you a surprise, and that surprise must be given in person, and she needs to see your happy expression to feel even more satisfied. Hui Yuxuan was skeptical, but at 7 p.m., she went to the door of 102 in Building 2 and knocked, feeling a bit anxious. Almost the moment the knock sounded, the door swung open. Liao Miao was beaming with excitement, which was almost written on her face. Hui Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like the situation was similar to what Du Hong had predicted. However, the situation was even more exaggerated than she imagined. Liao Miao had done very well on this exam. Before she took on the tutoring task, Liao Miao's grades were in the middle to lower range of the class. Their class was an honors class, and the students' grades were generally good. With more than a month of tutoring, Liao Miao's grades had been steadily improving. Before the second mock exam, she had moved to the top of her class in the last practice test. Teacher, what's wrong? Teacher, guess how I did on the exam? Hui Yuxuan pretended to think for a few seconds, then said with a smile, I can tell from your expression. You did quite well. Hee. Teacher, I got 3rd place in the entire class and 21st in the whole school. The teacher said if I can keep my grades stable, then I will definitely get into a good first-tier university, and there is a high probability that I will get into a 211 university. If I try harder, it wouldn't be a problem to get into a 985 university. Hui Yuxuan's pupil shrank, her face expressing surprise. That's amazing. It's all because the teacher taught me well. Without you, I might still be in the middle or lower range of my class. Hui Yuxuan smiled and shook her head. It has nothing to do with me. You already had a good foundation. Liao's mother walked over at that time and smiled. Teacher Hua, thank you so much. Liao Miao's grades have improved so much thanks to you. To be honest, I couldn't believe it when she told me her score, because originally, her teachers said she was only likely to get into a 2nd-tier university, but getting into the 1st-tier university is very difficult. Hui Yuxuan didn't know what to say, so she just nodded and smiled. Teacher, let's go inside quickly. There's still a lot of homework today. Okay. It was already 9 p.m. when Hua Yuxuan returned from Liao Miao's home to 1701 in Building 9. Du Hong was playing games. He came out after hearing the door open and saw a figure rushing toward him. He subconsciously caught her, hugged her to the sofa, and looked at her happy and satisfied expression. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? Why are you so happy? Did Liao Miao do well on the exam?" Hum. Hua Yuxuan nodded emphatically. "It's the first time I've ever felt like this. I'm so satisfied and proud. Guess where Liao Miao was ranked in her class?" Du Hong raised an eyebrow, touched his chin, and began to think. If it was just a normal performance, then you wouldn't be so excited. Let me think. She must have performed very well. Hum. Then I guess she got 3rd place in the class and 21st place in the school. 3 sevens are 21, right? Chapter 228. Tutor another one? It was one thing to guess the class ranking, but he had also guessed her school ranking so accurately. Hua Yuxuan was truly astonished, her mouth forming an O shape, looking incredulous. Du Hong was a little embarrassed by the way she was looking at him. He touched his nose and asked, "Did I guess wrong? Did you know about it beforehand?" "No, did I guess correctly?" Hua Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh. "Not only did you guess correctly, but you even guessed her school ranking. You are amazing. And you even said 3 sevens are 21. I guessed right?" Du Hong was also a little surprised. "I just guessed randomly and got it right?" "Yes, Liao Miao got 3rd place in the class and 21st place in the whole school. The result was beyond my expectation. Just like you said, she has a great attitude, and she performed exceptionally well on the exam." Okay. What else was there to say? Was Liao Miao more impressive, or was he more of a prophet? Liao's mother said that I taught her really well and wanted to give me a raise, 300 yuan per hour. I refused. Why? Because I don't think you can measure this with money. I just did my best to complete my task. Liao Miao has achieved this result entirely because of her own efforts. But you missed out on an opportunity to make more than 10,000 yuan a month. Hua Yuxuan rolled her eyes and said with a soft scold, "I don't care about that small amount of money." All right, as long as you are happy." The next day, during break time, some friends gathered together to discuss things. My dad found me another tutor because I messed up the second mock exam. He was very angry. My new tutor is very strict and has a scary face. I also messed up on the test. I didn't expect the paper to be so difficult. They all say that the second mock exam reflects the college entrance exam scores, so am I done for? Liao Miao smiled as she looked at them. She didn't speak and didn't try to show off. She just stood there, resting her chin in her hands, and listened to them complain with a giggle. Although she had also been one of the complainers after taking tests in the past. "Liao Miao, can you ask your tutor to help tutor me?" As soon as she said that, all the other girls turned to look at Liao Miao, who was smiling mysteriously. They already knew that she had done really well on the test. It was inevitable, as the homeroom teacher had praised her in class that morning and had even told them to learn from her. "Liao Miao, is your tutor really that amazing? It's the first time I've ever heard of a pretty girl being so good." "Me too. I don't know who said it before, about pretty girls being just a vase and that their grades wouldn't be good. I actually believed it. Sigh, I wronged Liao Miao's teacher. It seems that she's not only pretty, but also great at teaching." "Liao Miao, your tutor also lives in Vank. So is she rich?" Liao Miao finally spoke up and nodded. "My teacher's family also has money, but her boyfriend is the truly rich one. The house is bought by her boyfriend, and he also bought her a Porsche. I looked it up, and it costs over 3 million yuan. Wow. The girls were shocked. Is he so willing? It's because my teacher is so outstanding. That's true. Liao Miao, why don't you ask your teacher for us tonight, to see if she is willing to teach more people? We can pay her, so it won't be for free. It's not that I don't want to. My teacher has class tonight, so she won't come. It'll have to wait until tomorrow night. Then, could you please ask for us tomorrow night?" "Sure." Liao Miao grinned and nodded. "Of course, no problem." On the way home, Liao Miao invited her best friend to sit in her mother's pink BMW. "Liao Miao, did you ask me to come with you alone because you have something to tell me?" "Of course. Don't you all want me to ask my teacher to teach more people?" Didn't you say that your teacher wouldn't come until tomorrow night? What can't be asked via WeChat? Are you as dumb as them? What do you mean? You're so stupid. If you have too many people to teach, then the teacher won't be able to teach everyone well. And if everyone depends on their tutors too much, they won't be able to improve their grades. Here, she used to teach instead of to learn, because, for her at that moment, she was a person at the top of the pyramid and had the right to use this word to evaluate them. So you asked me to come with you alone to tell me that you're only going to help me ask? You're quite smart. That's right. The teacher definitely won't have the energy to teach too many people, but I also don't want your efforts to go to waste. So I want to introduce Teacher Hua to you, but let me say this in advance, you have to come to my home for class. The teacher said that she doesn't want to go too far. Why? Because she doesn't need the money. My mom wanted to give her a raise last night, and she refused 300 yuan per hour. What? She doesn't want such a high salary? The teacher said that she only played a guiding role and that it's me who put in the real effort. Of course, I know that she only said that because she didn't want the money. Without her, my grades wouldn't be improving. It's not like I haven't hired tutors before. I suddenly realized that those teachers who only care about money are trash compared to your teacher. I have to tell my dad to fire my tutor from yesterday. He's always pulling a long face, just like an old man. How could he be more comfortable to look at than a pretty sister? And he even charges 250 yuan an hour. What a waste. Let me ask the teacher first. It's useless for me to agree. I have to get the teacher's consent. Oh, right. Hui Yuxuan, who was having lunch with Hu Ling, was discussing her tutoring job when her phone suddenly lit up. She picked it up and smiled helplessly. What's wrong? My student asked if I could teach one more person. She's also a girl and will pay me. It'll be at her house, so I don't have to go everywhere, and the time will be the same. Just teach her then. It's the same whether you teach one or two, and since it's in your neighborhood, what's there to be afraid of? But teaching two will definitely not be as effective as teaching one. If two people ask two questions at the same time, then I can only answer one question at a time. So teaching one-on-two will definitely not be as effective as teaching one-on-one. Oh, come on. Your student must have thought of that if she came to ask you. If you're worried it will have a bad effect, then I can help you teach the other one. I want to make around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month too. Hui Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh. Isn't Zhang Yang making 400,000 or 500,000 a month? Isn't that enough for both of you to spend? So what? That's his money. I'm not married to him yet. Besides, nobody thinks they have too much money, right? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. Forget it. I will teach her. You, go and keep snuggling up with your Zhang Yang. Hu Ling shrugged. She just said that. She didn't really want a tutor. If she wanted to, she would have done so already. In that case, you should work hard. Make your Du Heng replenish you with some yang energy, or there will be too much yin energy with 3 women gathered together. Tisk. Hui Yuxuan spat gently. After spending too much time with Zhang Yang, you're also always spouting nonsense. You're the same, right? Chapter 229, College Entrance Exam Scores Released. In late June, Liao Miao and Qin Zihao could finally check their college entrance exam scores. Both families were very concerned about their results, especially Hui Yuxuan. Today, she was so nervous that she couldn't even eat breakfast. Don't be nervous, Du Heng said. Didn't you say that Xiao Hao's grades are excellent, and he'll have no problem going to a top university? Getting into Jincheng University should be easy for him. I know, but I'm not worried about him. I'm more concerned about Liao Miao and my other student. This year's college entrance exam math was quite difficult, and math has always been their weakness. I'm worried their scores will be dragged down by math. This year's college entrance exam math was indeed more difficult than in previous years, though it wasn't the hardest ever. Ultimately, it had tripped up many students. When they came out of the exam hall, many students were crying, saying that they had done badly. The worried parents were now even more anxious. You need to remember one thing. The math test being difficult wasn't just for them. It was difficult for everyone. That's why the cutoff score for the first tier universities is only 490 this year. That's over 10 points lower than last year and the year before. If the test is difficult, the cutoff scores will drop. It'll be fine. However, nothing worked to calm her down. Hui Yuxuan was fidgeting, wanting to call them to check on the situation, but she was also afraid that hurrying them would make them even more nervous. Just then, Hui Yuxuan's phone lit up. Chin Zaheo had sent her a message. She opened it and saw a screenshot of his scores, and just one glance made her lips curl into a smile. Xiaohao did extremely well, 649 points. Full marks on the science section. His Chinese was a bit low, not even passing. Math was 127, and English was 140. With these scores, he has no problem going to a top university, especially given that he has a Kyoto residence permit. It's a pity that he wants to go to Jincheng University. I wonder how his parents will feel about that. My aunt and uncle support his choice. My grandpa said that if he applies to Jincheng University, he will waive his tuition and give him a 10,000 yuan scholarship every year, as well as guaranteeing him a place in the graduate program. Du Heng raised an eyebrow. Your grandpa is being so generous? With this score, he can get into a 985 university without a problem. Just waiving tuition and providing a scholarship and a guaranteed spot in the graduate program seems a little inadequate, doesn't it? Hui Yuxuan shrugged helplessly. There's nothing I can do. Xiaohao wants to go there, and my grandpa's conditions are more for the sake of appearances. Okay. While they were talking, Chen Zaheo sent another screenshot. Hui Yuxuan opened it and saw that it was Sun Xiaonan's score. Sun Xiaonan got 549, which is 59 points above the first-tier university cutoff score. That's enough for her to get into Jincheng University as well. I just don't know what major she'll choose. As long as she gets in, it's fine. Then Xiaohao can officially pursue her in college. Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile. Yes, but what you don't know is that they are already together. Oh? When did they make it official? Xiaonan made it official. It was on the weekend before the college entrance exam, when they went to McDonald's together. That's good. Now all that's left are your two students. Yeah. She tried to force herself to stay calm, but her mind was already filled with various scenarios that could occur. Ahung. What if both of them failed the exam? What can you do? Their grades have been improving steadily. Both of their parents have seen that. Failing the exam can only mean that they didn't perform well on the test that day. It's not your fault. But just then, her phone rang. Liao Miao was calling. Almost the second she saw the caller's name, she answered it. Hello? Teacher, guess how many points I got? Hui Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh. Liao Miao was at it again. She's just like before. After thinking for a moment, she said, the cutoff score for the first-tier universities is 490. With your grades, it should be higher than that. Based on your last exam, it's probably around 550. Hee, guess again. Oh. Hui Yuxuan's eyes lit up. Liao Miao was so happy, asking her to guess again. It must mean that her score was higher than she had expected. Then 560? 588. The moment this score was mentioned, not only Hui Yuxuan but even Du Heng was shocked. That score was enough to get into a 985 university, but Liao Miao's original goal was Jincheng University. This score was much higher. That's amazing. You did so well, even better than your teacher back then. Hee, Gao Yu also did very well. Teacher, guess what score she got? Gao Yu, huh? Gao Yu was her other student. She wasn't as good as Liao Miao, and her performance wasn't very stable, so it was a bit difficult to guess. Did she get 500? Less. Oh. Hui Yuxuan's eyes lit up again. If Gao Yu's score was higher than 500, that would be beyond her expectations. 520? 521. Even she couldn't believe it herself. Her dad even said that he wants to thank you in person, teacher. Hui Yuxuan's tears of emotion began to flow. Du Heng walked up and hugged her, gently stroking her hair. That's great. I'll treat you both to a meal to reward you. Tell me, what do you want to eat? After that, I'll take you to karaoke and watch a movie. Really? Yes, really. Feel free to say anything you want to eat. Even if you say you want a meal at a 5-star hotel, I'll take you there. Hee, wait a minute, teacher. I'll go ask Gao Yu. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Hui Yuxuan buried herself in Du Heng's arms, crying tears of joy. Okay. This should be a happy occasion. Why are you crying? I can't help it. I feel like the efforts I've made for the past few months weren't for nothing. It's worth all the time I spent reviewing high school knowledge, and even missing out on spending time with Ahung. Silly girl, I told you. I'll support you. Now that you are doing well on this path, you can find another group of students after you have sent these two off. Hui Yuxuan shook her head. No, After one more year, I'll be finished with my junior year, and I plan to find a kindergarten outside to work as a teacher. Before that, I need to get my kindergarten teacher certification. Won't that be a bit too exhausting? I need to make myself outstanding enough so I can be worthy of a hung. I want a hung to know that I'm not a vase. Du Hong was somewhat helpless. I didn't think of you as a vase. Then, let a hung know that I'm also very excellent, so that when our children are born, they will be proud to have such an excellent mother. Du Hong was stunned for a moment, then his lips curled into a smile. He nodded gently and was just about to take advantage of this sweet moment to give Hui Yuxuan a deep kiss when the phone rang. It was Liao Miao again. Hello? Teacher, Gao Yu and I have discussed it. Today, we're going to treat you to a big meal. My mom and her dad won't be coming with us. Hee. What do you want to eat, teacher? Hui Yuxuan suddenly didn't know what to eat. She looked up at Du Hong, who smiled and rubbed the tip of her nose with his finger. Your students are treating you to a meal, so I definitely can't follow you. Otherwise, it'll look like I'm just trying to get a free meal. It's okay. Teacher's boyfriend, you must come along. Gao Yu hasn't seen you before. Why would she want to see me? Because behind every successful female teacher, there is definitely a man who is silently supporting her. Chapter 230. Sister Hua, Brother Du. Sitting in a booth near the back at Star Legend Buffet, Du Hong was utterly bewildered. The table was filled with food ready to be put into the hot pot and some cold dishes. Across from him were two girls with hungry looks in their eyes, and beside him was Hui Yuxuan, who was covering her mouth and giggling. Master! Stop! Du Hong said immediately, feeling a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples and said with a negotiating tone, Can you please call me something else? Just call me by my name. Please, don't call me master anymore. But, if the teacher is a man, then we would call his girlfriend or wife mistress. So wouldn't the boyfriend or husband of a female teacher be master? Rubbing his temples, Du Hong regretted coming. He couldn't say no to the three women who had insisted that he came with them. You can just call me Brother Du. Please, don't call me master anymore. I'm afraid I won't be able to take it, and will start doubting if I'm some old man with a long beard who can barely walk. Then, from now on, we will call you Sister Hua and Brother Du. Sure. After pouring some seafood into the pot and putting bacon on the grill, smoke curled and aromas filled the air, making the atmosphere, which was already great, even better. Sister Hua, a relative of mine, has a child who will be in their second year of high school soon. She also wants to find a tutor. Can you go tutor her? I have one too, also in second year of high school. You can tutor them both at the same time? Is it not okay? Hui Yuxuan and Du Hong exchanged a look. They felt that it was better to be clear. Actually, I'm preparing for my kindergarten teacher certification. By this time next year, I'll be working in a kindergarten, so I won't have time to continue tutoring. That's such a pity. It's hard to find a teacher as good as Sister Hua. You will find one. Liao Miao nodded, ate a piece of jackfruit, and smiled. Sister Hua, Brother Du is so rich. Why do you still have to go out to work? If I were you, I would be by Brother Du's side all day, accompanying him. Work wouldn't make much money anyway. Yeah, I'm also curious. Hui Yuxuan was still trying to find the right words, but Du Hong said with a smile, I'm rich, but that doesn't mean that she has to give up her freedom for me. Your sister Hua has her own ideas, which is a good thing, enriching her life experiences and making herself even better. I will love her even more. Ugh. Liao Miao grimaced, looking disgusted. That's so cheesy. Fine. I'll find a boyfriend like Brother Du in college, someone who cares about me, loves me, and won't stop me from doing what I want. The topic was a bit off, because this was Liao Miao's tutor. Hui Yuxuan didn't know if she should talk to her about this. Actually, her worries were unnecessary. Liao Miao was only a year younger than Du Hong, and 2 years younger than her, and they were close in age. Let's not talk about this. Liao Miao, your score is much higher than the cutoff score for Jincheng University. Which school are you planning to apply to? Just Jincheng University, just like I said before. But, with your score, applying to our school would be a bit of a waste. Although the principal is my grandpa, and I want our school to have more talented people, I think a 985 university would be better for you. The principal of Jincheng University is your grandpa? Yes. Wow. Why haven't you ever told me about this, Sister Hua? Hui Yuxuan blinked her eyes. Why would I tell you about that? That's right. It seems there is nothing much to say about it, ha ha ha. But anyway, I'm definitely going to Jincheng University. It's close to home, so I can stay at home and accompany my mother. Hui Yuxuan understood and nodded. If that was her reason, then there was no problem with Liao Miao applying to Jincheng University. It was even commendable. Do you have any ideas about what major you want to take? Does Jincheng University have a jewelry appraisal major? No, but I think there are elective courses for it. Then it doesn't matter. I wonder if my score can get me into one of the most popular majors at Jincheng University. Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded. It's more than enough. Once it's time to fill out the application, I'll tell you which major you should apply for. Hee, thank you, Sister Hua. Hui Yuxuan then turned to Gao Yu and, after thinking for a few seconds, said, What about you? Which school are you planning to apply to? Do you have any ideas about what major you want to take? Gao Yu shook her head. I've never thought about that. My grades weren't very good before, so thinking about it would be pointless. I don't even know which universities are first tier, and I don't know what majors there are. I see. Hui Yuxuan frowned slightly. This did make it a bit difficult, but it was also very easy to solve. In that case, what is your greatest interest? Does playing PUBG and King of Glory count? Besides that, nothing. Sister Hua, am I useless? Hui Yuxuan smiled and shook her head. That's not true. Don't think like that. You're amazing. But your scores probably aren't high enough to get into Jincheng University. When we get back, I'll help you check the cutoff scores for each first-tier university in previous years. Then we can see which schools and majors you can apply to. Okay, thanks, Sister Hua. Hurry and eat. After that, I'll take you shopping and buy you some clothes and shoes as a reward. Thank you, Sister Hua. 3 women make a drama, and Du Hong watched the whole show. And with the crispy bacon to eat, he felt at peace. Before he knew it, he had finished all of the bacon. Brother Du, you ate all the bacon. At that moment, Du Hong felt a bit ashamed. He awkwardly chewed the last piece of bacon in his mouth, swallowed it with difficulty, met Liao Miao's resentful gaze, and Hua Yuxuan's teasing expression. He said with an awkward laugh, I saw that you were all having so much fun, and I just ate it all. Then, you have to help me grill a new plate. Okay, I'll help you grill it. Poor Du Hong. He only ate a few slices of bacon and became a tool man for the whole meal. In his spare time, he signaled Hui Yuxuan to scoop a shrimp ball and put it in his mouth to enjoy. The two of them were showing their affection without a care for those around them, causing Liao Miao and Gao Yu to roll their eyes the whole time. After the buffet, they took Liao Miao and Gao Yu shopping and bought them some clothes, which weren't cheap, but made the girls' eyes sparkle with joy. Sister Hua, you're so pretty. Are there a lot of people pursuing you? Hui Yuxuan glanced at Du Hong, who seemed not to hear her, looking at the shops with the bags in his hands. Actually, he was waiting for her answer. Yes, I can't stop them, so I use him as a shield every time. Then how did Brother Du pursue you back then? Chapter 231. The new semester begins. Him. Hui Yuxuan glanced at Du Hong, noticing he was also looking at her. She tilted her head, speaking ambiguously. Who knows? Maybe I was just obsessed back then? Du Hong chuckled. I was the one who was obsessed back then. I couldn't take my eyes off her. That feeling of my heart fluttering is still so vivid in my memory. As they spoke, they began gazing into each other's eyes again, oblivious to their surroundings. The palpable love in their gaze left Liao and Gao Yu across from them utterly dumbfounded. The meal was quite enjoyable. After eating, they went to a KTV, sang songs, then watched a movie. It wasn't until midnight that they left the mall. Du Hong first drove Gao Yu home, then headed to Vank, watching Liao get into the elevator before finally taking Hua Yuxuan back to Building 9. September marked the start of the new semester, another year of freshman registration. This year, however, Du Hong was already a sophomore, and Wu Lixiang had dragged him into welcoming the new students. Wu Lixiang couldn't find anyone else to help. Nobody wanted to come out in this sweltering heat, and only Du Hong wasn't strong enough to refuse. Holding a sign that read School of Computer Science and Technology, he stood outside the West Gate, watching the incoming freshmen register. A wave of emotion washed over him. A year had passed so quickly, and he had already become an upperclassman. Excuse me, senior, a voice called out. Could you tell me how to get to the School of Economics and Management? Du-hung looked at the guy in front of him, who was just as tall and handsome as himself, and was wearing sunglasses and only carrying a small suitcase. He noticed that quite a few girls behind him were staring at his back with adoring looks. It's over there. Go find that senior wearing the Jincheng University logo. He'll help you. The guy followed Du-heng's finger, took off his sunglasses, and nodded. Thank you, senior. You're welcome. Du-hung smiled and nodded, then hesitated before adding, having money isn't your fault, but driving a red Lamborghini to registration is a bit too flashy. The guy scratched his head a little awkwardly. The group of girls surrounding him earlier had really startled him, and if it hadn't been for a student union vice president helping him out, he wouldn't have been able to escape. I got it, thank you, senior. Okay, go ahead. All right. The guy bid farewell to Du-hong and left, sighing to himself that there were still many good people in the world. He arrived at the registration table, and the guy behind the desk looked up and asked, Do you have your acceptance letter? Yes, I do. The guy quickly handed over his entire acceptance letter. The person took it, extracted some information to complete the registration, compared the details and said, Chin Hong? Yes, that's me. Switching back to Du-heng's perspective, he'd been waiting for ages and had only had one guy ask for directions. He saw not a single student from the School of Computer Science and Technology. He glanced at a girl holding a sign not far away, and beside her was a girl he knew so well that he had every inch of her memorized. The girl happened to look his way. Their eyes met, and she threw him a kiss before immediately being approached by someone with a question. Du-hong gave a helpless wry smile. Having Hualing pull Hui Yuxuan out to welcome new students was the worst decision ever. The liveliness of the other side was proof of that. Hui Yuxuan was constantly being approached. Was it that the phrase beautiful and kind made people think that she was easy to talk to? Or were they just trying to flirt with her? After waiting for a while longer, with no one approaching, Du-hong, bored, looked at the sign in his hand. An idea struck him. He ran to Wu Lixiang, asked for a pin, and scribbled on the sign. A minute later, he clapped his hands, gave the pin back to Wu Lixiang, propped the sign on the table, and then casually walked away. Wu Lixiang looked at the words on the sign and froze. Anyone from the School of Computer Science and Technology, male or female, should look for this guy. Yes, this nerdy-looking guy with glasses. Can't you see the arrow? Yes, it's him. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Having to come out to welcome new students in this sweltering weather was truly miserable. He glanced at Hua Yuxuan's direction. She was also wiping sweat, but since she was wearing a sleeveless top, she had to use wet wipes. After thinking about it, Du-hong crossed the street to the small food street opposite the school and went straight to a bubble tea shop. He ordered 2 bubble teas with ice. He had to admit that the bubble tea shop was incredibly busy today. It took him a while to get his drinks. Then, he headed straight back to the west gate and handed the bubble teas to Hua Yuxuan. Hey, that's too much. There are 2 ladies here. Why did you only buy one for Yuxuan and not for me? Hu Ling put her hand on her hip, looking displeased. She had lost a lot of weight, at least a size smaller than when they first met. She looked much more refined now. Have your Yangzi buy you one. That guy refuses to leave the dorm, says it's too hot. I'm hot too. Since you're here anyway, why not go buy another cup? I'll pay for it. Someone needs to keep an eye on things here. Helpless, Du-hong handed his bubble tea to Hu Ling. Hui Yuxuan couldn't bear to watch. She handed her half-finished drink to Du-hong, saying softly, "A heng, have mine." Du-heng's lips curled into a smile. He nodded and took a happy sip, then raised an eyebrow at Hu Ling provocatively. Hu Ling turned her head away, unable to witness this couple's constant public displays of affection. Have Liao Liao and Xiaohao arrived yet? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. Not yet. How will Xiaohao be coming today? Will his parents drive him, or will he fly or take a high-speed train? I don't know. My aunt and uncle haven't told me. Just then, a crisp voice called out. They looked toward the sound and saw Liao Liao, dressed in a pink miniskirt that made her look extra kawaii, walking over with her mother. Sister Hua, brother Du. Liao Liao, you're here. Hee hee, I'm a bit late, mostly because I couldn't decide what to wear. Sister Hua, do you think this outfit looks nice? Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded. It looks great, really great. You're sure to attract a lot of boys, Liao Liao. Humph, they can only look. My standards are high. Hui Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh. The English department is over there. Go register. Okay, Sister Hua. I'll go over there first. I'm treating you to dinner tonight. Remember to come, okay? As soon as Liao Liao left, two people holding hands walked over. Upon closer inspection, it was Qin Zihao and Sun Xiaonan. Sister, brother-in-law, we're here. Chapter 232, Graduation and Breakups. Time flew by, and the annual season of graduation and breakups had arrived. Du Hong had completed all his credits and had a GPA that ranked 6th in his class, making him eligible for a recommendation to graduate school. However, he declined the opportunity. Hui Yuxuan had successfully obtained her early childhood teacher certification. After a year of internship at a kindergarten near the university, she became a full-time employee, and after another year working, finally the day that Du Hong was going to graduate was approaching. Taking graduation photos meant that classmates who had spent at least 3 or 4 years together would soon be parting ways. Many companies came to the school during this time, trying to gain recognition and recruit outstanding graduates into their companies. The job opportunities that were so valuable to other students were a joke for Du Hong. Yangzi had successfully founded a company and was doing incredibly well. Though he didn't rely on the company for money, the employees working under him had heard of the legendary story of the boss, and they couldn't help but admire him. A nerd who made 300,000 a month in his freshman year, and then more than 1 million per month by senior year, and was now making over 10 million annually. His company was small, with less than 100 employees, but it was well structured. Some of the students in his class were working at his company, not for anything else, but because Yangzi was generous with money and did not make any empty promises. If he offered that amount, that's exactly what the salary would be, with a 10% raise every year and all kinds of benefits. Plus, it was close to school. Some of those close to Yangzi knew there was big capital backing him, capital that he himself had to please. His tens of millions in income were, in other people's minds, a joke. The two were not on the same level. With such a great backer, the company's employees had a stronger sense of belonging and were more competitive. Yangzi showed no mercy. He didn't care about anyone's feelings. If you weren't as good as someone else, your pay would have to be lower, and vice versa. Did you want special treatment? Did you want to flirt with him? Sorry, have you seen the fierce-looking boss lady? My money is in her hands, and she can make me kneel with just one glare. You believe it? Yangzi and Hu Ling had gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married by the end of their junior year. All that was missing now was a grand wedding. Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan were the same. They were both of legal age to get married, and nobody would stop them. All that was left was a grand wedding. Han Lei had successfully passed his graduate school entrance exam and would get his master's degree in another year. Everything seemed perfect, but Wang Chong and Wang Miao had broken up a few days ago. The reason was that Wang Miao had started her internship in her junior year and met a male doctor at the hospital. Their relationship developed, and on many levels, she felt that the doctor could give her more care, and his salary was also more stable. And most importantly, the profession of doctor was very popular in today's society. He was much better than a programmer who frequently worked overtime, traveled for work, and was balding by 30. Although doctors also frequently worked overtime, doctors were a scarce resource, becoming more valuable as they aged. Programmers were different. They were useless after 35, or more accurately, after 30. Wang Chong had been in a slump for a while, but he had long since moved on. He was planning on going back to his hometown after graduation to take the civil service exam to get a government job. He didn't want to be a programmer, not at all. Whether it was due to the blow he had received from Wang Miao, or that the programmer industry really was a youth-based profession, he just didn't want to do it. Qin Zihao and Sun Xiaonan's relationship was going strong. Although Qin Zihao wasn't very emotionally intelligent, he pampered Sun Xiaonan in every way. Now they even planned to work at the same company. Graduation season was also breakup season. Many young couples broke up at this time, some because the two sides were not compatible, some because they would be working in different cities, and the most common reason was, like Wang Chong and Wang Miao, the girl had found a better option. In room 417, Wang Chong packed up his things. Some of his belongings had already been mailed back to his hometown yesterday. He now carried a bulging backpack and a fully packed suitcase. Brothers, we've lived together for 4 years. It's neither long nor short. I'm glad that I shared a dorm with you, and that I became friends with you. Now, I'm going back home to take the civil service exam. He turned to Yangzi, Yangzi. Yes? Bro Chong. I wish your company continues to improve, and when your annual revenue surpasses 100 million, I won't be a civil servant anymore. I will come and find you, and you'll have to take care of me. I won't ask for much, just an apartment and a car, and a monthly salary of 10,000. I can satisfy you right now if you want. Wang Chong chuckled and shook his head. Dummy, I was joking. I'm not one to live off others. When I join the government, I'll try my best to climb up the ladder. I can't let you guys outdo me. He turned to Han Lei. Lei, you said that you want to continue your studies after your master's degree. I have to give you a piece of advice. Your family situation doesn't allow you to not work. After getting your diploma next year, you need to find a job. Didn't you say that your mother's leg had started to get a bit numb? Han Lei pursed his lips and nodded, trying to hold back his tears. Among the people in the dorm, he was the most rational, but also the most emotional, contradictory yet real. Lastly, Brother Du, there's nothing to say to you. I wish you and my sister-in-law love each other and live a long and happy life. I'll be there for your wedding when you two get married. Du Heng nodded with a smile, patted his shoulder. You too. Don't close yourself off. Find someone who's compatible. Long-distance relationships are easy to break up, so find someone in your hometown or someone in your work unit. I'll take your well wishes. Wang Chong chuckled, looked around one last time, as if to imprint the dorm room he lived in for 4 years in his mind. He took a deep breath, nodded at his roommates, then turned around without a word. He raised his hand in a wave and walked with firm steps towards the dorm room door. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Ling Ling and I are planning to have our wedding next week. Oh man, this is a mess. I've been too busy lately. I forgot all about it. Du Hong Lei, make sure to come, okay? Bro Chong can skip because he's going home. You little monkey. Yangzi, did you do it on purpose? Wang Chong threw his suitcase down and rushed over. He angrily went up to Yangzi and held out his hand ferociously, saying, Give it to me. Give you what? The invitation. What else can it be? It's just a wedding. Why bother with invitations? Just go to the UNE Hilton Hotel, follow the signs, and you'll be able to find the banquet hall. Don't worry, just say your name and nobody will stop you. Damn it. Chapter 233, Yangzi's Wedding. Yangzi, don't be nervous. Today is a big day in your life. All your company's employees have come to celebrate with you. You can't back down at the last minute. Yeah, and also, can you stop moving around? Your brooch is going to fall off. I know, but I can't control myself. Yangzi was close to tears. Heaven knows, this was his first time getting married. It was normal to feel nervous. I suddenly feel like I'm not ready. Should we postpone the wedding? What nonsense are you talking about? We have already told everyone about the wedding. If you say you are not going to get married, never mind how Hu Ling will beat you up, just your parents will lose all face. Yangzi looked like he was about to cry. There was no sign of the joyful expression that a new groom should have. Seeing this, the 417 group shook their heads. Yangzi, today is your big day. It's a great day. You are the groom today, and today you are the biggest VIP. Don't be so sad, smile. That's right, smile. Don't be so stiff. Relax, relax. Just like that, Yangzi was pushed into the car. Han Lei and Wang Chong were the best men. Du Hong could not be the best man. He and Hui Yuxuan had already obtained their marriage license and were legally married, so it wouldn't be appropriate to be a best man. Today, his role was like someone who runs errands in the middle. Driving his Night 15, Hui Yuxuan was at Hu Ling's house. He would go with the wedding procession and pick up Hui Yuxuan later. This high-end community was one of the properties that Yangzi owned. That guy had bought multiple properties in Jincheng. One for his parents, one for his older sister and her husband, one for Hu Ling's parents, one for Hu Ling's younger brother, and one for himself and Hu Ling. Even though he was very wealthy now, his spending habits were still very similar to before. The only difference was, after time, while he bought very little, what he did buy was not cheap. So far, the most successful person in the dorm was actually him. Du Hong was rich because of his family, so he couldn't be considered successful. If he was successful in anything, it was being the one who had the most successful reincarnation rather than a successful business person. Hu Ling was at the house that Yangzi had bought for her parents. After all, you couldn't go all the way to her hometown to pick her up. It was too far, not to mention a waste of time and not safe. If Hu Ling's parents weren't too happy with their daughter's boyfriend at first, mostly due to Yangzi's initially unfavorable impression, now, her parents were extremely pleased with him. Joking aside, how could they be dissatisfied with him when he had sent 2 houses to them directly? Not to mention that he made millions every year, and more importantly, he was already a boss at a young age. If they weren't satisfied with him, what more could they want? Du Hong drove his Night 15, following the luxury car fleet in front of him. He originally wanted to bring his cars from his garage to support Yangzi, but Yangzi refused. His reasoning was that it wasn't necessary. Everyone already knew he was a wealthy boss. It was enough to spend 5,000 to rent a decent car fleet. It's not like I'm asking for your money. Why rent the cars? It's not needed, Brother Du. It's for your wedding. Brother Du, I can't use that, and Lingling, like me, doesn't care for this kind of stuff. It's only 5,000, it's okay. This was the gist of their short conversation. Looking at the black Mercedes and Audis ahead, all with their hazard lights on, and with a red photography car following, it looked quite decent. Ahang, where are you guys? Seeing the cell phone screen lit up on the phone holder, Du Hong slowed down and clicked on the screen to say, "We just left. We'll be there soon." He sent a voice message. It wasn't safe to type while driving. Okay, drive safely, don't reply to this, Mua, I love you. Du Heng's lips curled into a smile. He didn't reply, but his lips parted slightly as he said in a voice only he could hear, I love you too. Boom, boom, boom. Firecrackers were lit, and colorful confetti flew everywhere. Hu Ling's younger brother carried her downstairs. Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan watched the scene from their car, smiles on their faces. Regardless of what had happened upstairs, just look at the present situation. Yangzi's expression of relief and Hu Ling's parents' eyes with hidden tears, but smiling faces, all indicated that the two had finally achieved their goal. All right, let's go too. Hui Yuxuan nodded, her eyes looking at Du Heng's face, a blissful smile on her face. Ahang. HM? What is it? Nothing. I just wanted to say your name. Du Heng chuckled. Are you envious? Hui Yuxuan nodded and then shook her head. It's impossible to not feel a bit envious, but our wedding will be coming up soon. Yes, ours will be soon too. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, a look of recollection on her face. She whispered, come to think of it, Lingling and Zhongyang are really a couple of bickering lovebirds. Lovers have become family. Yeah. Just then, Du Heng's phone lit up. He took a look and saw that it was a video sent by Han Lei in the 417 dorm group. He showed it to Hui Yuxuan, who almost burst out laughing. The beginning was okay, quite normal. Hu Ling's relatives did not give them a hard time. After giving away hundreds of red envelopes, the doors were opened. But things changed at the tea ceremony. Yangzi was holding the tea and with Hu Ling, knelt before Hu Ling's father and mother. He shouted loudly at her father, Dad, drink tea? Because his voice was too loud, Hu Ling's dad was so startled that he almost fell off the bed. That was not the end of it. The ridiculous thing was, Yangzi drank all the tea in the cup directly, leaving all the onlookers stunned. After refilling the tea, Hu's father gave him a red envelope. After accepting it, Yangzi grinned and nodded, loudly shouting, Thank you, uncle. Ha 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 ha. He only cares about the money. I'm laughing to death, damn it. He even shouted that loudly. Ah. The scene was filled with laughter. Hu Ling was so angry that she punched Yangzi's shoulder. He awkwardly scratched his head, not showing any anger. Fortunately, the rest of the procedures returned to normal. The video continued until Hu Ling's younger brother carried her into the elevator. After watching the video, Du Heng chuckled and shook his head. Yangzi is too nervous. Hui Yuxuan nodded, her eyes shaped like crescents. No wonder Hu Ling loves and hates him. It's too funny, he's silly, but when it comes to her, he'll definitely keep it in mind. Du Heng gave a 1,000 red envelope as a gift. The reason he didn't give more was that he was afraid of putting pressure on Han Lei and Wang Chong, but he couldn't give too little either, as that would be inappropriate. After all, there were two of them. Yangzi and Hu Ling stood at the entrance of the private room, taking photos with their relatives. The former stood there like a wooden stake, his expression stiff. It looked like he had a standardized smile. Seeing this scene, Du Heng thought, when it's my wedding, I definitely won't go through this process. It's too tiring. Chapter 234. Guess the song title. Get a robot vacuum? Sitting at the table with his friends, he glanced at the people already seated inside the room. Several tables next door were filled with Yangzi's employees. After all, if the boss was getting married, they had to be there to show their faces. Hey, do you guys think that the big capital behind Mr. Zhang will be here to celebrate his wedding today? Probably. I heard that the big capital behind the scenes has a good relationship with Mr. Zhang. The table with the groom's friends is right over there. Who do you think will be the big capital in that table? No way. They all seem to be around the same age as the boss. How could there be any big capital? And would big capital sit at that table? If I were Mr. Zhang, I would have made the big capital sit at the table with the families to show respect. These people were not being secretive with their conversation. Perhaps because they were Yangzi's employees, they had no idea what it meant to discuss something quietly. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. Her beautiful eyes turned to Du Hong, who was calmly drinking the water from his cup, as if he could not hear them. Aheng, the mysterious you are, the more it makes you seem like the big capital. Be calm. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and nodded with a smile. You said you didn't want to start a company together. Why did you agree to it later? Du Hong shrugged helplessly. I didn't join his company. I just lent him some money when he was starting up. He assumed I was a shareholder and even used my name to brainwash the employees. Brainwash the employees? Make them have confidence in the company. This was what helped him to get past the initial startup period. Now, the rumors have become more and more mysterious. I can't do anything about it. What Du Hong was saying was the truth, but he did not resent it. Yangzi had the talent to start and manage a company. Although this approach was not too appropriate, which boss had never bragged or made empty promises before. Besides, Yangzi had kept his promises. Although he never mentioned the capital behind him, he was never ambiguous about payments, and he always paid on time. He did not cut or delay payments either. Before the new year, the company held its annual meeting. Yangzi brought 5 million in cash to the company and distributed the year-end bonus in front of everyone. Although there was only one special prize in the lucky draw, the prize was a Tesla. Moreover, the prize was drawn on the spot, and the person who received it was an ordinary employee who had just joined the company a month ago, who had not even been made permanent yet. This immediately boosted everyone's sense of belonging. Tell me, what kind of employee could refuse such a boss who would give them benefits? At 11 o'clock, the host went on stage on time, officially marking the start of Yangzi and Hu Ling's wedding. After a short speech, Yangzi walked onto the tea stage with his polished leather shoes. A wave of applause sounded from under the stage. We can feel that when the groom goes on stage, the applause under the stage is thunderous. It seems that the groom is very popular. Does everyone agree? Yes. Thank you for your cooperation, ha ha ha. The groom is now standing next to me, He's really tall, and he's very handsome. I want to ask the groom, how are you feeling now? A bit nervous. What should we do when the groom is nervous? Come, let everyone give him some encouragement with your applause. Let him bravely face this major event in his life. Oh! The applause was thunderous. Yangzi grinned and nodded at the crowd. The host also moved to the side consciously. After the applause had stopped, she continued to speak. I don't know what everyone's impression of the groom is, but I'm quite shocked. As everyone knows, the groom graduated only a week ago, but he's already the CEO of a company with a stable income of 10 million a year. He already had a monthly income of 300,000 during his freshman year, and his annual income was over 1 million. There are also many employees from his company here today. Please raise your hands, employees, so I can see you. Oh. Ha ha ha, you're very energetic. It's great. Well, I won't talk too much now. Let's invite our beautiful bride to enter. The lights dimmed and the music started. The door opened, and Hu Ling walked in slowly, holding her father's arm. She stopped at the other end of the tea stage. What are you waiting for, groom? Go and greet your bride. Yangzi nodded and walked straight up to Hu Ling. He got down on one knee with a bouquet of flowers. Hey, groom, don't kneel yet. Get up first. The host looked helpless. Wait for me to finish before kneeling. Don't be excited. Ha 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 ha. The audience burst into laughter. Hu Ling rolled her eyes and turned her head away, unable to look at Yangzi, who was scratching his head in embarrassment. The wedding continued. After Hu Ling's father's speech, Yangzi took Hu Ling to the center of the tea stage to continue the wedding ceremony. At this beautiful time, we wholeheartedly wish the new couple a long and happy marriage. Now, please have the best man and bridesmaid bring up the rings. and the new couple can exchange their wedding rings. After the ceremony was completed and they had drunk from the ceremonial cups, the host gave the microphone to the groom. Groom, is there anything you want to say to the bride or to everyone here? Yangzi took the microphone and thought for a moment before opening his mouth. He was not so nervous that he was blank. After all, he had been a CEO for a year now, and he had some eloquence. I'm very grateful that all of you are able to take time out of your busy schedules to attend my and Lingling's wedding. I'm also very grateful to our two families for the support they have given Lingling and me. To thank everyone for coming, I have prepared some gifts for everyone, and I hope that everyone will like them. After he finished, he gave the microphone back to the host. The host smiled and pointed towards the stage. Well then, the new couple, please go down first, and the stage is mine. After Yangzi and Hu Ling went down the stage to sit, the host looked at a small card and her eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, the groom is really generous. I wonder if I'm considered one of the participants. It's really exciting. I will not announce what the prizes are now. I want to play a game with everyone first. A game of guess the song title. The rules are simple. Everyone just has to say the name of the song when it's played. As for the rewards, of course, there will be rewards. So, let's begin the game. Please raise your hand before answering. Please note, this is a game of quick-fire answers. You must raise your hand before answering, and only when I point at you will your answer count. The crowd was boisterous. Han Lei and Wang Chong came over to sit at their friend's table. Du Heng looked at the host on the stage and said with a smile, I wonder what gifts Yangzi has prepared. He said they're pretty expensive, so I guess they're not some simple gifts. Music started to play. Although some people raised their hands, they were not too engaged. The people who raised their hands gave the wrong answers. For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit cold. Just then, Hui Yuxuan raised her hand. The host's eyes lit up, and she rushed to this end of the tea stage and smiled. This beautiful lady, what's your answer? Across the ocean to see you. The answer is correct. You win a robot vacuum. Hui Yuxuan was dumbfounded. Just by answering a song title, she received a robot vacuum? How generous! This was incredible. The atmosphere in the venue went from cold to hot. The host nodded in satisfaction. Everyone should actively participate. It's only a participation award, and there are limited spaces. Chapter 235. A special reward, Tesla Model 3. The wedding venue was in an uproar. 10 robot vacuums had been given out, completely igniting everyone's enthusiasm. The next gift is something special, so the game will have a certain degree of difficulty. There are only 3 spots available, so everyone, please participate enthusiastically. Oh, I wanna. Tell us what the game is. The host laughed and said, This game requires the groom to come up on stage first. Let us welcome the groom to the stage with warm applause. Once Yangzi was on stage, the host motioned for him to take out his phone. Then, he said, This game is very simple. Please have the groom open his call history and find the most recent call record. If that person is present, then the first gift goes to that person. The gift fell into the hands of one of the company's employees. Congratulations to this employee for winning a super large LCD TV worth 13,888. Holy crap! The last one was a robot vacuum worth 3,000, and this is directly a TV worth 13,888? What will be the next gifts? This is so unfair. The groom's call history definitely won't have us in it. This is unfair to us female relatives. Yeah, it's unfair. The host chuckled and raised his hand to quiet the crowd. When the noise had subsided, he continued, If that's unfair, then let's do something fairer. The rules are simple. Whoever is the first to get through to his phone, the next spot will be theirs. As soon as he finished speaking, Yangzi's phone rang. After a quick glance, he smiled and announced the caller's name. This is my brother-in-law. The host laughed. Well, there's nothing we can do. This is a pure female family member. You can't say it's unfair now, can you? No, it's still unfair. We don't know his number. How do we call him? Change the rules. Okay, I'll change it. Don't be anxious. Everyone will have a chance to participate. After giving away the third big TV, the host gave a mysterious smile, his voice a little lower. To be honest, even I really want to participate in this last gift. It's simply too tempting. I won't reveal what it is yet. I'll leave you in suspense. Note, there is only one spot available, so everyone, please participate enthusiastically, or you can't blame me if someone else wins the big prize. Seeing that everyone was okay with that, the host chuckled and thought for a while before saying, "Okay then, please invite our groom and bride onto the stage." Yangzi and Hu Ling exchanged a look before going on stage. The host smiled and said, "Everyone knows that these two just graduated from college and lived in dorms in school. So, how about this? Add up the groom's and the bride's dorm room numbers and divide by 100. Then, the bride and groom will walk forward that amount of steps, integer part only. After that, they will turn around and throw the flowers behind them. Does that work?" No problem. As long as it wasn't fixed, everyone was okay with that. So then, groom, what is your dorm room number? 417. What about the bride? 520. Whoa, those are great dorm numbers. Let me do some math with my not-so-smart brain. Added together, it's 937. Dividing by 100 and taking the integer, that's 9. Please walk 9 steps forward together. Hu Ling and Yangzi did as they were asked. When they reached their designated spot, the host said, "Now, please turn around and throw the flowers behind you together." They did as they were told. After throwing them, the flowers drew a beautiful arc and landed on a table, right in front of Du Hong at the friend's table. Du Hong felt a bit awkward. Should he take it or not? Ahang, aren't you going to take it? Yeah, brother Du. It's right in front of you, and you're not going to take it? The women relatives over there are turning green with envy. Indeed, it was not like the flowers fell and were then claimed. They were in nobody's hands, and whoever had them would have the gift. Some people were already getting up from their seats to prepare to snatch it. There were always people like that among relatives. As long as there were benefits, they might even hit you, not to mention, with the host's long build-up, this gift would definitely be something very valuable. Du Hong hesitated for a moment before picking up the flowers. After thinking for a moment, he gave them to Han Lei and smiled. "Here, take them. If it's cash, I think you could use it. You said your mother needs money for surgery on her leg." Han Lei was taken aback for a moment before nodding, accepting Du Heng's good intentions. However, this action immediately stunned all the guests present. What the heck? He gave away this chance to someone else? Is this guy stupid? He looks like a pretty handsome guy. Why is he so unreasonable? No matter what, the result was already set. Han Lei was invited to the stage. The host smiled and took out a car key. "This is yours, a Tesla Model 3 worth 330,000. Boom. The whole venue exploded. Almost everyone was dumbfounded. A car worth 330,000 was a luxury car, and they were giving it away so easily. This was really generous to an exaggerated degree. For a moment, Du Hong became the object of ridicule, except for a few people who knew his identity. He missed out on 330,000 by showing off once. I really want to know how he's feeling right now. Compared to us who had no chance, he gave away a 330,000 car. Is he going to regret that to death? The host also really wanted to know the answer, so after giving the car keys to Han Lei, he didn't immediately let him return to his seat, but instead curiously asked, "There's a question I want to ask. What's your relationship with the person who gave you this opportunity?" "He's my college roommate and also the groom's roommate." "College roommate?" "Yes." "So, will he be angry at you after this, now that you have the car?" Han Lei shrugged and smiled. "Don't worry, he won't be." "Why? If it were me, I'd have wanted to die. Because he doesn't care about this car. His car is one of only a few in the country. It's worth tens of millions. You could even say that without him, none of us in the dorm would be where we are now." Gasp. The only reason Han Lei said that was because he heard the other people's comments. It made him feel very uncomfortable, and the best way to retaliate was to show off. Fortunately, Du Hong himself was the best weapon. Rich. Super rich. I heard that when the groom was starting his business, his roommate was the one who lent him money, so that the groom could make it through. Is this the roommate? Yes. Impressive. I wonder, could we invite this big shot to say a few words on stage? Han Lei shrugged. If you can invite him, then naturally there wouldn't be an issue. I'll go down first. Hui Yuxuan turned to Du Hong. The latter smiled, stood up, adjusted his clothes, went up to the stage, took the microphone, and scanned the crowd. I don't have much to say. I just wish Yangzi and Hu Ling a long and happy life together. Chapter 236. Consider it a gift from your roommate of 4 years. They had thought Du Hong was going to make a big speech, but he only said one sentence before returning to his seat below the stage. This made the host feel a little awkward. It seems like our groom's big shot roommate is a little shy. It's okay. It's enough that the bride and groom have received his blessings. The gifts have all been given out, and next, I will sing a song for everyone. Seeing that there were no more gifts, the guests instantly lost interest and began focusing on the dishes on the tables. At the friends' table, Hanlei looked at the car keys in his hand and said with a smile, "Who would have thought that attending a wedding would land me a car?" Wang Chang clicked his tongue. He was dying of envy, but he couldn't say anything. Before, Hanlei was the only one in the dorm who didn't have a car, and he only had a small electric scooter. Although his car was just a mini, it was still a car with a steering wheel that required a license. And now, Hanlei not only had a car, but it was better than his by a long shot. Now, he was the lowest in the dorm. Although he was envious, he was not jealous. The car was basically a gift from Du Hong to Hanlei, but he didn't know that it was going to be a car beforehand. Plus, the latter really didn't have a car, so it was good that he had one now. I'm so envious. When we go out later, you have to let me experience what it feels like to drive a Tesla. Aren't all electric cars the same? The only difference is that a Tesla is a bit bigger than your Mini. How can that be possible? The power couldn't be the same. Although I don't care about that, the interior, the suspension system, the shock absorption system, and the transmission system. Tesla has to be more comfortable to drive than a Mini by many times. All right, you can drive it if you want. While Wang Chang and Hanlei were talking, Hua Yuxuan, while listening, didn't forget to put food on Du Heng's plate. After hearing the envy in Wang Chang's tone, she leaned closer to Du Heng's ear and whispered, Heng, do you think Wang Chang might feel uncomfortable inside? Du Heng raised an eyebrow, looked at Wang Chang, and shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, he won't. Brother Chang is the most mature one in our dorm. At most, he will be envious, but he won't have other thoughts. That's good. I was worried they might become enemies, and that Wang Chang would blame you for not giving him this opportunity. It's okay. We've been roommates for 4 years for nothing. But since Yangzi has given a car to Lei, and the car came out of my hands, I'll just give Brother Chang a Tesla as well. Consider it a gift from 4 years of being roommates in college. Hua Yuxuan didn't stop him. She knew that Du Hong was very sentimental, and now, among their dorm, Yangzi had moved ahead. Both Hanlei and Wang Chang were too embarrassed to keep accepting money from Yangzi at the end of their junior year. So, except for saving a bit of money, one of them had bought a car, but neither of them had seen much of an improvement. This was also the reason why Wang Chang wanted to go back to his hometown and take the civil service exam. He wanted to change things. He coughed softly, attracting the attention of the two who were eating and chatting. After organizing his thoughts, Du Heng said, Brother Chang, don't rush to leave after we're done eating. Let's go buy some things. What are we buying? Hanlei pushed up his glasses. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to have a Tesla soon. Huh? Wang Chang looked stunned. What do you mean? I don't have money to buy a Tesla. Du Heng shook his head with a wry smile. He originally thought of giving him a surprise, but now Hanlei had already said it. He might as well just say it directly. Yes, I'm going to buy a Tesla and give it to you after we're done eating. How can this be? Consider it a gift for the 4 years you spent with me in the dorm. It's not necessary, is it? Du Heng raised an eyebrow. Just tell me if you want it or not. I want it. Of course, I want it. Why wouldn't I want it? That's all there is to it. Why all the nonsense? But, there's no but. I don't have anything else to give you. Since Lei's car came out of my hands, and Yangzi paid for it, then I'll just pay for another one myself to give you. Okay, well, thanks, Brother Du. Wang Chang suddenly remembered that he also had a Mini. But what about my Mini? I can only drive one car back. Just have it shipped back. You can afford the shipping, right? As for this Mini, you can let your parents drive it. You can drive the Tesla from now on. It's better to drive a good car to find a wife and get married. Wang Chang left, driving his newly acquired Tesla Model 3, and his happy smile could not be concealed. After saying goodbye to them, he impatiently slammed down on the accelerator and disappeared in a flash. I'm going back too. I'll practice driving. I'll go first. Du Heng nodded. He knew that this farewell could possibly mean that they wouldn't see each other for another 6 months because his and Hua Yuxuan's wedding was scheduled for Hua Yuxuan's birthday, which was December 18th. After Hanlei also left, Du-hung felt a bit empty inside. Just then, his hand was grabbed by Hui Yuxuan. The latter leaned on his shoulder and whispered, "Aheng, do you miss them?" "Yeah." Du-hung nodded. "After all, we've lived together for 4 years. It's impossible not to have feelings. Now that Yangzi is married, Brother Chang is going back to take the civil service exam, and Hanlei is continuing on to graduate school. Our paths have diverged. People always have to grow. They are fighting for their futures, and they will definitely need time to accumulate and settle down. But you no longer need this process." Du-hung lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. When he raised his head again, his gaze became clear, and he seemed to have matured. A lot in an instant. Without saying anything, he put his arm around Hui Yuxuan's waist and led her towards his Porsche 911 parked in its spot. As soon as he sat in the passenger seat, his phone rang. When he took a look, it turned out to be a call from Yangzi. He answered it without hesitation and heard Yangzi's voice, a voice that he both loved and hated. "Hey, Brother Du, where did you guys run off to? Why did you guys disappear right after we finished eating? If we don't leave after eating, do you want to wait for us to wash the dishes? How could we possibly ask you to wash the dishes? I've booked a KTV. Let's all have a farewell dinner together and sing some karaoke." "There's no need. Brother Chang has already gone home. Leia's gone back to school and I—" Du-hung glanced at Hui Yuxuan, who was about to start the car. His lips curled up into a smile as he whispered, "Also need to prepare for my wedding with Yuxuan." Chapter 237. Jewelry, Wedding Dress, Bridal Suite. "Yo, what brings you two here? Come in and sit. Shaoli, go buy 2 bubble teas." "Okay, manager. Just a moment." Du-hung and Hui Yuxuan sat on the sofa in the middle of the jewelry store. The manager, with a face full of smiles, sat opposite them and nodded as she looked at the two of them, who looked much more mature. "You two are looking more and more like a married couple." Hui Yuxuan's face lit up with joy. Today, she was wearing a pink traditional outfit. Her skirt was flowing and her charisma was outstanding. A smile could attract the attention of all the men. Du-hung was also dressed in an ancient-style scholarly outfit. He was carrying a paper fan, although he lacked a certain traditional element because he was not wearing cloth shoes. "You guys must have graduated already, right?" Du-hung smiled and nodded. "We just graduated." "So, you two? We're getting married. I came here today to pick out some jewelry for my bride. This is where I need your help, manager. The wedding that Yuxuan and I are going to have will be a traditional one, so we definitely won't need any diamond rings. But we need gold and silver jewelry." The manager's eyes lit up. "That was perfect. Then you've really come to the right place. Although I don't have any here, my cousin, which is Liao Liao's mom, has a lot of jewelry suitable for a traditional wedding. I can take you guys there." "No need. Yuxuan and I can go by ourselves. Just tell me the address of her store. You're the manager. What will happen to your shop if you leave?" The manager laughed and waved her hand. "You are a valued guest at my shop. What's wrong with doing this? It's fine. You came by car, right? Let's go. It's not even noon yet. After choosing the jewelry, I'll invite you two to lunch with my cousin. Consider it my blessing for you." Du-hung didn't refuse. This was his old friend's good intention, so he would accept it. In the afternoon, after choosing the jewelry and having lunch, Du-hung took Hui Yuxuan and set off again. They arrived at Jean Madame Photography Studio. When the staff saw the Night 15 parked at the door, they quickly called the manager. As a result, Du-hung and his wife were given a warm welcome by the manager and staff. After sitting down on the sofa, the manager instructed the staff to pour 2 glasses of sparkling water. Then, with a smile on her face, she sat down opposite them. "Are you two here for some photos today?" Du-hung and Hui Yuxuan exchanged glances, shook their heads, and smiled. "We're not here for photos this time. This time, we're here for a wedding photo shoot." "Ah, you two are getting married?" "Yes, the wedding date is set for December 18th. Manager, you have to come then." Okay, definitely. Oh my, look at me, I'm too excited. It makes me so happy to see you two make it this far." No, I'll give you a 50% discount on any packages you choose today." Du-hung waved his hand with a smile. "No need. I'm not short of money. You just need to take a perfect set of wedding photos for me and Yuxuan." The manager's expression turned serious. "Don't worry, I will assign the best photographer and makeup team to serve you. When do you plan on taking them?" It should be soon. It's not like I have anything else to do right now, and my request will be high this time. It's nothing like when we took photos before. The manager nodded seriously. Don't worry, we will do our best to satisfy both of you. Do-hung smiled and nodded. Don't be too nervous. The wedding photos my roommate took were pretty good. All we have to do is make ours a bit more natural. Okay. The two didn't choose a package because they didn't need any packages for what they wanted. They just said that they would pay at the end based on the number of people and the number of photos, and at the highest price. The manager had no objection to this. She immediately issued a military order stating that if they were not good enough, Du-hong could cause her trouble, and she would have no complaints. After leaving the shop and leaving the photography building, inside the car, Hui Yuxuan watched the scenery outside the window move backwards. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Aheng, were we too harsh just now?" Du-hong shook his head. No, it was not harsh. After all, I value this wedding very much. I won't allow any accidents or anything unsatisfactory to happen. I don't want to feel regret when we remember this wedding in the future. Hui Yuxuan felt like she had eaten honey. Her heart was sweet. The scorching summer sun outside the window didn't seem so harsh. We have the jewelry, and the wedding photos are settled. The only thing left is the marital home. Do you have any ideas? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. The apartment in Vank is pretty good, isn't it? It's pretty good. Du-hong shrugged. But we can't live there forever. When we have children in the future, the apartment will be small, and there isn't a yard or a swimming pool. You know. Hui Yuxuan blushed. Naturally, she knew what Du-hong wanted to say. He had once told her in the bathtub at Vank that if they had a swimming pool at home, then they could try many different positions. After all, the bathtub was too small to move around in. I'll do whatever Aheng wants. As long as I'm with you, I'm okay anywhere. Du-hong nodded. After thinking about it, he dialed a number that he hadn't contacted for a long time. The number rang a few times before someone picked up. Hey bro, what's up? Where are you right now? I'm in Paris, showing Lucy the pigeons. A pigeon just crapped on Lucy's head, huh? I'm dying of laughter. Ouch, why did you pinch me? Bro, you still there? Hello? What's going on? Is the signal bad? Damn, I knew it. This shitty Apple phone isn't good. I'm going back to change it to Huawei. Didn't you say that you know someone who sells villas? Give me his contact information. I want to buy a villa. Oh, you finally thought it through. I've always told you, your apartment is too cheap. You're the boss of the 4 little dragons of Jinqing. You have to live in a villa. Hold on, let me find it. I found it. I'll send it to you by text. His name is Zhu Tao. He's a good person. If you mention my name, you can get a 10% discount. After hanging up, Du-hong called the number that Wang Ba had sent him. The phone rang 3 times before being answered, and a voice like a bass cannon came from the other end. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Zhu Tao? I want to buy a villa. I don't know if you have any properties ready? Yes, I do. Does the gentleman have any requirements for the property? It doesn't need to be too big, but it must have a yard and a private swimming pool. It shouldn't be too close to the city, but not too remote either. It should be 3 stories high. The top floor doesn't need to be livable. It can be just an attic. There was silence for half a minute on the other end of the phone before he replied. I have one, but the price isn't cheap. What's your budget? It doesn't matter how much it costs. I can afford it all. Can I see the property now? If I like it, I can buy it now. Okay, you're straightforward, sir. I'll give you a 20% discount on the price. That's the lowest price I can offer. Any further discount and I'll lose money. You idiot, Wang Ba. You almost screwed me over. Chapter 238. Han Lei successfully confesses. The villa was in the western suburbs of Jinqing. It wasn't too far from Vank. It only took a 10-minute drive. It wasn't too remote, but it wasn't luxurious either. After looking at the villa, Du-hong was very satisfied. How much is this villa? The houses in the Rose Garden aren't cheap. This is the only one with a private swimming pool. The selling price is 60 million. The 20% discount will bring it down to 48 million. Adding some miscellaneous fees, it will cost around 50 million. Du-hong nodded. Not bad, not too expensive. It's about the same price as my parents' house. Oh. Zhu Tao raised an eyebrow. Since Mr. Du already has a villa, why buy another one? Du-hong shrugged. That's my dad's house, and it doesn't have a swimming pool or a yard. A villa in Jincheng without a swimming pool or a yard that can sell for 50 million can only be one place, waterfront gardens? Yes, waterfront gardens. It's only expensive because it's close to the park and the water. It doesn't have anything special about it. My dad likes it, but I don't. Zhu Tao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The reason why waterfront gardens was so expensive was not because of that, but because the people who lived there were the truly rich and powerful. People were breaking their heads to move there, but here, Du Heng couldn't be bothered. However, this also allowed Zhu Tao to understand Du Heng's wealth. There were many times when people would just look at the houses but not buy them. They would waste a whole day and be all smiles, but in the end, the people would just leave without saying anything. The villa needed renovations, and the furniture had to be bought separately, but there were still 6 months. With eco-friendly paint, he could be sure that they could move in by the time the wedding was held. With the marital home settled, everything was almost done. All that was left was to wait for the wedding day to arrive. Winter had arrived, and the temperature dropped quickly. After a rain, the temperature dropped below 0 degrees. The people in Jincheng had to put on thick winter clothes, wear thick-soled shoes, and breathe out visible puffs of white air. Today was December 16th. Du Heng had just moved into the villa in Rose Garden yesterday. The furniture had already been settled. Of course, he definitely would not live in such a big house by himself. He held a party and invited a lot of people. Wang Ba and Lucy, Han Lei, Wang Chong and his new girlfriend, a teacher from his hometown, were there. Yang Zi and Hu Ling were there, too. The latter was already pregnant, and although her belly was still flat, she had already been doing prenatal checkups for 2 months. Qin Zihao and Sun Xiaonan had definitely come. Liao Liao and her boyfriend had come as well. The latter was a very polite, sunny young man who was also very wealthy. He had arrived in an open-top BMW. Many other people were invited as well. A lot of things to play with were set up indoors, like pool tables and PS5 gaming consoles. Since it was very cold outside, the swimming pool was not open. Instead, a barbecue grill was set up outside. Aunt Shui was invited, along with the nanny that Du Heng had hired, to make a hearty dinner and also help to make many sauces for the barbecue ingredients. Brother Du, such a big house. Is it okay for just you and your sister-in-law to live in? We won't be able to live here. Why don't you come live with us? Wang Chong chuckled and shook his head. I want to, but Miao and I bought a house in our hometown. We just bought it, and I'm not going to come live with you. The invitation to live there was just a joke. Because Hu Ling was pregnant and was not yet past the dangerous 3-month period, Hui Yuxuan was sitting by her to prevent anyone from accidentally bumping into her. Lingling, how does it feel to be pregnant? Has the little guy kicked you yet? Before Hu Ling could speak, Yangzi moved over and said with a laugh, Sister-in-law, you're thinking too much. Lingling is only 2 months pregnant. Except for some morning sickness symptoms at the beginning, nothing else has happened, and it's even more impossible for the baby to kick her. After eating a piece of grilled chicken wing, Han Lei smiled and asked, Yangzi, let me ask you, do you think the one in Hu Ling's stomach is a boy or a girl? Yangzi lightly snorted through his nose. I won't be fooled. If I say it's a boy, you'll say I'm a male chauvinist. If I say it's a girl, then you'll say what if it's a boy? Whether it's a boy or a girl, it'll be my child. If not, I'll just have another one. Who wants to have another one for you? You wish. Hu Ling cursed at Yangzi, rolled her eyes, but there was not much disgust on her face. It was more a sign of the sweetness of married life. I say, Lei, now that we're the only one in the dorm who's single, when are you going to find someone and escape the single life? You can't be a bachelor forever, can you? Yeah, Lei, before you said that you were studying for graduate school. Now that you've succeeded and will graduate in another 6 months, it's time to find a girlfriend, right? Han Lei's gaze was a bit evasive. After swallowing the chicken wing in his mouth, he whispered, Actually, I met a girl recently in the library, and we talk sometimes. I really like her, I just don't know if she likes me. Really? You secretly like someone and didn't tell us? It's not official yet. What is there to talk about? No, that won't do. Now that there are so many people here, we'll encourage you. Why don't you try confessing to her on the phone right now? Who confesses on the phone? Maybe you two are both the quiet and reserved type? Han Lei, who was normally very rational, actually gritted his teeth and picked up his phone to make a call. This bold act stunned everyone present. He put it on speaker, wanting to give himself some courage. The phone rang for a long time without anyone picking up. The courage that Han Lei had just gathered was slowly fading away. His finger pressed the hang-up button when suddenly, the phone was answered. A girl's voice came from the other end. Han Lei? Sorry, I was just washing my hair. Is there anything you need? For some reason, he couldn't say it. He lowered his head, not knowing what to say. What's wrong? What are you? You're killing me with suspense, Lei. Say it already. Yangzi was so anxious that he stood up and ran over to Han Lei. He put an arm around his shoulder. If you don't say it, she'll never know. Han Lei clenched his fists. In the end, it seemed as if he had made up his mind. He said viciously, I like you. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he regretted it. His hand holding the phone was trembling. Everyone else held their breath, waiting for the other party's answer. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Han Lei felt bitterness in his heart. I'm sorry, I was being abrupt. I like you too. Huh? What did you say? A giggle like silver bells came from the other end of the phone. I said, I like you too. I thought you weren't going to confess. You're such a dummy. You agreed? Yeah, why wouldn't I? You're a good person. We go to the library together. We eat together. We watch dramas together, and we can discuss the plots. Our worldviews are also aligned. Why wouldn't I agree? Ha 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 ha. She agreed. She agreed. I also have a girlfriend now. Congratulations on escaping singlehood. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 239. Tomorrow, I'm marrying you. Everyone present was very happy that Han Lei had successfully escaped singlehood. The latter even drank several cans of beer and then passed out on the table, completely unconscious. Wang Chang helped him to a bedroom so he could rest. Since they were going to help set up the wedding venue tomorrow, everyone who had come would be spending the night here. Hui Yuxuan had to return home very early in the morning. She couldn't stay here. She had to go back to her family and greet the relatives who had come. Nothing happened during the night. The next morning, Hui Yuxuan drove her Porsche 911 back, and Du Heng woke everyone up early as well. They gathered in the courtyard. A large truck was parked outside the courtyard, loaded with things Du Heng had ordered for the wedding. There were streamers, balloons, tablecloths, and a large red bridal sedan chair. He had decided on a traditional-style wedding from the start, so he didn't book a hotel. The new house lacked some life, and holding the wedding here would be a good way to add some energy to the new home. When everyone saw the large red bridal sedan chair, they were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! Brother Du, that's awesome. Where did you get this sedan chair? Tomorrow, are you going to use this sedan chair to carry your sister-in-law back home from her place? That's too far. It will take you several hours to go back and forth. Du Heng shook his head with a smile. How is that possible? Tomorrow we will go pick up Yuxuan normally, but at the entrance of the community, we'll use the sedan chair to carry her to the front door of our home. Can I be a carrier? You? Du Heng glanced at Yangzi and shook his head. This thing isn't light. I'm afraid that Hu Ling would blame me if I broke your back. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Although Yangzi was now a wealthy boss, it was obvious that they didn't treat his status as something special. Just then, Han Lei's phone rang. After answering it, he found out that his girlfriend from last night, the one that he confessed to, was right outside the community gates, but the security guard was stopping her from coming in. 10 minutes later, Han Lei walked into the courtyard with a happy face, holding the hand of a girl, roughly his height, who was wearing glasses and a thick red down jacket. The girl was looking around the community and courtyard with curiosity and was also looking at the crowd. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend now. Her name is Yu Jiejia. After they were introduced, Yu Jiejia gave a natural and generous nod to everyone. Then, Han Lei pulled her to the side to whisper to her. Hu Ling ran over and pulled Han Lei away and took Yu Jiejia to sit on the sofa in the living room. Obviously, there were many things that two girls could chat about. Poor Han Lei, who was thinking of cuddling with her for a moment, was pulled out to be a laborer. Brother Du, since you have the bridal sedan chair, do you also have a band? A band? You don't want me to hire a group of people who play wind instruments, right? Yeah, otherwise, having just the bridal sedan chair doesn't feel right. Is that so? Du Heng put his hand on his chin and thought for a while. He felt that this made sense, so he dialed Du's mother's phone. The latter said that she would be there soon and would send people to help with the setup and also asked Uncle Wong to hire a team of Swana players. Today was destined to be a busy day. From morning until night, more and more people arrived at the courtyard. Large red lanterns were hung high, and the inside of the villa was filled with red silk fabric. A high altar was set up in the living room with a red lacquered square table, 2 red lacquered wooden chairs on each side, and red candles. The days were short in winter, and the red lanterns were lit. The big red double happiness characters made this small manor look extremely festive. Everyone looked at the fruits of their labor for the day with satisfaction, and even ate an extra bowl of rice. The truth was, they were exhausted and hungry. After dinner, everyone rested early. Some relatives and friends were assigned to nearby star hotels, because there were limited rooms in the villa, and it was impossible for everyone to stay there. The relatives and friends did not complain. After all, they were at a 5-star hotel, and they had booked an entire floor. They could stay in any room they wanted. Du Hong was setting up the master bedroom. He felt that only if he did it himself would he be satisfied. Hua Yuxuan was his off-site supervisor. She was on video call with him. She had a mask on her face, and her skin under the lights looked smooth and fair. Du Hong put each photo frame in place. He took out a pair of small dolls wearing red robes from a cardboard box. He looked at the room and was momentarily unsure where to place them. Place them on the bedside cabinet, next to our pictures. Du Hong nodded and went over. After fiddling with the dolls for a while, he nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and twisted his neck, feeling sore all over. Ahing, why do you have to set up our room so seriously? We can clean these up together after tomorrow? Du Hong shook his head and said seriously, No, I said I wanted to give you the most satisfying wedding. These details cannot be wrong. Otherwise, we will have regrets in the future. Hui Yuxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's okay. I'll be marrying you tomorrow. I'm already very happy to be your partner. Du Hong shrugged. Okay, but the things that should be put in place are already there. Nothing left. Then you should rest early. Tomorrow will be a day of trouble. Okay, you should sleep early too. Don't have dark circles under your eyes tomorrow. Okay, good night. Good night. Although they said good night to each other, neither of them hung up the video. They were just watching each other, waiting for the other to hang up. Ahing, are you not going to hang up? My hands are full of the mask essence. No, I still want to see you. Then look then. I'm going to wash my face so you won't be able to see me. Du Hong smiled and waved his hand. No need. You just put on your mask. Just stay like that. I'll hang up. After tomorrow, you'll be mine forever anyway. Hui Yuxuan's eyes were glowing. She nodded lightly, and after a beep, Du Hong hung up the video call. He put down his phone, looked around the cozy bedroom, smiled, lay down on the bed, leaned against the headboard, and picked up a super thick photo album that was on the bed. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door was pushed open. Du's mother stood at the door and looked inside before gently speaking, Son, go to sleep early. You definitely can't oversleep tomorrow. Du Hong nodded. He looked at Du's mother and said with a smile, I know, Mom. I'll go to sleep now. Du's mother gave a thumbs up. Also, son, you are the best. Good luck tomorrow. Okay. After Du's mother finished speaking, she walked out of the room and closed the door. She left Du Hong leaning against the headboard to continue looking through the photo album in his hand. On the other side of the city, Hui Yuxuan was also looking at a photo album. Her fingers gently wiped the dust from the photos. She looked at Du Hong, who was smiling so brightly in the pictures. A smile appeared on her face. Soft music was playing on her phone. Hui's mother pushed the door open and walked in, holding a bowl of chicken soup. She sat on the edge of the bed and handed the chicken soup to Hui Yuxuan. She smiled as she looked at the photo album in her hand. Yuxuan has grown up. She used to be so small, always running and laughing after her mom and dad. She liked to cry. In the blink of an eye, you're getting married tomorrow? As she spoke, Hui's mother couldn't help but burst into tears. She raised her hand to wipe them away. She looked at the similarly smiling Hui Yuxuan in the photo album and was truly happy for her. Mom, it's not like I'm getting married and going far away. Plus, I have a car, so I can come back often. You just have to give me the keys so I can enter the house. Hui's mother quickly nodded, tears falling from her cheeks. Yes, yes. Mom will clean this room and wait for you to come back. Hui Yuxuan's nose felt a little sore. She forced herself not to cry. Also, if I bring mine and Aheng's children back, Mom, You can't say they're noisy and annoying. No, I won't. I won't. Okay, okay. Chapter 240. Mom, Dad, I've come to pick up my bride. The dawn slowly pulled back the curtain, revealing another colorful morning, bringing freshness to the world. Today was December 18th, the day Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan got married. It was now 5:30 a.m., and the sky was still dark, but the courtyard was already bustling. Aunt Shui and Sister Xiang, the hired nanny, were preparing breakfast. Because there were many people, they used 2 large pots to cook 2 large pots of noodles. The bubbling broth with the aroma of the shallots was no longer making people feel tired in this early morning. Du Hong yawned and entered the bathroom in his bedroom. It was very noisy outside, but the noise in the room was small enough to be ignored. If he hadn't set his alarm for 5:30, he would still be sound asleep. Du's mother knocked on the door once as a precaution. Seeing that Du Hong was already dressed and brushing his teeth, she smiled and nodded. She didn't say anything. Today was the most important day of her son's life, and today, her son was the most important person. And now, she had to call Du's dad and ask him why the guy wasn't here yet. Heaven knows, after Du's dad had settled the relatives and friends at the hotel last night, he had gone home. He had to arrange the car fleet, otherwise, who would be there to pick up the bride today? He splashed water on his face. The cold water shocked him, and his original sleepiness instantly disappeared. After taking a breath, he wiped his face and looked at himself in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. He put on the red robe, carefully folded and placed on the side of the bed, put on the red hat with the goose feather on it, put on the white cloth shoes embroidered with red shuangxi, double happiness, characters, adjusted his clothes, and then slowly pushed the door open to leave. The groom has come out. Wow, he's so handsome. Brother Du, you look great. The busy crowd downstairs saw Du Heng's door open. They were impressed when they saw his attire. They had grown used to modern weddings, so they really felt something special about these ancient-style clothes. This was the real groom. Du Hong had a smile on his face. He stepped down the stairs. Du's mother stepped forward and scanned him. She helped adjust his clothes and then nodded with satisfaction. My son looks so handsome today. Mom, you are always beautiful. Such a sweet talker. Are you ready? Go eat some noodles. Your Aunt Shui has given you a large bowl with a lot of meat and 2 fried eggs. You can leave after you finish eating. Okay. After eating the noodles, he glanced at the time. It was already 6:30, and the sky was slowly brightening. Outside the courtyard, a fleet of luxurious cars was waiting quietly. When he reached the door, he happened to see Du's grandfather coming with Du's grandmother. The latter was also impressed when he saw Du Hong. He patted his shoulder with a kind face. Not bad. Today, you are the most important person. Go on, go pick up your bride. Okay, Grandpa, I'm going to pick up your granddaughter-in-law. Ha 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 ha. The grandfather and grandson smiled at each other. Next to them, the wrinkles on Du's grandmother's face seemed to have come to life. Her eyes were smiling so much that they had become slits. She grabbed Du Heng's hand and, without a word, took out a sachet from her pocket and handed it to Du's mother. The latter understood. She squatted down and hung the sachet on Du Heng's waist. Your grandmother spent 3 months embroidering this sachet. Her eyesight isn't as good as it used to be. Du Heng's nose tingled. He nodded heavily, grabbed Du's grandmother's hand, looked back at the door, nodded to everyone, and walked straight towards the fleet of cars. The wedding procession, which had long been planned, immediately followed. Wang Chong and Han Lei were in the procession, and Wang Ba also volunteered to come along. But this time was different. They did not need to call at the door. People would come out to welcome them when they arrived because the wedding style was different. The car fleet set off. Du Hong took out his phone and sent a message to Hui Yuxuan. The sky is about to brighten, and I will be welcoming my wife. A few seconds later, Hui Yuxuan sent a message back. Du Hong grinned the moment he saw it. The heart wishes to go, and the wife will wait for her husband. Although the tones were not exactly symmetrical, only Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan could understand the beauty of it. He put down his phone and looked at the scenery quickly moving backward outside the window. His mind was flying. He had arrived at Hui Yuxuan's house a long time ago. Half an hour later, below Hui Yuxuan's house, the car fleet arrived. There weren't many onlookers, because it was a cold winter morning and the weather was cold. The wedding procession was already waiting there. After the car fleet parked, Chin Zaheo jogged to the front car, which was the over 9-meter-long Rolls-Royce Phantom, and opened the passenger door. Du-hong got out of the car, looked at this young man who had matured a lot, and nodded with a smile. When all the people in the wedding procession had gotten out of the cars, Du-hong led the way and, guided by Chin Zaheo, entered the elevator and arrived at a door that was wide open. A double happiness was on the wall next to the door. A red carpet was spread out on the ground, and the Hua family came out to greet them with smiles on their faces. Hua's father and Hua's mother stood in front. Du-hong smiled and shouted loudly, "Mom, Dad, I've come to pick up my bride." Yo, the groom is really affectionate with his future in-laws, ha 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 ha. The eldest uncle laughed and clapped, motioning Hua's father to quickly welcome Du-hong into the house. Upon entering, he walked straight to Hua Yuxuan's room. The door to her room was also open. The red carpet extended all the way into her room. He stepped on the carpet and, surrounded by the crowd behind him, arrived at the entrance of Hua Yuxuan's room. No one else could enter. He took a deep breath, stepped into the room, and saw the girl sitting there wearing a red veil. Behind him, Wang Ba handed a jade scepter, winked at Du-hong, and then shrank back. Du-hong held the jade scepter and stepped forward to gently lift the red veil. He then saw Hua Yuxuan, who was wearing a phoenix crown and had light makeup on, but still made his heart flutter. She was blinking her watery eyes and looking at him. He stepped forward and gently held her hand. He put the red shoes on her feet and then squatted down to carry her over his back. He passed through the crowd and went into the elevator, arriving downstairs. Amid the celebratory gunshots, they climbed into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Half an hour later, the car fleet arrived at the entrance of the Rose Garden. Du-hong took Hua Yuxuan out of the car, pointed to the large red bridal sedan chair waiting on the side, and smiled, "Go today. I'm going to use a grand sedan chair to carry you home." Hua Yuxuan blushed, unsure whether it was from excitement or from the cold weather. She nodded lightly and walked towards the bridal sedan chair with light steps. A sedan chair bearer, who had been arranged earlier, opened the curtain to let her sit inside. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air. The sound of swanas completely woke up the quiet morning. That ruffian-like sound echoed in his mind. The band was the first to step forward and walk towards the house. 8 sedan chair bearers lifted the large red bridal sedan chair with a heya and walked into the community amid the constant booming of celebratory gunshots and the sounds of swanas, heading towards the villa. Chapter 241. The Wedding Ceremony. First bow to heaven and earth. With a loud pronouncement, Du-hong and Hua Yuxuan, under the gaze of the crowd, bowed respectfully to the enshrined deities. Second, bow to the parents. Du's father and mother, and Hua's father and mother, sat on either side of a red lacquered square table, smiling at the new couple before them. The two did not hesitate and bowed to both sets of parents. Husband and wife bowed to each other. The two turned to face each other. Looking at Hua Yuxuan, whose face was flushed and eyes were alluring, Du-hong smiled and bowed. She returned the bow. Ceremony complete. The sound of gongs and drums erupted, and the swana horns in the courtyard declared with a street-shaking volume that the two were officially husband and wife. All the wedding guests burst into laughter and applause. Hey, wait a minute. Why didn't they say, send them to the bridal chamber? We can't skip this most important step. Yeah, hurry, send them to the bridal chamber. Ha 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 ha. It was natural for the newlyweds to be teased a bit on this day, but the crowd didn't go too far. They only asked the two to stand on a stool that could barely fit them both. Someone produced a bamboo pole from somewhere. A red rope was tied to the end of the bamboo pole, and a sliced apple was tied to the bottom. The two had to support each other and eat the apple without falling off the stool. At first, everything was fine. Each took a bite and ate it. But as they prepared to bite the last piece, the person holding the bamboo pole suddenly lifted it. Although the two knew this was coming, they didn't refuse the opportunity to kiss each other. Their lips touched briefly, and Hua Yuxuan's pretty face turned crimson. Despite her usually carefree nature, she still felt a bit embarrassed with so many people watching. Ooh-hoo! The guests began to cheer. Du-hong, also a bit embarrassed, touched his nose and glanced at Hua Yuxuan. He found her gazing at him, her eyes sparkling with stars. Their eyes met, and both of them laughed. It was still early, So Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan were teased by the guests for quite a while before they were finally left alone. Du's mother went to arrange the food. Several tables were moved in and arranged in the courtyard. Tents were set up and heaters were turned on. The house couldn't fit everyone, so they had to sit separately. Thus, over a dozen people crowded each table. No one complained because the tables were large and it wasn't cold outside. While chatting and joking with his roommates, Du Hong felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw old Manhwa beckoning him. He turned and walked away, signaling Du Hong to follow. Looking at Hui Yuxuan, she shrugged, clearly not knowing why old Manhwa was looking for Du Hong at this time. Following old Manhwa to the edge of the swimming pool, the place was quiet even though a few people were chatting there. Is there anything you wanted to talk about, Grandpa Hua? Old Manhwa nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then tentatively asked, I heard you plan to have more than one child with Yuxuan? Yes, why? I have a request, and I hope you can grant it. Grandpa Hua, you can just say it. Please don't say it's a request. You're making me feel embarrassed. Old Manhwa smiled and patted Du Heng's shoulder. He then said in a deep voice, My Hua family only has one son, which is Yuxuan's father, and he only has Yuxuan as a daughter. Du Heng nodded. He felt like he knew what the old man was going to say. This was a worry of the older generation. No, not just the older generation. Many people think like this now. The passing down of the family line, needing to have a continuous line on the family tree. If your first child with Yuxuan is a boy, then your second child, regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, will take the Hua surname and be registered under our Hua family. Is that okay? Du Heng smiled and nodded. To be honest, that was my intention from the beginning. I also hope that my child can continue the Hua family lineage. Old Manhwa nodded in satisfaction, patted Du Heng's shoulder heavily, and then returned to the villa. Sitting next to Old Man Du, he nodded to Du's grandmother, picked up a teacup and took a sip, feeling a sense of immense satisfaction in his heart. He agreed? Agreed to what? Still hiding it from me. Old Man Du shook his head. We've been friends for so many years. Do you think I wouldn't know what's on your mind? Old Manhwa remained silent, humming softly before taking another sip of tea. As soon as it comes to carrying on the family line, you stop caring about your precious granddaughter. Still so stubborn, so rigid. If Yuxuan's father hadn't refused to let her mother suffer and only had one child, would I have been so shameless to come ask you for this? Then why did you only have one child back then? Wasn't it because you didn't want to let Suelon suffer? Old Manhwa shook his head helplessly. Yes, he was the same. He was young and impulsive back then, and he never thought about these things. The older he got, the more he felt that having more children was the right thing to do. We're in the same boat, so let's not point fingers at each other. That's not right. My son gave me a precious grandson, and now he's even snagged your precious granddaughter. I'm so happy. The more Old Manhwa thought about it, the angrier he became. You old shameless man. If you admit defeat when drinking at noon today, you have to call me old brother whenever you see me. All right, who's afraid of whom? Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan, along with both sets of parents, went from table to table toasting the guests. Hui Yuxuan's cup was filled with Sprite, while Du Heng's cup was filled with actual liquor. After toasting a few tables, the alcohol hit him. Du Hong, who rarely drank liquor, S face instantly turned red. He was even swaying as he walked. If Hui Yuxuan hadn't been supporting him, it was doubtful he could have walked straight. Aheng, don't drink anymore. Have some Sprite. Du Heng smiled and shook his head, belching from the alcohol. He felt a burning sensation in his throat, and he coughed a few times before feeling better. It's okay. Today's our special day. I can't let my guard down. Don't worry. Slowly awakening, his throat felt like it was on fire. He squinted at his surroundings. The room was dark, without a single light. The warm air from the air conditioner felt even more stifling on his face. He wanted to reach for his phone to check the time, but then he realized that he was only wearing thermal underwear. He didn't know where his coat was. Everything was too dark to see clearly. He rolled over, and the fragrance of shampoo wafted into his nose. Du Hong touched the sleeping Hui Yuxuan. She slowly woke up, making a sound like a fly buzzing. Yuxuan. What time is it? Did I get drunk? Hui Yuxuan took a deep breath and forced herself to wake up. She picked up her phone to check the time and said, It's 2 o'clock. You were completely drunk. They helped me carry you to bed. 2 o'clock? Are they still here? It's 2 in the morning. They left a long time ago. Our parents have also gone home. Aheng, are you hungry? You've been sleeping till now. You haven't had lunch or dinner. Still calling me Aheng? Hui Yuxuan was stunned. The last traces of her sleepiness vanished. She fell into Du Heng's arms and softly called out a name that made Du Heng's heart tremble. Husband. Hey, wife. Hey. Chapter 242. Yang Zai's baby is born. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. With no classes to attend and focusing on spending time with his wife, Du Heng had more time to create game videos. His fan count had now surpassed 7 million. Hui Yuxuan opened a new account after the wedding to document her and Du Heng's daily life. Nobody expected this account to blow up. Considering it, it was normal. A handsome man, a beautiful woman, luxury cars, and mansions. It was bound to be popular. In the past 6 months, Du Heng had taken Hui Yuxuan to see the entire country, from the south to the north, from the east to the west, visiting all kinds of big and small attractions. Some were only brief stops, while others were more extended stays. It was also this half year of travel that allowed Hui Yuxuan to quickly accumulate popularity, becoming a lifestyle travel uploader with hundreds of thousands of followers. And when Du Heng appeared in the videos, his familiar voice and Hui Yuxuan's subtle hints that he was also an uploader who made game videos, the resulting chemistry was explosive. It couldn't be helped. Although Du Heng never showed his face in his own videos, his popularity was obvious. His voice was also very magnetic, and after listening for a long time, it was quite recognizable. When the 7 million game video fans learned that the uploader was actually Hui Yuxuan's husband, they were filled with envy. Is that it? Is that why you ditched us countless times during your 4 years of university? I thought she'd be very beautiful, but she's just the kind of beautiful I can't imagine. What's the big deal? Hey, I secretly went to follow the uploader's wife's account. If the uploader doesn't update videos, I'll go watch his wife. If you don't have money, you can only feel her sweetness. If you have money, you can feel her saltiness. That's insightful. Du Heng had no problem with Hui Yuxuan becoming an uploader. In fact, he strongly supported her. After all, they had already achieved financial freedom. If they didn't find something to do, they would truly die of boredom. Yesterday, Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan just got off the plane and returned home. Now, he was holding his breath in the swimming pool. Hui Yuxuan said that if he could hold his breath underwater for more than 1.5 minutes, she would be willing to try something new with him. What was there to say? He had to do it. Hui Yuxuan, dressed in a swimsuit, sat by the edge of the pool. Her fair legs swayed in the water, sending out ripples. She was holding her phone to time him. When she saw that the time had exceeded 1.5 minutes and Du Heng was still underwater, she became a little worried. Husband, come up quickly, it's enough time. Husband? Underwater, Du Heng was motionless, and there were no bubbles rising. Hui Yuxuan was shocked and quickly jumped into the water to pull Du Heng's arm. Just then, Du Heng leaped out of the water, laughing and hugging her. I did it. What else do you want to say? Hui Yuxuan's heart beat faster. Even though they were married, being held in her husband's arms, especially dressed like this, still made her blush and her heart pound. Okay, I promise you. You scared me. You were underwater for so long, and you didn't come up. I thought. Thought what? Du Heng smiled and gently brushed the tip of her nose. The water on his hand dripped on her face, flowing down her fair and translucent cheeks. We've agreed to grow old together, and you haven't given me a child yet. Speaking of this, Hui Yuxuan lowered her head in shame. In the past 6 months, Du Heng had been working hard. Her complexion became better and better. Although Du Heng wasn't exactly exhausted, his body was somewhat depleted. For this reason, Du's mother and Hui's mother had been making chicken soup with goji berries for him. However, 6 months had passed, and she still wasn't pregnant. As if sensing Hui Yuxuan's unusual behavior, Du Heng hugged Hui Yuxuan and sat her down by the edge of the pool. He draped a towel around her, allowing her to lean into his embrace. He looked at the rippling water of the pool and softly comforted her. Don't worry, it will happen. Maybe it's just my fault for not being good enough. I can't seem to hit the target. I think I'll definitely hit it tonight. Maybe I should drink some of Xiang's soup again? Because she wasn't pregnant, Du's mother didn't know where she got some strange recipes and had Xiang make some bizarre soups for Du Heng to drink. The latter didn't refuse and always finished them in one gulp. Hui Yuxuan bit her lip, feeling sorry for Du Hong. She had secretly gone to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said she was fine and told her to relax. But for Du Heng's sake, she took all the blame, making people think it was her fault. Speaking of which, Yang Zai and Hu Ling's child should be born soon, right? Hui Yuxuan nodded. Yes, I asked Lingling last time, and she said it would be in the next few days. She's already at the hospital now. Du Heng smiled and nodded. They really lucked out. When our children are born, they'll have to call their child older brother or sister. By the way, did they say if it's a boy or a girl? Hui Yuxuan shook her head gently. Lingling said she didn't ask the doctor. Even if she did, the doctor wouldn't tell her. Is that so? It's true. The country has clearly stipulated that doctors can't tell couples the gender of their child. Just then, Du Heng's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was Yang Zai calling. They hadn't been in contact for a while. The latter's company had a lot going on, and on top of that, with Hu Ling pregnant, he was running back and forth between the company and the hospital every day. Could it be that Hu Ling gave birth? Hui Yuxuan's eyes lit up. It's possible. Answer it quickly. Du Heng nodded, pressed the answer button, and subconsciously held the phone away. Then he heard Yang Zai's voice, almost like a broken gong, blaring out of the phone. Du brother, Lingling gave birth. It's a boy, ha. His little nose and eyes look just like me. Du Heng smiled wryly, looked at Hui Yuxuan, who had a look of envy, and gently patted the latter's back. Congratulations, congratulations. You're a dad now. Are you at the hospital? Should I bring Yuxuan over to see you? Okay, come on. I have to tell Lei and Chong. I'll hang up now. He hung up the phone and, with Hui Yuxuan looking at him with envy, he stood up. He dried his hair as he walked towards the villa. Don't overthink it. We will have children. And I don't know why. I feel like tonight is the turning point. Hui Yuxuan was skeptical, but nodded. I know, husband. I want to take a bath with you. Du Heng's mouth curved into a smile and he nodded. All right, but we can't take too long. We have to go see Yang Zai's child. Half an hour later, the two, fully dressed, came out of the bathroom. They only got intimate for a while and didn't do anything. Xiang, Yuxuan and I are going out. We probably won't be back tonight. Today, you can have a day off. Go home and spend time with your children. Okay, master and madam. Chapter 243, Hui Yuxuan's Envy. Driving his Porsche 911 to the provincial hospital, it was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The hospital parking entrance had already been closed off. The lot was already full of cars. Du Heng drove around along the street for nearly 10 minutes before quickly maneuvering into a spot that had just become empty. If I had known, I would have taken the Mini. It's easier to park. I could have squeezed into a few spots before. Now, I have to park so far away and walk. It's so hot. Hui Yuxuan didn't mind the heat. She smiled and stepped forward, naturally hooking Du Heng's arm. It's better than driving your oversized Night 15, right? That car can't even fit into this parking space. Du Heng shrugged. If you say so, shall we ride motorcycles next time we go out? I don't mind. Whatever my husband says goes. Du Heng grinned and took the parasol that Hui Yuxuan took out of her bag and opened it. They headed towards the hospital gate. Hu Ling's room was a deluxe suite. Each suite was for one person and the space was huge. There was a television and a small enclosed area for bathing the baby. Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan came out of the elevator and began looking for the room number, one by one. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door, and soon it was opened. It was Zhang's father, whose eyes lit up when he saw it was Du Heng. He laughed and greeted him. Xiao Heng, you're here. Come in quickly. The air conditioner is on. It's hot outside. Du Heng smiled and pointed to Hui Yuxuan. Uncle Zhang, this is my wife, Hui Yuxuan. Hello, come in. You came at the right time. The little one just finished feeding and he's looking around. Stepping into the room, the temperature was noticeably lower than outside. But it wasn't cold. Newborns were sensitive to cold. So, even with air conditioning, it couldn't be directly blowing at them. There was also a need to open the window to let fresh air in. Yang Zai's older sister was holding a baby wrapped in a swaddling blanket, and a crowd of people surrounded them. Yang Zai was happily taking pictures with his phone. He smiled and walked over when he saw Du Heng. Du brother, sister-in-law, you're here? Du Heng smiled and nodded. Hui Yuxuan went to the other side of the bed, took Hu Ling's hand. The latter looked pale. Lingling, how are you? After carrying this big belly for so long, I finally gave birth. I feel a lot lighter now. Cesarean or natural birth? Cesarean. The doctor said I had low amniotic fluid, and natural birth would be dangerous. Does it hurt? It definitely hurts, but I'm so happy that my child is healthy. Hu Ling's speech was still a little slurred. It seemed the anesthetic had not completely worn off. It's a boy. Do you plan to have a girl too? Hu Ling smiled wryly, coughed softly, and said, a cesarean needs several years to recover from the scars. To have another one, we need to wait at least a year. That's not too long. We'll see when the time comes. Have you decided on a name for the child? Hu Ling smiled and nodded. We decided a long time ago. We wanted to name a boy Zhang Jiaqing and a girl Zhang Jialing. The names are lovely. Can I go and see him? Yes, but they're being really careful with him now, so you can probably only look. Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded, rushing to look at the little one with his mouth open. Du Hong took a look and then withdrew from the crowd. The little one needed air, and having too many people around wasn't good. Yang Zai followed him, nudged his arm and whispered, Du brother, when are you and sister-in-law planning on having a baby? You guys have traveled a lot. My son is already born. Shouldn't you two start preparing too? Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What could he say? That he was trying his best? Don't go home tonight. I booked 2 large private rooms. I've already called Lei, and he and his girlfriend will come later. Chang is on his way back from his hometown with his girlfriend. They can arrive before dinner. Du Hong smiled and nodded. Even if you tried to chase me away, I wouldn't leave. Ha 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 ha. Some relatives were asked to leave the room. There were too many people for a newborn, and the air conditioner didn't seem to be working properly with so many people. Du Hong and Yang Zai also went outside. Only a few women were left in the room. Hui Yuxuan didn't follow. She was curiously looking at the baby in the blanket, her eyes unable to hide her envy. Why is his skin wrinkly? Shouldn't a baby's skin be white and smooth? Hui Yuxuan had never given birth, so she didn't know this. Everyone except Zhang's mother and a few other women who had clearly given birth laughed when they heard the question. Hu Ling pursed her lips and said, I was shocked at first, too. When the doctor took out the baby, they showed him to me. I said, why does he look like a little old man? The doctor said newborns are like that. Hui Yuxuan thoughtfully nodded. Zhang Yunyun stepped forward, handed the swaddling blanket to Hui Yuxuan, and said with a smile, hold him. Let the child get some of your good luck. Can I? I haven't held such a small child before. I'm afraid I'll hold him wrong. It's okay. Look at my posture. Just follow it. Hui Yuxuan's hands and feet were stiff, and she had a fine layer of sweat on her forehead before she managed to carefully hold the blanket. Looking at the baby in the blanket, maternal love began to flow. He's so funny. It's like he doesn't weigh anything when I hold him. He weighs 8 pounds. He's quite a chubby little boy. If you like it, hurry up and have one too. Then Jiaqing will have a friend. Kids are lonely by themselves. Hui Yuxuan looked at the baby in her arms and nodded emphatically. That evening, everyone gathered for a rare dinner together. At the table, Wang Chang also announced that he would marry his girlfriend next fall. They had already bought a house in their hometown's county. Then everyone turned to look at Han Lei and his girlfriend. The latter shrugged and smiled. Jia, and I don't have any plans to get married yet. We want to work and buy a house first. We'll also want to replace our car. I feel there's a problem with the brake system on the one Du brother gave me. Du Hong was a little embarrassed. He nodded and smiled. Then you must work hard. Earning enough money to buy a house requires either a very high salary or very small expenses, or you have to wait many years. Jia and I have already received offers. They offered me an annual salary of 300,000 and Jia 150,000, plus the 5 social insurances, 1 housing fund, and other benefits. It'll be a lot easier to buy a house. Not bad, not bad. Things are getting better. Yeah, things are getting better. Come. Let's toast to the friendship of the 4 of us in our dorm. Cheers. It was already 11 o'clock when they returned to the hotel that Yang Zai booked. They had talked a lot about work, families, and life. Although there were troubles, overall it was good. After showering and lying in bed, he saw Hui Yuxuan walk in wearing a bathrobe. She turned off the lights and loosened the belt of her robe. Husband, you have to work hard tonight. You bet. Chapter 244. the children are born. Hui Yuxuan was pregnant. Although they didn't know which day it happened, they didn't want to discuss it because this huge joy drowned all of their other emotions. Du's mother laughed so hard that she got crow's feet. Then, almost every day, Du Heng's villa would receive a box of washed and dried baby clothes, some for boys and some for girls. The baby strollers hadn't been assembled yet, but they almost filled up the entire room. Diapers and formula were still too early to buy, but Du's mother didn't hesitate. She asked around everywhere and started pre-ordering from overseas. It could be said that Hui Yuxuan only needed to be responsible for giving birth. Du's mother had already made all the preparations for raising the children. Hui's mother moved into the villa. She was going to take care of Hui Yuxuan. Although they had Xiang, and it was only that Hui Yuxuan was newly pregnant, she was still worried. The first 3 months of pregnancy are the most dangerous period. If you get through these 3 months, there will be basically no major problems. After a few days, Du's mother also moved in. Along with her, Du's father moved in as well. And Shui also came. Du's mother just couldn't leave Du's father at home alone. The two families lived together, and surprisingly, no disputes occurred. Instead, they were happy and harmonious. Du's mother and Hui's mother would take Hui Yuxuan to prenatal education classes every day. Old Man Du and Old Man Hua also visited several times, which showed how important this child was to both families. A month after Hui Yuxuan found out she was pregnant, Du's mother started having someone renovate a corner of the yard, building some small children's entertainment facilities. They included a slide, a seesaw, and a small airplane that could rock back and forth. And just today, Du Hong, who had taken Hui Yuxuan to her routine checkup, had received news that made him overjoyed. This news also made Du's mother laugh and hug Du's father, giving him a big kiss. Hui Yuxuan was pregnant with twins. It was still unclear if they were boys or girls. For the wealthy like them, as long as it was detectable, there would be ways to find out the gender of the children. During one of her checkups when she was 4 months pregnant, Du Hong had to wait outside because men weren't allowed in the room. When Hui Yuxuan came out, she told him news that made his eyes light up. The doctor said it's a boy and a girl. Really? Yup. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and nodded gently. What did the doctor say? The doctor didn't tell me that at first. I pretended to say, I don't know if the little dresses I bought are going to fit. And then? Then the doctor smiled and said it's a boy and a girl, so all the clothes that I prepared will fit. Great, great. That's wonderful. Upon returning home and telling both sets of parents, there was naturally a round of celebration. In December, Hui Yuxuan's belly started to grow rapidly, getting bigger day by day as if inflated by a balloon. It was also at this time that Hui Yuxuan first felt the fetal movement. Excitedly, she told Du Hong about the feeling. The latter immediately pressed his ear against her belly, but couldn't hear anything. The babies are still too small. Just wait. Soon you will be able to hear their heartbeats. In another couple of months, those 2 little guys in your belly will start kicking your tummy because they're getting crowded. As the number of checkups increased, the intervals between each checkup got shorter, from once a month to once every 2 weeks, and now once a week. Without exception, the doctors would always say that the children were healthy. However, with 2 children, the natural delivery would be very dangerous. And looking at the size of the children, there was a high chance that Hui Yuxuan's belly would not be able to hold them, and they would be born prematurely. To this, Du Hong was somewhat worried, but the doctor's words dispelled his worries. It's okay. I've seen this kind of situation a lot. And now, she's already 8 months pregnant. Even if we delivered the children now, it would be fine. The children have already developed enough. The amount of baby clothes in the house kept growing, and so did the baby toys. Du's mother and Hui's mother, with Hui Yuxuan, had already prepared a nursery for the 2 little ones who weren't even born yet. The floor was covered with a crawling mat and a crib with a divider in the middle. The walls of the room were painted with bright flowers, and plush toys were neatly placed along the wall. It was January 26th. On this day, Hui Yuxuan suddenly said that her stomach hurt. The entire family was so frightened that they immediately sent her to the hospital to a room that they had booked ahead of time. In fact, the due date was in early February. No one expected the little ones would be so eager to come out. Initially, Hui Yuxuan wanted to see if she could give birth naturally. She didn't want a cesarean section because it would leave a nasty scar that would be difficult to heal and wouldn't be good for post-operative recovery. The most important thing was that natural delivery was better for the children. However, she had not reached her due date after all. Her cervix wasn't open, and the children couldn't come out. After a full day of trying, she eventually decided to have a C-section at 4 a.m. on the 27th. Hua Yuxuan was pushed into the operating room, and the director was performing the surgery himself. The two families waited anxiously outside the operating room. Every now and then, they could hear the penetrating sound of a baby's cry. Hua Yuxuan had been pushed into the operating room for 2 hours, but she had not come out. Du Hong was getting more and more agitated. He hadn't slept all night, his face was oily, his eyes were dry, and his lips were cracked. He stood up and paced back and forth in the hallway, praying that everyone would be safe and sound, both Hua Yuxuan and the two children. Just then, the door to the operating room opened from the inside. A female doctor, wearing surgical scrubs and a blue surgical cap, came out and shouted, "Who is Wu Xiaoshua's family? Come sign here. She's having a major hemorrhage. You need to pay for the medication right now." How can there be a major hemorrhage from a C-section? There are risks with any surgery. Hurry up. The longer you delay, the more dangerous it will be. Okay. I'll go pay the fees right now. You guys use the medication first. The man ran into the elevator to go downstairs and pay the fees. However, such scenes occurred frequently. Each time the doctor opened the door, the people waiting outside would feel their hearts jump. Sometimes it was because someone's amniotic fluid was too dirty and needed to be cleaned and medicated. Sometimes it was because the children had inflammations at birth, and sometimes it was because the jaundice was shockingly high. And there was one even more exaggerated incident where the mother was pushed directly into the ICU with uncontrollable bleeding. As time passed, Du Hong became more and more nervous. His eyes were constantly looking in the direction of the operating room door, hoping that the door would open and Hua Yuxuan would be pushed out safe and sound. At 7:17 a.m., two loud, clear cries were heard one after the other. Shortly after, the operating room door opened, and the doctor walked to the door and shouted, "Where is Hua Yuxuan's family? Where is Hua Yuxuan's family?" Here. A group of people surrounded him. Du Hong was standing in the front, waiting for the doctor's announcement, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. This feeling was even more nerve-wracking than when he confessed his love, and it made him feel somewhat overwhelmed. The doctor looked at everyone, his eyes stopping on Du Hong, and smiled. "Don't be nervous. The mother and children are both safe. A boy and a girl, twins. The boy came out first, and the girl came out second, so don't get it wrong. We'll tell you the specific time and wait later. All right, the mother will be pushed out soon. You can wait a little longer." With that, the doctor returned to the operating room and closed the door. "Good. That's great. Ha 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 ha. It's too wonderful. I'm a dad. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations. Chapter 245. Du Haoyu, Hua Xiaoxue. Hua's mother leaned on Hua's father's shoulder and cried. Hua's father gently comforted her, and although he tried his best to restrain himself, he couldn't help but shed tears of his own. It was impossible for his daughter to have not felt pain after undergoing surgery, especially someone as sensitive as Hua's father. Du's mother did not cry. Her face was beaming with joy. She was joking, giving birth to two at once, and twins at that. All her expectations had been met, although it was agreed that if the first child was a boy, then the second child, no matter the gender, would have the surname Hua and be registered under the Hua family. But so what? Wasn't she still her granddaughter? Du Hong was probably the most relaxed one. Hearing that Hua Yuxuan was fine, and that the children were fine, the big weight that was on his mind had finally been lifted. Before that, the doctor would come out every now and then to tell them about which other mother was having issues, which had really frightened him, and he couldn't stop overthinking things. Du's father went to make a phone call to inform Old Man Du, and Hua's father also informed Old Man Hua. The two had not arrived yet, but he figured that upon hearing the news of the children's birth, they would surely rush over immediately. They should be on their way now. Just then, the operating room door was opened. The same doctor from before appeared at the door again and called out, "Hua Yuxuan's family." Du Hong quickly stepped forward and replied, "Yes, that's me." The doctor held a counting board and glanced at it before smiling. Both children were born at 7:17 a.m. The boy was born 30 seconds before the girl. Their weights are 6.4 gene and 6.2 gene respectively. Note: a gene is a Chinese unit of weight roughly equivalent to half a kilogram. Du Hong nodded. Okay. I understand. Doctor, when will my wife be able to come out? She'll be out soon. You should get ready. She'll be taken directly to the ward. Have you prepared the bottles and diapers? Yes, we've prepared everything. It's in the ward. The doctor nodded and went back inside, closing the operating room door. About 10 minutes later, the operating room door opened again. A hospital bed, covered with a white blanket, was pushed out. 2 small swaddling blankets were placed on one side of the bed. Du-hung was startled when he saw the 2 little ones in the swaddling blankets. Their skin was grayish, with a hint of red. He could only see their profiles. It was only when he saw Hui Yuxuan that he realized that those 2 little ones were his children, the continuation of his and Hui Yuxuan's bloodline. The 2 families crowded around. The doctor softly scolded, "Don't get so close all at once. The mother and children need air." The crowd stepped back. Du-hung looked at Hui Yuxuan, whose face was pale. His heart ached. She had an 4 drip in her hand, but she was still trying to raise her hand. Du-hung gently took her hand and softly said, "Honey, how are you feeling?" Hui Yuxuan's voice was very, very soft, so soft that he could barely hear her. "I'm fine. Have you seen the children?" "Yes, I've seen them. Are they cute?" "Of course. Whose children wouldn't be cute other than ours?" Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, but there was not much color in her pale face. 2 nurses pushed the bed into the elevator to the ward. While securing the 4 drip, they instructed, "The mother needs rest. Pay attention to the urine tube. When this bag is half full, you need to release it from below. It's this part." "Okay, nurse. Is there anything else we should pay attention to? Can she eat now? She hasn't had anything since noon yesterday." The nurse finished adjusting the 4 and the equipment, and then looked at Du-hong and the rest of the room. "First of all, there shouldn't be so many people in the room. Keep a few people here to take care of the mother. Everyone else, especially all these men, should go outside." Du-hong glanced at Du's father and Hua's father, who were also a bit embarrassed. The 2 of them were sensible. They shrugged and walked out of the ward. "Anything else? She can't eat anything right now. She needs to pass gas before she can drink some plain porridge. Drink water sparingly, just enough to wet her lips. If she needs to defecate, use this special bedpan. The anesthetic is still in effect. After she is awake, see if she can express some colostrum and feed it to the 2 babies. That's very important." "Okay, thank you, nurse." After giving some more instructions, the 2 nurses left the ward, leaving Du-hong, Du's mother, and Hua's mother in the room to take care of Hui Yuxuan. Hua's mother was using a cotton swab dipped in water to moisten Hui Yuxuan's chapped lips, while Du's mother was looking at the 2 little ones. Du-hong glanced at them and didn't pay much attention. He didn't know if it was because of the sudden appearance of the 2 little ones that he still felt a bit overwhelmed. He didn't have a great sense of responsibility yet. He was more concerned about Hui Yuxuan. Walking to the edge of the bed, Hui Yuxuan was weakly opening her eyes and looking at him. Her eyes were glowing with a light that could only be described as maternal. That was how simple it was for a girl to become a mother. It was the maternal glow that came with being a woman. Men like to take care of their children more out of a sense of responsibility. "Husband, I want to see the children." As soon as she finished speaking, Du's mother came to the bedside with a swaddling blanket, showing Hui Yuxuan the little one who was still fast asleep. A happy smile appeared on the latter's face. She really wanted to reach out and touch him, but the 4 in her hand wouldn't allow her to do so. "Look at him. How cute he is. When he grows up, he'll definitely be as handsome as Xiaohong. Is this the older brother?" "Yes." Du-hung nodded and walked to the baby bed next to the wall. He looked at the little one with only one eye open slightly, curiously looking at him without moving. After hesitating for a while, he picked him up. His movements were as stiff as they could be, and his posture was as awkward as it could get, causing Du's mother to roll her eyes. Hua's mother quickly stepped forward to take the baby girl from Du-heng's arms and blamed him. "You'll hurt her back by holding her like that. It's not good for her. Look at my posture. This is the right way to hold her." Du-heng scratched his head. He didn't think there was any difference. Why was it so awkward when he held her? He felt like his arms were stiff and sore. It's normal to feel this way as a first-time father. Don't blame yourself too much, Hua's mother said with a smile before moving to the bedside to show the baby girl to Hui Yuxuan. The latter gently nodded to show that she had seen her. "Have you thought about what to name the children?" "We've already thought about it. Du Hong smiled and glanced at Hui Yuxuan before continuing. The boy's name will be Du Haoyu. So the older brother is called Du Haoyu. Hui's mother nodded. The name is very nice. What about the younger sister? The younger sister's name will be Hua Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue? Which Xiao? The one with the bamboo radical. Xiaoxue. Actually, we originally wanted to call her Xiaoxue, but Yuxuan thought that Xiao was better, so we changed it to Xiaoxue. Hui's mother repeated the name a few times before smiling and nodding. They're all good names. Both rain and snow. Note, the names have similar pronunciations to rain and snow. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 246. The clever younger sister and the honest older brother. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The two little ones grew more and more adorable, especially the younger sister, who had completely inherited Hua Yuxuan's beauty. She had big eyes, long eyelashes, a pointy nose, and a small mouth. She wore her hair in 2 little buns on top of her head, along with a pink hair accessory, and her cheeks were rosy and adorable. The older brother's eyes were very similar to Du Heng's. They were bright and clear. At only 2 years old, the little guy was already 30 Jin and over 80 centimeters tall. It was obvious that he would grow to be a tall guy. In comparison, the younger sister was much shorter, at only a little over 70 centimeters. She might not grow as tall as Hui Yuxuan, but this did not hinder the two families from doting on her. The little girl was incredibly smart. She had a sweet, childlike voice. Her favorite thing to do was follow Du's mother around and call her grandma from morning to night. The best part was that Du's mother didn't find it annoying at all. She even forgot about the older brother. Every time she would pick up the younger sister and ask her what she wanted. The number of dolls in the house kept growing, and various kinds of beautiful clothes filled 3 big wardrobes. If you only looked at the quantity, she had more clothes than Hui Yuxuan. Some of them were bought by Du's mother, and Hui's mother bought a lot too. But most of them were bought by old man Du. Can you believe it? Although the older brother also had a lot of clothes, he had dozens of pairs of shoes alone, and he couldn't even wear them all. Some were bought and just left there, and by the time they remembered, they were already too small, but Du's mother couldn't bear to throw them away. Oh, that's right. Ever since the 2 little ones were born, Du's mother moved directly to Rose Garden, the villa that Du Hong had bought. Du's father shamelessly followed, using the excuse of looking after the children. Actually, he was indeed taking care of the children. The older brother was taken care of by him. The nannies they hired were all fired. This big family couldn't possibly not be able to take care of 2 little ones. Compared to the younger sister's lively and sprite-like personality, the older brother's personality was more honest and simple. When his toys were snatched by his younger sister, he wouldn't cry or make a fuss. He would simply pick up another toy and play with it. And then it would get snatched again. Good heavens, the younger sister just wanted to play with her older brother. She didn't actually like the toys. But her older brother seemed to love the toys, especially the construction vehicles. Today, after taking the 2 little ones for a checkup, Du Hong rushed into the restroom. There was no way around it. Du's mother had bought a carton of Shuang-Wai-Wai drinks for the kids, and then the younger sister opened all of them, took a sip, and gave them to Du Hong, not letting him throw them away, saying that was wasteful and her mom taught her that. So, Du Hong could only grimace and drink 6 bottles of Shuang-Wai-Wai. This morning, the checkup and vaccinations had been such a hassle. The younger sister cried her heart out while getting the injection, yelling for her grandma and wanting to go home, which made the doctor laugh. The little girl seemed to be closer to Du's mother. The older brother didn't make a sound while getting the injection, as if the arm being injected wasn't his. Aunt Xue had already prepared lunch. The whole family sat at the table. The older brother and the younger sister sat next to Du's mother and Du's father. They each had a plastic bowl in front of them. The older brother had a big appetite, while the younger sister ate very little. Every time Du's mother wanted to get angry and tell her to eat more, she would blink her big watery eyes, purse her mouth, and pretend to cry. Good heavens, the entire family couldn't do anything with her. In the end, the older brother would say to his younger sister to eat a little more, or he wouldn't give her any toys. Only then would she pick at her food before laughing and playing at the table. Have you ordered the cake? Du Hong nodded, with food in his mouth, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Du's mother glare at him and scold. Don't talk while eating, don't teach the 2 children to do bad things. Mom, you weren't like this before. Shrugging his shoulders, after swallowing the food in his mouth, he said with a wry smile, "Yes, I've ordered it." "Mom, are you sure you don't want to book a hotel?" "Why would we book a hotel? A lot of people and a lot of children are coming. What if my precious darlings don't get any cake?" "Yuxuan, tell your parents to come over. Our two families will celebrate the children's birthday together. Since we are close to the new year, we can eat a meal together." Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded in agreement. She saw Du Heng's embarrassment, but she couldn't help him. In this family, if anyone had the last word, it would be Du's mother. Her words were like a royal decree. Even Du's father had to obey, not to mention Du Heng. Since the older brother and younger sister were born, his position in the family had fallen straight down. He was now on the same level as Du's father. The upper layer consisted of Hui Yuxuan and Du's mother, and the top layer was the older brother and younger sister. Du's father chuckled and put a chicken leg in the older brother's bowl, but was glared back by Du's mother. "Chicken legs are too rough and tough. What's so good about them? Give the wings to Xiaoyu instead." Okay. Poor Du's father didn't dare to let out even a fart. He chuckled and softly said to Du Haoyu, "Xiaoyu, would you like Grandpa to take you to the mall to drive a big truck in the afternoon?" The older brother shook his head without hesitation. "No, I want to go sleep." Du's father was a little embarrassed. His face was turning red. Du's mother glared at him and said to the older brother in a soft voice, "Xiaoyu, how about we go after you wake up from your nap?" The older brother hesitated, but before he could speak, the younger sister said in a childish voice, I want to go. Grandma, I want a Barbie doll." The younger sister was developing her language skills much faster than her older brother. She could speak very fluently now. She could count from 1 to 100 without a problem, and even remembered Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan's phone numbers. They had thought about sending the little ones to daycare, but Du's mother thought they were too young. Actually, it was because she couldn't bear to leave them. So they dropped the idea and decided that they'd send them to kindergarten when they were 3.5 years old. In the meantime, Hui Yuxuan had been teaching them a lot of things at home. Thus, after finishing lunch and taking an hour nap, the whole family got into a 9-meter-long Rolls-Royce Phantom. Both the older brother and the younger sister were sitting in baby car seats as they headed to the mall. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that they returned home. Hui's father and Hui's mother were already waiting in the living room. Du Heng gave them a key so they could come in whenever they wanted. It was more convenient. Actually, they could have just knocked on the door. Aunt Shui was always at home, and she would open the door when she saw them. As soon as the two little ones got out of the car, they were picked up by Hui's father and Hui's mother. The younger sister sweetly called out, "Grandma," which made Hui's mother smile. Hui's father also had a big smile on his face. However, what happened next dumbfounded the two of them. Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan got out of the car. Du's father and Du's mother followed close behind, and then they turned back to the car to get more things out. They were all toys and clothes. It seemed like the car was completely packed. Even the trunk wasn't spared. The front passenger seat was also filled with them. If the driver's seat could hold anything, it would probably have been piled with toys too. Du's father looked at the marks on his hands and sighed. Life was hard. Then he smiled happily as he carried the toys into the house one by one. With these toys, he could play with his older brother for a long time at night. Chapter 247. The Finale. Old Man Du and Old Manhwa arrived one after another. Du's grandmother came with them as well. The clever little younger sister's eyes darted around before she went up to Old Man Du and asked for a hug, which made Old Manhwa purse his lips. What was this? His teeth were going to fall out from the sourness. Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this obvious act of seeking favors. The little girl, who wasn't that old yet, could tell who had the highest status and who had the last word in this family. In comparison, the older brother had no such thoughts. He ran around everywhere with his newly acquired toy airplane, making whoosh-whoosh sounds with no intentions of even going near the sulking Old Manhwa. Old Man Du picked up the younger sister and pinched her little nose, chuckling, "Xiao Xue, did you miss your great-grandfather?" "Yes." "Haha, great-grandfather missed Xiao Xue too. Great-grandfather has brought Xiao Xue a lot of pretty clothes. They're in the car outside. Shall we have your grandpa go get them?" "Okay." Old Man Du's face, which was initially beaming, looked up at Du's father and said with a serious face, "Did you hear that? Why are you not going to get them yet?" "Oh." Du's father didn't even know how he got to the outside. He just felt like he had somehow become the lowest of the low in the family without realizing it. Should I get a dog? Then I wouldn't be the lowest in the family. I suppose that would be it. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, he put all these things behind him. It was enough that his family was harmonious. He didn't care what his position was, anyway. He didn't have to do the housework or anything else. Old Man Du sat on the sofa with the younger sister in his arms. Old Manhwa moved to the other side of the younger sister, attempting to attract her attention, but the younger sister acted as if she couldn't see him. The sourness was making the wrinkles on his face scrunch together. There were many balloons hanging in the living room. Because the space was large, a long table was placed in the middle. The two families sat at the table, with Old Man Du and Old Man Hua each holding one child at the head of the table, beaming with joy. Aunt Shui and Aunt Xiang served the dishes. Soon, the long table was filled with fragrant and steaming hot dishes, including meat, vegetables, and also specially prepared carrots and corn for the little ones. Of course, there was also the longevity noodles, which was a must. Halfway through the meal, Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan quietly left the table and went to the side hall, where they pushed out a small cart. On the cart was a 4-tiered cake, with 2 lit candles on top. This year, they were 2 years old. Time flew by. After turning 70 years old, Old Man Du retired completely and no longer entered the political arena. But his retirement benefits were already enough to make most people salivate. Du Hong had officially taken over the family business. Du's father had retreated behind the scenes and would only occasionally come out and give a warning when Du Hong faced difficulties or offer advice to prevent the company from going in the wrong direction. This year, the older brother and younger sister were 18 years old. They had both fully grown up. Du Haoyu had inherited Du Heng's appearance from when he was young. With the aura of a wealthy family son, and with his slightly melancholic eyes, he didn't know how many girls he had captivated. He received confessions from beautiful women every day, but he never accepted any of them. Du Hong had always taught him about these things and set a very good example. Look, your dad here. He is so rich and so outstanding, but he's wholeheartedly in love with your mother. Hua Xiaoxue was completely different from the rest of her family. She was too unconventional. It wasn't that she was arrogant or spoiled. She was just too lively. She had inherited Hua Yuxuan's youthful looks, with big, watery eyes, fair skin. And although she was only 1.6 meters tall, her figure was very good, with well-proportioned proportions. Coupled with her identity as a wealthy heiress, there was a line of people who wanted to pursue her that could reach from inside the city to outside. Like her older brother, she hadn't accepted any of them and remained single. She had a few close girlfriends, and they would often go out on shopping sprees. Her close friends were all wealthy girls. Oh, that's right, Yang Zai's son, Zhang Jiaqing, was also one of her close friends, or rather, a close male friend. After his confession was flatly rejected, Zhang Jiaqing became one of her close friends. He would often go out and play with the others, and Du Haoyu would always follow, to prevent anything from happening to Hua Xiaoxue. It was the summer vacation after the college entrance examinations. Both of them had done well on their college entrance examinations, but neither could get into Jincheng University, but that wasn't a big deal. Their maternal grandfather, who was Hua's father, was now the vice president of Jincheng University. Mom, why didn't Dad send us abroad to study? Coming back from an outing, after hearing her girlfriends talking about how their parents wanted to send them abroad to study, Hua Xiaoxue asked Hui Yuxuan, who was watering the flowers in the yard, as soon as she got home. Even though Hui Yuxuan was 40 years old, she still retained her beauty. She was mature and intellectual, and her figure had barely changed. Hearing her daughter's question, she smiled slightly and put down what she was doing. She took Hua Xiaoxue back to the sofa in the living room and beckoned for Du Haoyu, who was about to play games with his classmates, to come over. Do you think your dad is outstanding? Of course. If my dad isn't outstanding, who is? My girlfriend's parents didn't even go to university. Only Jiaqing's parents went to university. Based on that alone, my dad is way above them. Du Haoyu agreed and nodded. Dad is also very talented and skilled. And, of course, the most important thing is that he treats you very well. Unlike some of my classmates. I've heard a lot of classmates complain about how their parents are arguing and filing for divorce at home. Hui Yuxuan smiled gently. Then you should know that your dad went to Jincheng University, right? Yes, yes. I know, going abroad isn't a big deal. Those people are mistaken. Not only is life abroad very different from that in China, it's also not very safe. Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile and gently ruffled Hua Xiaoshua's hair. Your maternal grandfather has already made arrangements for you. You can just go to Jincheng University. Because of your dad's investment, the faculty there is already very strong. It's definitely a top-notch school in our province. A month later, on the western outskirts of Jincheng, at the west gate of Jincheng University, it was the annual start of the school year. It was even more lively than usual, with countless students and parents coming to register, carrying their luggage. The upperclassmen and upperclasswomen would also welcome them with enthusiasm. The cars parked by the roadside were almost blocking the road. The traffic police were energetically blowing their whistles to direct traffic, but they were still somewhat powerless. A pink Lamborghini, with a roaring engine, drove directly to the school gate. The scissor doors opened, and a man and a woman stepped out of the car. The woman was driving, and she was wearing a pair of brown-tinted sunglasses and dressed in light clothing. As soon as she got out of the car, she attracted the attention of many of the male upperclassmen. Some of them, who were smitten, immediately went to ask if she was a new student who was registering. After hearing Hua Xiaoshua's crisp, melodious voice, they were almost sent to another dimension, their hearts stopping in their tracks. Xiaoshua, won't this be a little too flashy? Dad told us to take a taxi. Hua Xiaoshua pursed her lips and complained, it's all his fault for not taking me here. He said that we should be independent. When going to college, he's clearly so close, but he doesn't want to come. He must be celebrating his anniversary with Mom today. You know that, and you still drove this car here? Why can't I? Mom was too low-key back then. Although she was the school belle, too few people know about her. I'm different. Now that I'm here, I'm the prettiest one in the school. No one else will do. Is there any point to it? If I say there is, then there is. Look, brother. Look at the way those upperclasswomen are looking at you. It's a good sign. Your college life will be filled with romance, hee. Looking around, it was just as Hua Xiaoshua said. Many girls were looking at him with heated eyes. Although he was dressed very plainly, he was 1.86 meters tall and had a very good physique. With his sunglasses on, he looked like a big celebrity. The main thing was that he had arrived in a Lamborghini. At that moment, he suddenly felt like Einstein. Du Haoyu smiled and took off his sunglasses. He walked over to Hua Xiaoshua, naturally put his arm around her waist, and grinned. What are you doing? Hua Xiaoshua was startled. Let go. There are so many people watching. You won't attract any guys if you act like this. Heh, sister, today you are my shield. Ah, you stink, bad older brother. Let go, or I'll ask Grandpa to punish you. You go ahead, Ha. Stop talking and let's get going. Just then, a boy wearing thick glasses approached them. He was wearing an armband with the words, Student Union President, written clearly on it. Parking is not allowed here. Can't you see that big sign? Wow, senior, you're so handsome. What's your name? Hua Xiaoshua took off her sunglasses and blinked at the boy. The absolute beauty of her face stunned the boy. Not just him. All the nearby men couldn't help but look over, and they all froze. Li Bo. My name is Li Bo. Hello, Senior Li Bo. My brother, and I need to register. Could you please look after our car? Okay. After the two of them left, the boy came to his senses and stared at the Lamborghini, deep in thought. What was I doing here? Why did I become the one watching the car? Rose Garden, at the entrance of the small estate, a black Volkswagen was parked there. Du Hong and Hua Yuxuan got into the car. The latter was curious about the car, which didn't have a license plate yet. Honey, why did you suddenly buy a new car? To take you to the school. I want to walk around the school with you in a low-key way and reminisce about the day we met 23 years ago. Hua Yuxuan smiled beautifully, exuding charm and grace. She nodded. Okay, whatever Heng says. Du Heng's mouth curved up into a smile. He started the car and softly replied in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Yuxuan, I love you, forever and ever. Heng, I love you too, forever and ever.